getting hype. For those that are just tuning in, this is going to be the format for Pokemon Go. If you love Pokemon Go, this is the time for you because these are all best of 5 series in this winners, losers, and grand finals with a chance of a bracket reset. So almost up to 20 potential battles here with some of the best trainers in the world.
We've seen these trainers overcome numerous obstacles. Spicy choices, Pokemon like Clodsire and Carbink have been very prominent here at LAIC, but only the top trainers have been able to pilot their way through the most daunting of brackets, the most difficult of pods. These trainers that remain are the best of the best, and like we talked about earlier, they are neck and neck. I don't know which one can come out on top, but Harjev seems to be the favorite for a lot of trainers watching at home.
Yes, and he was playing immaculate on day number 2 in the top 16, getting hit by a huge Hyper Beam, unfazed, knowing his win condition, knowing he's got it locked, and here a crucial charge attack priority. He knows he's got it, he knows he's unbeatable.
You could just see every single win mattered so much to Harjev here. That's because Javier was one of his toughest competitors to date. His opponent will be Basti. Basti's able to land a huge Shadow Ball here against Trixon, almost KOing the Carbink. He needs 2 more Powder Snows to do it. Can he get there? Yes, he does! Basti's Frost Blast carried him through that game number 1.
Overcoming mountains here is Basti, and you see him overcoming tough matchups in every single scenario. Metachamp beating the Ghost type of Sableye just shows how on point he is with his energy management and his plays. Can he be the one to take down Harjev in this winners finals?
Back-to-back Ice Punches freezes his opponent out, but Trixon has him making a run through the bracket, heating up with Swampert, landing this Hydro Cannon on the charge attack priority tie to send Danny Booz that first game loss. Then he took on Emilio, one of the best trainers in the world as well.
Trixon was a freight train that you cannot stop. Speed running through that losers bracket, almost 2-0 against every one of his opponents and making quick work of them, trying to get his spot here on Championship Sunday, and he is going to be our 3rd competitor waiting his opponent.
The foresights, the predictions, the chip damage, everything that Trixon did, he did right in day number 2 as he just drove through that top 16 bracket, even defeating an Araquanid with a Swampert Hydro Cannon. Steiner could not stop him.
No one could stop him too, so he is itching and he is waiting and he is hungry for a chance at redemption against Basti. He wants a piece of Harjev. He wants to face them all in the grand finals. And you see Harjev popping off here in the final foul play on day number 2 for him to lock in spot in this winners finals. And here's the pop off from him and the whole crowd.
Can you feel the hype, Sao Paulo? These trainers are ready to throw down. They've been loud all weekend long, and we need you to send them your energy in the Twitch chat, in the arena. Get hype, get loud. These trainers need your support, and they hear every single bit of it.
Yeah, we got to see their road to what led them here, because there was a stacked bracket in the entirety of LAIC. You see Harjev on the top side, 2-0 against Andre, 2-0 against Javier, and now awaiting Basti, only dropping 1 entire game the entire weekend.
Basti responsible for sending Trixon down to that losers bracket, then defeating Roberto, setting the table for our winners finals. 2 trainers with very similar play styles. They control the tempo of the game. They are the steady hand, but only one of them can make it to the grand finals. Meanwhile, Trixon looking for revenge from that loser's side bracket. He's been on a heater, powering through round after round after round, just unstoppable. Like you said, Caleb, a freight train here in Sao Paulo.
He was knocked down to the loser's bracket, but that was not going to discourage him. He is ready to go all the way here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. He is ready to make it back up to that winner's bracket, up to that grand finals, and face his final opponents.
Carbink and Metachan were keys for Trixon, but can they be the keys to the kingdom here in Sao Paulo as he tries to make his way back up to that grand finals bracket? But first, we're going to take a look at the winners finals, one of the most hype matches I've ever been a part of. This is Harjev versus Basti getting ready on stage in just a moment.
Yeah, and this is a story of these three trainers, and I gotta say, we got some predictions off our own speed, so let's take a look at that too. A little bit split on the votes here. You got Trixon, we got Jim and Amanda with Harjev, and I'm putting my vote behind Basti. Tell us about these votes.
No, absolutely. So Trixon is coming from that loser side bracket, a lot more battles to fight through, but I love an underdog story. I love a trainer that can just grit their teeth and just get win after win, take one step just with intention, with purpose, and Trixon is that trainer. Harjev feels like the favorite for a lot of trainers watching at home, but Basti as well. I think if anyone can beat Harjev, it's got to be Basti.
Yeah, Harjev definitely the favored player here too. The highest winning record at LEIC, the only player to go completely undefeated at any tournament that happened at Curitiba, but the most recent tournament at Latin America, and so he's definitely the favorite. But like you said, I think Basti has a shot here too. He hasn't dropped a single series. Yes, he lost a few games, but he hasn't faced Harjev yet, and he might be the hardest hurdle for Harjev to overcome.
Well, we are here in the arena in Sao Paulo, Brazil, but all of you at home are equally a part of this. Make sure to follow us on social. Use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC. Watch on YouTube and Facebook /Pokemon, at Play Pokemon on X, and /Play Pokemon on Instagram. Get involved, get engaged. We love to see your posts, and we want to hear who you are supporting this weekend. Harjev enters Championship Sunday with a 93% win rate against his opponents after coming off a 100% win rate in Curitiba. Can he be stopped?
Those are some high percentages. Those are daunting numbers. But if anyone is up for the challenge, it is going to be Basti. He is on stage. He is ready. We are going to the winners finals. We're kicking off Championship Sunday with some Pokemon Go action.
Let's take a look down at the stage as our trainers get set up and ready to go. Again, two trainers that I think either one can take the championship today. Basti has really surprised a lot of people with his composure. He looks very relaxed on the stage, but I can tell that he is a fierce fighter underneath that calm composure. And Harjev feeding off of the crowd energy here in Sao Paulo. He's looking at them right now. He's looking at all his supporters and friends. Those are the people that helped him to get here, and they're here with him in this moment too.
Harjev, the first trainer in the entire world to qualify for World Championships last season. The first trainer in Latin America to qualify for World Championships this season. The first trainer in the world and in history to go undefeated in an entire tournament. And he is looking for the crown. He is looking to be an international champion. On top of it, is Basti up for the challenge?
Basti taking a deep breath, just taking it all in. The stage, the lights, the anticipation, the battles yet to come. You need to be in your element. You need to play your game. Keep doing what you were doing. It was working yesterday. You just need to find a few more winning leads, a few more good switches, just a few more powerful closers. As we look at these teams on the screen, Caleb, the double electrics from Harjev have really stood out to us all weekend long.
Yes, we have, and it's also the Water Gun Lantern, a Pokemon that has a lot of potential and a great core breaker for so many Pokemon, like that Frostlass, like that Gligar, making Gligar much harder to use and really just freeing up that Charger Bug.
Exactly right. On the opposing side, Basti is running Psychic, Metacham, as well as the Frostlass that was so instrumental in his run to get to this point, even defeating a Carbink from Trixon to push him over the edge to this winners finals stage. A lot on the line for both of these trainers, a lot of nuance to the teams. I hope they got a good night's rest, because you're going to need all the energy you can get to win this next series.
And this is, again, a best of 5. First to 3 will take it all the way. I think there's going to be some close battles. We have our co-casters, Jim and Amanda. They got their money on Harjev. I think Basti might have a chance to disrupt this guy's win streak. Here's the thing, Harjev, in pretty much all his wins, his opponents had win conditions too. Harjeff, though, just not even one step ahead. 5 steps ahead, 10 steps ahead of his opponents. I think Bassie's been studying the footage and trying to say, you know what, I think I might be the one to keep up with Harjeff and give him a little bit of trouble.
I had a moment to talk with Bassie last night. He said he doesn't scrim, he doesn't practice any new games after a big day like yesterday. Instead, he goes back and he does exactly what you said, Caleb. He watches the tape. He watches his own gameplay, tries to pick out mistakes, tries to find areas of improvement, ways that he can just manipulate his play to be a little bit better, a little more unpredictable, and find a solution to this team from Harjeff. Because I gotta tell you, nobody's been able to crack this team from Harjeff. Charge-a-Bug, Water Gun Lantern, Lickitung, like you said, he just seems unstoppable.
And that's the thing. You study the footage of Harjeff. All you can learn from that is this guy does not make mistakes. You have to be on point. You have to know exactly what to do, and you know what he's about to do. We're getting to game number 1. This winner's finals is going to be Harjeff versus Bassie. Charge-a-Bug into Superior.
And you can hear it in the crowd. This is a solid lead for Harjeff. Bug and Electric, this Charge-a-Bug has a solid matchup against the Superior. And again, this is a Leaf Tornado Superior. Bassie can't even strike with the Aerial Ace here.
Everything is going to be resisted, thrown at the Charge-a-Bug, but Frenzy Plant still hurts quite a bit. The Bassie staying here, trying to catch a move, comes in with that Spark Lantern. Harjeff going to throw an X-Scissor first.
Yeah, both of these charge attacks are same type attack bonus, but Charge-a-Bug looking for the X-Scissor damage here against the Lantern. It does a lot more than you'd expect, and then he makes the swap into the Lickitung. That's telling us that the Charge-a-Bug is his best response for the Superior. Maybe he's even predicting the Gligar in the back from Bassie.
Drawing some of that energy is still nice for Bassie, making that Charge-a-Bug a little bit less loaded with energy, giving Superior a little bit more chances to beat it in the back-end matchup. Harjeff charging up a lot of energy. Does he go straight for the Power Whip? Oh, Bassie actually going to get a Surf Ball first before a move is thrown from Harjeff.
Yeah, it could have been the hard-hitting Thunderbolt, but no Protect Shield here from Harjeff. He's going to let the Surf come through. Lickitung easily withstands it. Going to try to build to another charge attack here. Lantern closing in, but the Lickitung as well, just outside of Body Slam range, so he's forced to throw the Power Whip. Bassie lets it through.
Harjeff almost at 100 energy is going to throw the Power Whip to knock out the Lantern. Still a little bit of health left on Lickitung, but a lot of energy. You can really start chipping down this Superior.
I think this Lickitung gets at least 2 Body Slams in against the Superior. Superior already about 70-80% health. It's going to take a lot of damage from the Body Slam, dropping it down into the yellow. Another Body Slam from the shiny Lickitung. Harjeff is just building himself a lead. He did this all day yesterday and all weekend, just step by step by step. Just spiral increases have led to big gains over time.
The big Fine Whip down from Bassie. Now you said it. There's that Leaf Tornado. Do you throw it? No, swapping over and catching the resistant X-Scissor on the Gligar. Bassie needs this slight advantage to have a chance. Switch timers are being slightly misaligned as well, but we see the instant counter swap from Harjeff, bringing the bulky Umbreon. This Umbreon is hard to take out.
It's definitely hard to take out. We got 2 Protect Shields on either side for these trainers. Gligar and Umbreon try to time those charge attacks to perfection, as these trainers have done all weekend long. Here comes the dig from the Gligar. No Protect Shield from Harjeff here. When are we going to see the first Protect Shield for these trainers?
It's going to be soon, because there's about to be not much HP left to predict at this point. Harjeff is going to throw another foul play. Bassie going to let it go, trying to build to another dig. You start baiting with Aerial Ace, and here comes the Aerial Ace. You can see Harjeff actually reaching for the last resort.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get the last resort and the knockout. Here comes the Aerial Ace. Bait! And Harjeff calls it early on in this matchup. He knew it wasn't the dig. He's so dialed in.
Harjeff, calm, cool, collected, knows his win condition. Bassie back against the wall. How do you beat this trainer? Harjeff completely on point. Do you go for a combo play? Here comes another foul play. Do you spend your final shield? And Bassie does.
Final Protect Shield being sent to the Gligar here from Bassie. Switch timer also expired. You can reach for that Superior if he wants to for the combo play like you mentioned. Here comes another Aerial Ace bait. Does Harjeff call it yet again? Umbreon is hanging up in the yellow. He calls it again. No Protect Shield on Umbreon.
Ice in his veins in summer in Sao Paulo, but Harjeff, calm, cool, and collected, doesn't get the foul play off. We get the full wing attack down. Now things are switching over. Here comes the first Aerial Ace. Now Harjeff has to make a huge call. Do you no shield again? Aerial Ace not going to hit as hard. Dig again, chooses not to shield. When is guy ever going to shield? You have energy on the Superior. You have energy on the Gligar, but the X-Scissor is going to take it out. Bassie has the move on the Superior, but you still have 2 full shields on the side of Hard Jeff, and now he's actually looking a little bit stressed.
He's got so much energy here on the Superior. He's going to go for 3 flying whips, build up to the Elite Tornado. Actually doesn't even throw a charge attack. Is going to let the X-Scissor come through. Hard Jeff able to land this super effective charge attack, get the knockout on Superior, and that is a Game 1 victory.
How do you beat this man? He didn't even spend a single shield in that first game and still came away with the victory. He just knows how to win games, and it looks impossible when you're sitting across the table from him.
Look, it's not a mistake, right? We saw Hard Jeff open his notebook with that 2023 Yokohama World Championships insignia on it. He wants to get to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. He's doing everything he can to get there.
He didn't drop a single battle in Curitiba. He's dropped 1 battle in LAIC, but that's still pretty good so far, especially on an international stage. He's looking locked in, he's looking ready, and he looks like he's going to take 2 more back-to-back right now.
It's so tough for Basti. As we look at these teams, the Charge-a-Bug, it makes so much sense why this Pokemon was a core breaker, why it was a solid pick by Hard Jeff. We haven't even seen him use it that much this tournament, but against Basti, this is like the perfect scenario. You've got Superior, Medicham, Umbreon, you've got so many targets for that Charge-a-Bug. It's got to come in all 5 games here for Hard Jeff. It just has to.
Hard Jeff was literally 1 charge attack away from losing that game. If Basti went for the dig, it would have been over. But Hard Jeff saying, you know what? I'm living rent-free in your mind. I know what you're about to do. I know you're baiting. I'm not going to spend a single shield. I know your Superior has energy in the back. I know this is my win condition. And this guy just always finds a way to win no matter what spot he's in.
No, you're exactly right. Calling 3, not 1, not 2, 3 aerial aces in that game number 1 between himself and Basti. 2 on the Umbreon, 1 on the Charge-a-Bug. Hard Jeff is just dialed in. Basti needs to do something creative here. He needs to find a way to trick him, to fool him, to surprise Hard Jeff. But he just seems like unmovable the entire weekend. How do you do that?
At this point, it looks like he's just playing with his food. I mean, he already knows. He didn't even get the foul play on the Umbreon off, but says, you know what? No big deal. I'm going to just finish you off with Charge-a-Bug. 1 HP, 2 HP left. I'll find a way to do it.
One of our trainers is already locked in for this game number 2 of the winners finals. As a reminder to everyone just tuning in, this is a best of 5. So each trainer needs to get 3 wins to take the series as we jump into game number 2.
Like I said, Basti was 1 charge attack away from winning that. He just didn't have to, if he didn't go for the bait, he would have won it. So he is actually still much closer than a lot of Hard Jeff's previous opponents. Here we go. We have the Water Gun Lantern in the lead versus the Medicham on the side of Basti.
Water Gun Lanterns, Water Guns are doing a lot of damage over time to the Medicham, but the Psychic gets queued up here from Basti. The early protection from Hard Jeff. He likes to play this matchup conservatively. He likes to keep his Water Gun Lantern in the fight as long as he can. No defense drop occurs from the Psychic either, which means this Medicham still has its work cut out for it.
Going straight for the Thunderbolt, the harder hitting move. Do you spend a shield if you're Basti? The Water Gun damage is adding up quite a bit. No shield on a huge Thunderbolt. Going to put everything on the backs of this Umbreon and Gligar instead, but you do reach another Psychic. We get 2 early shields from Hard Jeff.
2 early Protect Shields means that Lantern can potentially Water Gun all the way through this Medicham. Again, no defense fault occurs. About 5 or 6 more counters get fired off here, so Lantern does drop pretty low, but the Ice Punch cannot get fired off. Lantern closes out the matchup, and in comes Umbreon.
A huge calculate play from Hard Jeff, leaving with 100 energy on that Lantern, pivoting out to that Gligar. Basti still has 2 shields, but he has so much energy to deal with on the side of Hard Jeff in his Lantern.
It's so clever. Actually, you pointed out a great thing right there. The Lantern has so much energy because Hard Jeff is predicting the Gligar in the back. He's saving the surfs for that eventual Gligar matchup. So now Basti's Umbreon has to chew through this Gligar and try to wrestle away switch advantage.
That Charge-a-Bug providing so much coverage for Hard Jeff, running ABA Electric, but the Water Gun Lantern is a Gligar counter. The Charge-a-Bug is a Grass counter. He has so much flexibility with these 2 electrics, even when they're not both in the back at the same time.
Exactly right. Umbreon trying to muster another foul play, but great timing here from Hard Jeff. Basti knows the Umbreon can withstand this dig. It will not get knocked out. It will dip into the red, yes, but it's just outside of Wing Attack down range, and the foul play is already ready. He wants to snare this Gligar. He's going to fire it off right away.
I think Basti's predicting the Charge-a-Bug him back. He says, you know what? I can't go down shields. I'm going in with the Gligar. Yes, I'll probably have to spend my shields on the Gligar, but if I take out this Lantern, I'm in a good position. Let's see how Hardjeff plays it out. Comes in with a Charger Bug. Here comes the Gligar. Hardjeff, maybe a little frustrated, sees the Gligar, and Bassi trying to seize the moment, recognizing I'm waiting for this moment. I want the shields for this Lantern. I take you out. I take out the Charger Bug. Another Surf coming through. An instant shield from Bassi.
Lantern is Hardjeff's only chance to stop this Gligar. He fires off the 2 Surfs, gets both of those Protect Shields, but the Aerial Ace gets queued up. Bassi doesn't take any Water Gun damage, which means his Gligar is completely healthy going into the closing matchup against the Charge Bug. Gets the knockout on the Lantern. Here comes Bassi. Those 2 Protect Shields pay dividends because the Gligar is going to rain down the digs.
And you can hear the crowd roar. This time is for Bassi. Bassi having the win condition now. You got the Gligar on the Charger Bug, saving those 2 shields, finding the win condition, slowing down the momentum of the undefeatable Hardjeff. Bassi has something to say about that.
Here comes an X-Scissor from the Charge Bug into the Gligar. Still an Umbreon in the back for Bassi, but I don't think he even needs to make the switch. We saw how much damage the X-Scissor did. Here comes the dig from Bassi. He's going to strike back and gain number 2 here to try to tie up the series.
Bassi, unfazed from that early Game 1 loss, ties it up, calm and collected, and saying, you know what? I made sure this winners finals too. I haven't lost a series in this entire tournament, and I'm going to be one to take down Hardjeff.
A stumble, but not a fall. Bassi striking back in game number 2 to tie up the series. Still a long road ahead for both of these trainers. They each need 2 more victories. When every game is as hard fought as those first 2 games, you have to pace yourself. You have to be very, very resilient, but also patient. You can't overthink, you can't overpredict, and you absolutely cannot overreact. You have to stay measured and composed as you move your way through these matches. However, Caleb, one of our trainers has already decided what team is going to win game number 3.
Looks like sometimes, you know what, you just got to pick the team and find the win condition around it. You can think all you want, but it all comes down to execution at the end of the day. It all comes to reading those back lines and figuring out what strategies your opponents are cooking up. It looked like Bassi knew exactly what was going to be in the back from Hardjeff and found exactly the way to win it. Despite having that Lantern lead with 100 energy, despite the fact that Hardjeff had such a strong early game lead, didn't spend a single shield on the Umbreon, knowing that he needed the Gligar to close it out for him.
That loss put a dent in Hardjeff's record. He's now at 88% win rate, still sky high, but Bassi's looking to knock that win rate even lower. Jumping right into game number 3, Hardjeff is dialed in. He's got Medicham versus Umbreon.
Not a great lead for Bassi. However, this matchup doesn't have any fighting charge attacks, so not the worst case scenario. Say swapping the Lantern. There is no grass on the side of Hardjeff, so this is actually a really strong safe swap for Bassi.
Very nice safe switch. Lantern's incredibly bulky. This is the Spark variant as opposed to Hardjeff's Water Gun variant, so it's going to charge just a little bit more quickly. Spark does a lot of damage over time. Here comes a big Psychic. Will Bassi use the Protect Shield? Hardjeff throwing a Haymaker at the Lantern, and Bassi blocks it perfectly.
A huge shield, and now the counter swap from the Umbreon. You have the Medicham has play against the Gligar with the double super effective Ice Punch, and of course you have the Water Gun Lantern sitting in back. Hardjeff also up a whole shield.
Incredible timing there by Bassi after the switch in, throwing the Thunderbolt at the exact right moment. Gonna deal a lot of initial damage to the Umbreon, but meanwhile, Hardjeff's Umbreon has a ton of energy of its own. Gonna throw the Foul Play into the opposing Lantern.
I love that Psychic Shiftman dip too. Force Bassi to go down a shield, take some counter damage, and now ensure that you can maintain switch advantage with the Umbreon. Going for the last resort, the harder hitting move, putting this Lantern in snarl range. You can come out with a lot of energy on this Umbreon on top of maintaining switch advantage.
Big last resort connects in the Lantern, but Bassi does not want to allow the snarl down. He goes into the mirror match of his own Umbreon. I like this play a lot because the switch timers are still misaligned for Hardjeff. He can't switch out back into his Medicham, and Umbreon for Bassi can gather so much energy to fight back against the Medicham.
You see Bassi charging up energy, does not want to get surprised. It's going to save all this energy for the Medicham. Going to throw a first last resort. Switch timers are up for Hardjeff. Do you come in here? Medicham already at half health, already in the yellow. Umbreon actually has some play now.
Here comes Medicham, but it's weak, like you said, out of the gate in it yellow in terms of HP. We see the first foul play get fired up here by Bassi. This one will connect into the Medicham. Gonna look for a second foul play just as soon as he can. Medicham does not have Dynamic Punch. The best it can do is an Ice Punch in this situation. Like you said, Umbreon and Basti have really turned the tables.
Umbreon looking in control now, despite the original bad matchup it had against Medicham. Medicham much lower on health, much more easy to deal with. Harjeff maybe putting everything on the line for this Lantern in the back. Harjeff going to let it go. You're going to try to sweep with Lantern. Lantern might be the key here. You have a shield advantage, and you have a Gligar weak to that water gun damage.
Well, that's the thing. Basti predicted Charge Bug. Harjeff brought Charge Bug in games 1 and 2. He's predicting Charge Bug in the back. That Gligar is not going to have nearly as much play as he hopes. In comes a water gun. Lantern. Basti's got to figure out something quick. He's going to fire with the foul play to try to get some chip damage.
You don't want to get water gun down here, Basti. I think you'll throw a foul play, swap straight over to Gligar. You don't want to give this Lantern more of an advantage than it has to. Is going to continue to stay in, though. Maybe trying to get one more foul play. Not able to get it done. Getting the full water gun down. Everything on the line for Harjeff in this Lantern.
Basti still has a chance here. He has a weak Lantern in the back. Can potentially catch a Surf there. Still 2 Protect Shields for Harjeff. He's been calling Aerial Aces all series long. Tries to make the switch, but it's in the middle of the wing attack. Basti cannot escape.
Huge play from Harjeff, expecting the potential catch. Throws the move in between the wing attack, making it impossible to catch. Been baiting, and all this time, we do finally get a shield from Harjeff, but I think either way, you're up a shield. It's a safe play. You don't want to risk it on a potential dig. Has another chance to catch a move, but not able to do it. Here comes another Surf. It's going to do a ton of damage to the Gligar.
That water gun down of the Umbreon is so instrumental here because now the Lantern can pace so quickly. Water gun's adding up really fast. Basti needs to get to the dig. Can he do it? No! Can't even get to his charge attack. Basti's Gligar gets fainted. In comes the Lantern. And the swap! And the catch! Harjeff sending a message. He says, that was easy.
The flex here too, the confidence, saying I don't even need to make this play, but I'm good enough to do it.
Good enough to take a Game 3 victory as well. Harjeff knocked back down to earth a little bit after Game 2, but responds immaculately, out-predicting Basti and the Charge Bug prediction of his own, bringing that water gun Lantern in the back.
Hey, you see the crowd loving it, the fans of Harjeff, the LNDS, the GBL Lindos supporting their favorite, their champion, the one they're putting all on the line to take it all the way. Harjeff, one of the most consistent trainers in Latin America, one of the most consistent trainers in the world, and one of the best players. And here we see the replay. Umbreon taking on Medicham. Harjeff not phased, saying, you know what, I'm putting everything on the line. My Lantern can do it, and there's no superior insights. Nothing can stop this Lantern with this much energy of a lead and a shield advantage.
No, you're exactly right. With that Charge Bug in games 1 and 2, it did 2 things. It forced Basti to predict it, and it also forced his superior onto the bench. So Basti really was not prepared for the Water Gun Lantern in the back. This is just another facet of Harjeff's gameplay that makes him so incredibly talented. Not only does he know the fighter mechanics, not only can he make predictions, he can also outmaneuver his opponent before the game even starts.
He lost game number 2, but responded quickly in game number 3. He was the trainer that instantly locked in his team. He's like, you know what? I'll take the loss. I'll move forward. I'll find a way. We're going into game number 4 here. Harjeff 1 game away from going straight to grand finals. Can Basti stop him? A fantastic lead for Basti.
This could be decisive. We see the counter swap into Umbreon, met by Medicham. Basti actually striking back here. He's got favorable alignment across the board. Even though this is Ice Punch Medicham at even health, Medicham's counters deal so much damage over time. Here comes foul play.
That counter damage is already adding up. Umbreon already at 3/4 of its health, maybe 2/3 of its health actually, and the Ice Punch is going to start coming in, chipping down the Umbreon. And here's the thing, Harjeff doesn't have an easy answer for this Medicham. You're going to take neutral or and super effective counter damage on the Lickitung, neutral damage on the side of Medicham. However, Harjeff can potentially counter down the opposing Medicham and come away with energy for that Gligar and the Lantern in the back.
I'm almost wondering for that reason, if Basti doesn't just use a Protect Shield here against the Umbreon and counter all the way down, that means he'd be able to walk out of this matchup with health and energy to chip down the opposing Medicham. He's going to let the Ice Punch first, though this won't quite knock out. Umbreon does hang on. We saw Harjeff tap the foul play. He gets it here anyway. Do we see the Protect Shield? Yes! Basti wants alignment.
And it's actually the last resort to the harder hitting move. Harjeff is going to be farmed down, but this is all Harjeff needs. He's up a shield. That's going to be crucial for the Medchip. Medchip has played, but we're going to get hit by a hard-hitting Psychic first. Do we get a responding shield from Harjev, trying to figure it out and saying, no, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to put everything on the backs of this Lickitung. I like this play a lot. 2 Pokemon weak to fighting types, drawing on the Medchip with the Umbreon and having the Lickitung completely free.
Yeah, I really like this Ice Punch as well from Bassi, seizing this moment, this opportunity to get off a little bit more damage against the opposing Medichip. Can't quite get to the Psychic, he recognizes that, but now with the shield advantage and energy advantage, Medichip can fight back against Gligar.
Bassi expecting the Lantern in the back, expecting the Water Gun Lantern, but it's not that. Harjev making the adjustment he needs, and now is in a much better position. You can see Bassi seeing this and saying, all right, this is not what I expected, but I'm going to throw an Aerial Waste. Before the dig was even reached, Harjev confident does not shield the Aerial Waste bait.
Harjev's counts are just immaculate. He knew it wasn't quite dig energy. He comes in with the Lantern here. Harjev is pleased to see it. He knows he has that super effective Power Whip and the Protect Shield advantage as well as energy advantage. He's going to time his legs perfectly and go for the Power Whip right away.
And this is going to be a super effective Power Whip. Do we see the shield from Bassi? Bassi shielding at the last second. A great shield, but this Lickitung still has 2 full shields on his side and the Lantern closing in on double surf.
Bassi has been conservative with his charge attacks all game long, all series long. He goes for another Surf here, whereas the Thunderbolt might have put this Lickitung down within Spark range, but he's got almost 2 Surfs ready to go. Another Power Whip coming through here from the shiny Lickitung from Harjev. This is going to knock this Lantern down into the red, or excuse me, down to the yellow, because it took a lot of super effective damage.
Harjev sees the win condition. He sees it. He's not even going to shield the Lickitung. I think he's going to counter straight down, save the shields for the Medichip. Oh no, going to spend the shield, going to try to get a Bison off. Maybe gives Bassi a window opportunity. Almost at 2 Surfs. Second Surf going thrown on charge attack priority. Do we see a second shield from Harjev?
This is a very rare miscalculation by Harjev using the Protect Shield, but he wants to knock out the Lantern and get that Gligar squared up against the Medicham in the back. We see the Body Slam coming through here from the shiny Lickitung. Gonna knock out the Lantern. Actually an undercharge. We're gonna see a simultaneous counter swap here. Here comes Gligar, here comes Medicham. Now it's a race.
Yeah, Medchip going in there faster. The energy was crucial. Here comes the Ice Punch. Harjev is saying, it is over. I'm going to take out your Gligar. I'm going to take out your Lantern. And I'm going to punch my ticket to the Grand Finals.
Harjev takes a 3-1 victory to ascend to the Grand Final stage here in Sao Paulo. Even he can't believe it.
Wow, what incredible performance. Only 1 game he lost, but 3-1 in this winner's finals. He just didn't make the mistakes, and you can see it. His fans, his friends, his teammates, they all believed in him, and for good reason.
Exactly right. It takes a community, it takes friendships, it takes camaraderie, and so much more. Harjev, a star among stars here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, doing everything he needs to do to win that series. Bassi, a formidable competitor in his own right, just cannot quite close out the window there against Harjev. But that's the thing though, Bassi falls to that loser's bracket where he will face Trixen. If he defeats Trixen, he gets another shot at our current leader, Harjev.
And that's a tough task though, not only beating Trixen, but beating Harjev not once, but twice. And I don't remember when the last time anyone has done that in any series. Sometimes people can't even take a game off of the guy, let alone 2 games, 3 games off of him.
An exciting series in our winners finals. Harjev versus Bassi ended in a 3-1 score in favor of Harjev. These are some of the key moments that led to that early victory here on Championship Sunday.
And we see the big catch from Bassi, but Harjev not faced because he knew you can catch my moves, you can be flashy, but I'm going to still beat you with my calculated plays. And this is the huge moment. Does not shield the Umbreon, does not shield the Charger Bug, but saving the low health Charger Bug to close it out. Bassi, 1 charge attack away from winning that one, but Harjev just out-predicting his opponent.
Yeah, Bassi's Superior could not quite get it done, and that was the last we saw of the Grass-type Pokemon because the Charger Bug was such a threat. Bassi left it on the bench for the rest of the series. Medicham versus the Lantern, the Water Gun's piling on. Can't quite get to the Ice Punch because that Lantern has been so good for Harjev all weekend long, and it's still good here on Championship Sunday.
Bringing the Lantern in multiple games, really getting Bassi worried about it, forcing Bassi to bring that Sparklet, and forcing him to bring the Medicham in multiple games, and that's what did give Bassi the victory in the game number 2. But Harjev making adjustments, dropping the charge bug in game number 3 to make the right adjustments, closing out with the water gun lantern, and then game number 4, didn't even bring either electric types.
Exactly right. As we look at a tied-up series here in our instant replay, water gun down of the Umbreon really set up this Lantern for success against the Gligar as he was able to pace to 2 serves, and the dig is silenced by the water gun Lantern's fast attack damage.
And you got the flashy catch too, Harjev, staying on point. You won the game, but you're gonna finish in style. That was game number 3, and here's the crucial game number 4. Lost the lead, lost the counter swap, but got the energy he needed on the Medicham, got the shield advantage, and the Lickitung comes in to close it out, and here's that final Ice Punch to end it all. And Harjev feeling fantastic this entire weekend, and who wouldn't be if they're playing that well?
These high skill games are all about leverage, right? It's all about getting just a tiny lead, a little bit more momentum on your side can push you all the way over the top. There aren't big flashy plays. You're not going to get a Bastiodon lineup against Charizard. You're not going to get a hard, easy win, right? You're going to get tough matchups where you have to grind them out. You have to find those small windows of opportunity and seize them whenever you possibly can. That's exactly what Harjev has done all weekend long.
And if you're new to Pokemon Go PP or you've been playing for years, either way, you have something to learn while watching the gameplay of Harjev, his gameplay decision-making mid to late. And here's the thing, he doesn't see what we see. He doesn't know the backlines of Basti, but he is making those reads, making those calls, and finding the way to win every single time. And that is why he is going to be our first competitor in that Grand Finals, waiting his opponent.
All roads lead to Honolulu, Hawaii, but this is the path these trainers have taken in Sao Paulo this weekend. LNDS Harjev stands above them all, waiting in that Grand Finals bracket for his challenger. He's got such an advantage being on the winner's side, and he has earned it every step of the way.
Just look at the records too, right? Undefeated on day number 2, dropping 1 game on day 1, only 1 game in this winner's finals in this best of 5. He is so on point with his gameplay.
As we take a look at the loser's bracket, we're going to get a grudge match between Trixon and Basti. If you remember, Basti knocked Trixon down to that loser's bracket to start day 2, and Trixon wants revenge.
Trixon's been ready. He's been on point. He hasn't lost a single battle since losers round 2, going 2-0 against all of his opponents. And yes, he did lose to Basti in that winner's bracket earlier, but it was still a 2-1 matchup, right? So it was still very, very close in the end. I mean, we saw the Frostlass taking out the Carbink at the very last second. This is going to be a really tight battle.
Not only was it a 2-1, right? But that moment you're referencing in particular, that was a Frostlass with just a hairline of HP remaining, being able to powder snow down that Carbink. That matchup could have gone either way, and we could be telling a very different story. But Basti secured that win against Trixon. The question is, can you beat Trixon in a best of 5? You took it to game 3 in the regular series, but this is an even longer matchup between these two trainers. Do you have what it takes if you're Basti after taking a really tough loss against Harjev?
That Frostlass against the Trixon with Basti's Frostlass survived 1 HP in a dream, but it looks like Trixon wants a dream of his own. He wants redemption, and he's going to get it in this loser's finals against Basti.
Best of 5 between 2 of the most talented trainers, not only in this region, I would say in the world. Basti from Chile, LNDS Trixon here from Brazil, 2 of the most talented trainers to grace this stage this weekend. This season though, LAIC top 16 is the only accomplishment for Trixon thus far, but I think he's on his way to becoming a household name.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing before this, but he is playing incredible this weekend, and he deserves to be here in this top 3, and he wants more than that. He wants top 2, he wants number 1, he wants to be the champion. Trixon, throughout the weekend, has an 86% win rate against his opponents, and that's because he just went on a tear in that loser's bracket and throughout the winner's bracket before he faced Basti. Basti, on the hand, 75% win percentage prior to that winner's finals, down to 65%. But I mean, if you face Harjev, everyone's percentage is going to go a little bit lower.
Carbink and Frostlass versus the Superior and the Swampert. Let's see what we get on the field. We have leads for game number 1 of this best of 5.
Trixon with the Swampert, so clutch for him. And here's the thing, you have a Lantern in the back, a Spark Lantern. You can't even swap out right away. but the hard-hitting Hydro Cannons are really going to start adding up. Gligar actually has the potential to beat Swampert in this situation because of the resistant mud shot.
This is a regular shiny Swampert. A lot of trainers have pivoted away from that Shadow variant because of that additional bulk. It makes this Gligar matchup a little bit easier. Here comes a big Aerial Ace from the Gligar. A first Protect Shield pops up here from Trixen onto his Swampert.
You see a shield from Trixen. Oh, and then a catch from the Lantern on Bassie's side. A huge catch. Resisted Hydro Cannon. However, you're still in a tough matchup. It is about to be tougher because here comes the Superior.
But I think the Swampert's going to gain some energy first. Trixen knows he's got a really solid matchup against that Lantern, so he's going to gather so much energy on Swampert, and he's going to bring out the Superior here. The best that Basti can hope for is to chip down this Grass-type Pokemon with Thunderbolts, with Surfs, with everything he can throw at it.
You can see Basti smiling, not liking this matchup. It went from a tough matchup to an impossible matchup. Superior getting so much energy. And this is another reason why it's so strong. Not only is it bulky, but it has the tools to hit back against Gligar, one of its main counters in this format. I mean, honestly, it has the ability to hit back the Frost as well. So Superior looking fantastic for Trixen in this series.
Just like he did with Swampert, he gathers so much additional energy. He's storing so much potential damage for his opponent. Lands a Frenzy Plant into the Lantern. Now, Basti has a choice to make. Does he come in to a Lotus Superior with his own Medicham, or does he come in with the weakened Gligar?
Gligar coming in, but this Frenzy Plant is going to hurt. Are you going to shield or not? You spend a shield here. The Swampert still has energy, putting everything on the line on the Medicham. Medicham 1 versus 3, 2 shields, 2-to-1 shield advantage, but again, getting to another move on the Superior. Trixen is going to throw it, forcing the first shield from Basti.
Trixen's Aerial Ace does peel away the first Protect Shield, and then he makes the fast swap into Swampert. Swampert just outside of Ice Punch range. Basti goes for it. I don't think we even get a shield. He's got the Carbink in the back, right? He can just close out this matchup. No Protect Shield onto the Swampert. Trixen making all the calls, and now the Hydro Cannons are going to rain down on this Medicham.
Back-to-back Hydro Cannon. It doesn't matter if you're going for Earthquake or Hydro Cannon. You just need to strip this final shield from Basti. Carbink to close it out. You can see Trixen building up to another move, going for the harder hitting Earthquake. Basti's got to shield this. All things are left on the side of Medicham, but how do you take out the Carbink? You need a lone Sandslash back, but unfortunately for Basti, that is not going to be the case. You got the bulkiest of the bulkiest Pokemon, Rock Fairy Carbink, and is about to rock this Medicham.
Carbink has been a signature pick for Trixen all weekend long. In the top 16, it won him so many matchups, and he brings that trusty Swampert and Carbink core yet again to this game against Basti in the losers finals. We saw the Psychic bounce off the Carbink. Here comes the Moonblast. This attack's not going to bounce off. This attack is going to KO this Medicham and give LNDS Trixen a Game 1 victory.
Moonblast not even needed in Rockside range, but Trixen wants to send a message to Basti in game number 1. He wants redemption, and he is closing in on it.
Basti is sliding more and more by the moment, losing his grip on this tournament in Sao Paulo. Can he bounce back? Can he find his footing? Can he fight back against some of the best, most talented trainers in this region? He's got a mountain to climb, but Basti can do it if he finds the right formula. He needs a solid lead, a solid swap, and he can do the rest from there.
Trixen knows. He said, you know what? I should have won that game 3 yesterday against Basti. I shouldn't have had to battle through a gauntlet of trainers just to get back to the stage. I should be on the winner's side, but you know what? I'm going to rewrite history. I'm going to do better. I'm going to find a way to overcome my mistakes from yesterday. Basti needs to overcome Trixen, who's been on a heater. He has so much momentum from day number 2 and going into this losers finals. How do you make the adjustment if you're Basti?
I'm telling you, if the analogy is Basti climbing up a mountain, Trixen is a boulder rolling down a hill. He's got so much momentum, and he's looking to crash his way into the grand finals, but he's got to win 2 more games to get there. Again, this is a best of 5 between these 2 talented trainers, and honestly, Caleb, I think it's worth it. Take a few extra moments to lock in, a few extra seconds to think about what's happened, to predict your opponent, to give yourself the best potential matchup and team that you can muster to win this next game.
Basti needs to find some momentum shift against his opponents. Losing 1-3 against Hardjeff, now down 0-1. but he is one of the best trainers in the world, making it to this top 3, making the championship someday. He has what it takes to overcome these matchups. So here we go, game number 2 on the line. Bassi needs some momentum shift. It's going to be the meta champ in the lead versus Superior.
A much more neutral matchup here for Bassi. Meta champ and Superior can go either way depending on the shielding scenario, but the Frenzy Plant is going to hit a bit harder. So we see the charge attack priority tie here on the Ice Punch versus Frenzy Plant. Superior gets to go first.
And here's the thing, this is right where you want the matchup to be if you're Trixit. You take this out, your alone Sand Slash has a much better time. Your best matchup against Metachamp is going to be Superior. Swampert can do okay as well, but you really don't want it on the lone Sand Slash. Going to shield the Ice Punch. For Bassi though, you have 2 counters to grass in the back, and unfortunately you can't get it locked into Superior yet.
You're exactly right. Alignment matters a lot, and the leads here from these trainers are very, very important. Another Frenzy Plant gets queued up here. Another Protect Shield from Bassi. We're only within the first 40 seconds of this game, and he's already spent both of his Protect Shields on this lead matchup. Bassi wants to control the tempo of this game, and he's willing to sacrifice all of his resources to do it.
Trixin spending the shield as well. This is going to be a grudge match. All 4 shields down here. Who's going to take the lead? And you can see reaching the Frenzy Plant and throwing the Frenzy Plant on charge attack priority. Complete control in this situation is Trixin. I don't know if this is enough to knock out, but the Ice Punch was queued up on the side of Bassi. Bassi is able to maintain switch advantage, throws the super effective Ice Punch.
Trust your Pokemon. That's exactly what Bassi does here, hanging on through the Frenzy Plant damage, landing the Ice Punch, getting the knockout into that Superior, and controlling switch advantage.
And here we go. Here's the Swampert. If you come in with this with Frost Slash, it is over because you got the lone Sand Slash in the back. Swampert with the energy lead is so hard to deal with. It's going to build up to an Earthquake. Going to go straight for the hard-hitting move. Not even going for the Hydra Cannon against Frost Slash. Does Frost Slash hang on? It does hang on. Barely a little bit of health left. Do you swap in? Throws the Shadow Ball, the harder-hitting move. Do you come in with the lone Sand Slash, get an energy lead? The Glider has nowhere to go, Speedy.
I really like the Shadow Ball here because even if there was a switch, you would still land it on the Sand Slash. Out comes the Powder Snow. Shadow, Alolan, Sand Slash, Powder Snow, double super effective Gligar hanging in, but about to get frozen out by the Ice Punch. Here comes Trixit.
Trixit getting as much energy as possible, throwing before the charge attack priority even, but going over the necessary Ice Punch, closing it out, frosting out the Frost Slash. Trixit up 2-0, 1 game away from going to the grand finals against Hard Jeff.
Trixit's momentum continues to build with a dominant Game 2 victory over Bassi here in the losers finals. He is 1 win away from meeting Hard Jeff on that grand finals stage. Can he do it? Can he win this next game? Will Bassi finally find a way to fight back?
And you got the teammates, the friends of Hard Jeff, also teammates and friends of LNDS Trixit. The squad is strong here in the crowd, and the hype is real. Bassi needs a game here. Not only does it prevent him from getting eliminated, he needs to stop the momentum, he needs to shift the narrative, he needs to find his own storyline here in this losers finals.
Yeah. If LNDS Trixit drew up a roadmap of how he wanted this to go, it could not be more perfect than what's actually happening. Meanwhile, Bassi struggling to write his story here in Sao Paulo. A tough loss to Hard Jeff in that winners finals. Now he falls to that losers finals, already down 0-2. He's lost several games in a row, and this is the real test of a trainer's fortitude and perseverance. Can you continue to fight? How many times can you get up off the mat and swing at your opponent and try to fight your way back into the series?
It is a tough task for Bassi. I mean, he's been playing so well this entire weekend, but here the pressure is cooking. His back is against the wall. He has a huge uphill climb. He needs a reverse sweep. He needs a 3-0 to stay alive in this tournament. Trixit has all the momentum on his sides. If you're a fan of Bassi, he needs to hear. If you're a fan of Trixit, he wants to hear as well. Here we go. Game number 3 in this losers finals.
Bassi finally gets a good lead here against the Carbink. We see the counter swap into the Gligar. Here comes Frost Slash. Bassi is lining himself up to give himself a chance in this game number 3.
And you see Trixit actually throwing the aerials before the dig, wanting to chip down this Frost Slash. I don't think he's going to go for a shield here. However, you draw the Frost Slash. Now your own Superior in the back has a lot more play. And here's the thing. this is a Leaf Tornado superior on the side of Bassi. He has no play in that mirror match, and nor does the Lantern.
You're exactly right. Frostlass coming out here does protect the superior from Trixen, but he goes for the Avalanche here. He's got double Avalanches ready. He does not want to give that Carbink much energy at all. Trixen has a chance to fight for switch advantage, but he does not want to take it. He lets the Avalanche through into the Gligar. He's got his Carbink there. That's the obvious choice. Frostlass has a Shadow Ball loaded. I'm getting chills because we're getting shades of day 2 top 16 with these two trainers.
And here, Carbink throwing a rock throw right before the Frostlass is going to get the Avalanche off. Avalanche is going to connect, but Bassi's not going to like what he's going to see in the back. You got Superior in the back, and your Superior has nothing but resistant moves. Your Lantern has nothing but resistant moves. Here comes the Superior. What do? Do you go for the debuffs and going to go for the Leaf Tornado? You need every debuff in the world to have a chance in this matchup.
Bassi has to slow down this game. He has to slow down the Superior on the other side. Like you said, the Aerial Aces deal a lot of damage, but that first attack drop on the first Leaf Tornado matters a lot. I would not be shocked at all by a Protect Shield here as well. Maybe he gets another debuff coming up here shortly. He's got to give himself a chance. I think this early Protect Shield does exactly that.
Bassi has the advantage though. He knows that there is a Carbink in the back. He knows how to play around the matchup. Trixen doesn't know there's a Lantern yet, so it's not going to shield the Frenzy, but going to hit a little bit harder than Leaf Tornado. Still resistant damage at this point. Do you go for another Frenzy Play or do you go for a Leaf Tornado? This is the mind games with Leaf Tornado. Bassi choosing not to shield the second Aerial Ace. It's going to be double debuffed at this point.
The next 30 to 45 seconds of this matchup are the most important seconds of this entire game. We're going to see the Frenzy Plant here from Bassi, like you pointed out, Caleb. Could go for the harder hitting Frenzy Plant. Does connect. Superior suddenly for Trixen is down in the red, so he has to switch into Carbink.
And coming in Carbink, not a great matchup, and now being met by the Lantern. Carbink though has an energy advantage, has a shield advantage, but it's down quite a bit of health. That Avalanche connected earlier, and here comes a super effective Surf. If you're Trixen, use Sparks, spend your shields. You gotta do something to slow down the Lantern and the Superior on the side of Bassi. First shield is going to go up.
Surf does get Protect Shield, and meanwhile the Carbink has built to the Moonblast. Gonna go ahead for a Moonblast straight away. No Protect Shield from Bassi. He has the Superior in the back. He knows Lantern can absorb one of these Moonblasts, and shielding a Rock Slide would be critical. No attack fall either, which means Lantern can strike with the Surf as soon as he wants to.
And Lantern gonna throw the Surf before Rock Slide is reached. Now this could be interesting. There's not a lot of health left on the Superior, so the farm down potential is not that viable of a strategy. Trixen going to spend that final shield building up to the Rock Slide, throwing the Rock Slide right before the surface reach. Do you see the shield from Bassi? No, Bassi letting it go, putting everything in the backs of that Superior, the Leaf Tornado Superior. How do you play this out? No shield on the side of Trixen, and now Leaf Tornado Superior has a shot to beat the Aerial Ace Superior on the side of Trixen.
The Aerial Ace is the last thing that Trixen's going to be able to get off. You see the Vine Whips just cutting through the HP. We get a Leaf Tornado just to be safe because Bassi wants to lock down this matchup. The question becomes, can they reach a Frenzy Plant in time to kill the Carbink? We're going to find out right here and right now.
He's only a few Vine Whips away. Do you outpace? It looks like you are going to outpace. Carbink, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, but you can't tank a super effective Frenzy Plant from here. You can't tank the Superior from Bassi, and you can't take out Bassi right now. He's going to fight back and get finally a win on his side.
1-2. That was a thrilling game 3 between these two trainers. Leaf Tornado Superior, and there we see the supporters for Bassi as well. Pokemon Go takes a community, it takes a group of trainers coming together to make something special happen, and both of these trainers have so much support behind them. But it is a test of wills on this stage. Only one of them will make it to the grand finals. Bassi is still in the red zone. He's still risking elimination. One more game loss, and he's out of the tournament.
But also one more game win, and the momentum is completely shifted. He is one game away from reverse sweeping. He would be on a 2-0 victory over Trixen. This game is so pivotal for so many reasons. Bassi needs it to win it to stay in. He needs it to really slow down Trixen. He needs it for the momentum to potentially win the losers finals and have a great feeling going into that grand finals. Trixen though does not want his road to end here. He's been undefeated since losers round 2, and he is not trying to lose again to Bassi.
We've seen a lot of Metacham leads from Bassi. We've seen a mix of leads from Trixen on the right side. Some Gligar, some Superior, just trying to change things up and throw his opponent off balance. What do we get here in a game number 4? Like you said, momentum could swing either way. We're going to jump right into the lead situation. This is what we get.
It's going to be the Frost has hit the carpet. A fantastic lead for Trixon. And you can see the instant swap to the Medship. Here comes the swap from the Gligar. You can see Bassi does not like to see it. The alignment looks terrible because you have the Superior with Leaf Tornado in back for the mirror matchup of the Superior on the side of Trixon. Trixon going to shield up. He wants switch advantage. He wants to maintain the lead, and he wants to win this game right here, right now, and go straight to the Grand Finals.
Medicham got a 2-counter lead before the Gligar switched in. We see the first air lace get fired off here by LNDS Trixon. This is going to deal some super effective damage to the Medicham. Chip it down into the red. Medicham looking for the Ice Punch, but Gligar winning the charge attack priority is going to cut that charge attack short.
Frostsass going to go for an aggressive farm down here. Bassi needs it because that is not a great matchup into the Carpig. The Frostsass coming in, starting to throw the Powder Snow. Trixon trying to reach the dig. Maybe the aerials do some parting damage. Weaken the Frostsass as much as possible. Is going to throw the dig, realizing that he's not going to get to double aerial ace.
I really like this play from Bassi. That Leaf Tornado Superior was so instrumental for him in an earlier game. He's going to try to ride it all the way to a Game 4 victory. A huge, brutal Powder Snow down from the Frostsass. The counter swap into Superior, met by the opposing Superior, but he's got a shield advantage, Caleb.
And here comes that pesky Leaf Tornado Superior. Do you go for the Leaf Tornado? No, going for the harder hitting French play. I love this, thinking that Trixon would not shield it because likely going for the debuff. Trixon going straight away for the aerial ace. You need to shield this Superior. If you're Bassi, you need to find a way to overcome, muscle through with only resisted damage, but Leaf Tornado might be the way. You need some debuffs, 50% at a double attack drop. Can you get it? It's going to be thrown, and it's going to be on charge attack priority on top of it.
Winning the charge attack priority is massive here. If you could slow down this aerial ace even more from Trixon, it's good news for Bassi. It lands, it connects, no attack drop, and you can see the emotion on the stage. That is not what Bassi wanted.
Live by the debuff, die by the debuff. Can Bassi get more of an advantage? Does he go for another debuff here? The combo play is almost ready. You can almost go for it, and you see the charge attack priority yet again for Bassi, and Trixon going to let the French play go, recognizing that he could hang on here, getting a crucial aerial ace off on the Superior, and this is going to do a lot of damage. Shield advantage, Carpig is looking so good in the back end.
Frostsass still hanging in the back there. We see the counter swap into the Carpig right away. Wants to get an energy advantage and put the Superior on the back heel. We're going to see the Frenzy Plant and the Rock Slide on charge attack priority. This is a really tough shield call, but Trixon gets it right. It could have been the Leaf Tornado, but he shields the hard-hitting Frenzy Plant. That means the Rock Slide will connect. I think Superior goes down.
Superior might go down, but this is huge for Bassi as well. You threw it on charge attack priority, so you have no extra energy on Carpig. Carpig, though, has a ton of health. You have 100 energy on Frostsass. Can you do a Frostsass beat Trixon on day number 2? Can you make history repeat itself, or can Trixon overcome and find redemption? Shadow Ball is going to connect. It is not enough. Another Shadow Ball comes through. Bulky Carpig is going to hang on. One of the few Carpig, the only Carpig here, and Trixon finds redemption, finds a spot in the Grand Finals.
Trixon's win is poetry in motion. We saw him fall to that loser's bracket at the hands of Bassi and his Frostlass. Those two Pokemon get matched up here again, but this time, Carpig comes out on top. Trixon goes to the top. He's going to meet Harjev in the Grand Finals in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Wow, what a performance from Trixon. He lost early on in day number 2 in that top 16, in that top cut against Bassi, and just fought his way through. He said, if you doubted me, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to face every single opponent, and I'm going to get the redemption, the rematch I'm looking for. And now he is going up against Harjev, the one trainer that hasn't lost a single series in this entire tournament. The only person that's lost only 2 battles in the entire tournament combined. But if anyone could do it, I think it might be Trixon, and that was your pick actually in the caster predictions.
I love an underdog story. I love a trainer coming from that loser's bracket and just continuing to grit their teeth and fight through each of their opponents. Trixon has done exactly that. We've seen him overcome Leaf Tornado Superior and Frostlass, make the right choices, the right plays every single time he needed to, and getting that decisive victory over Bassi. I just can't get over the fact that his car bank got revenge. That's how his story is going to go, and Trixon is writing the next page right before your eyes.
Hey, we love a good underdog story. We love a good Carpig story. And here it's going to be the story of the Superior from Trixon. So strong in the team of Bassi, especially with the Leaf Tornado Superior on the side, and just Gligar Frosta taking that neutral damage, one of the strongest Pokemon in this meta. You see Bassi doing everything he can to fight through this, but Trixon so on point with his swaps, so on point with his energy, and Carbink going straight away for the Moonblast to finish off a low HP Metachamp.
Yeah, like you said, Carbink sending a message, and Bassi trying to fight back here in game number 2, landing Ice Punch into Serperior, getting the knockout, but the Swampert was there, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash to back it up. Gligar had nowhere to go, and Trixon jumped out to an early 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and here we have Trixon closing it out against the Frostlass, looking so strong all day long, all weekend long. The only game Bassi was able to take off of Trixon, hard faults, but was able to do it here on the backs of that Leaf Tornado. Serperior winning charge attack priority, taking out that Carbink, but Trixon not discouraged, keeping the momentum up still and finding the perfect lead and the perfect counter swap to seal the deal against Bassi in this game number 4 in the loser finals.
It's so bold to lead Carbink in that situation after seeing so much Serperior, so much Lantern from Bassi. You choose to go with your signature pick, and LNDS Trixon signed his name at the bottom line of this series, taking a 3-1 victory over Bassi. Here comes Serperior from Bassi, trying its best, landing Frenzy Plants, landing Leaf Tornadoes, trying to slow down the opposing Serperior and other Pokemon, but just can't quite get it done. Frostlass coming up short even after 2 Shadow Balls connect.
Shadow Ball connecting on the Carbink, but history will not repeat itself. Frostlass will not take down Carbink this time. Trixon is going to bring his Carbink and all that momentum into that grand finals and be facing off against Hard Jeff very shortly.
I have a question for you, Caleb.
Okay, let's hear it.
What happens when an unmovable object meets an unstoppable force?
I feel like you're going to be stuck between a rock and a really hard place, but in this situation, I think you'd be stuck between a Carbink and a really strong Hard Jeffy.
Well, I think we're going to get our answer in our grand finals matchup. Hard Jeff versus Trixon. LNDS across the board. 2 local heroes trying to become champions in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But again, only one of them will wear the crown at the end of the tournament here. It's been a long journey. It's been a very hard-fought path, but the table is set for our final matchup.
And Trixon hasn't had a chance to face off against Hard Jeff in this tournament yet, but you can see the tags in their names, LNDS, GBL, Lindos, they know their play styles, they might even practice with each other's, they're friends, and they're looking to have a friendly battle in this grand finals, but they're all fighting for that crown to be the international champion.
Trixon gritting his teeth, fighting his way through this loser's bracket. The road has been long, but the journey is not over yet. There's still a mission to accomplish, a goal to achieve, and both of these trainers are going to fight tooth and nail, face to face, for that title here at LAIC 2024.
If you like an underdog story, you're probably cheering for Trixon. If you think Hard Jeff is the chosen one, you're probably rooting for him to take it all the way. But we have some exciting battles for you all, and they're going to be best of 5s with a chance of a bracket reset.
Please give a warm welcome to Wholesome _ and Amanda Lundberg as they pilot us through that grand finals matchup. We cannot wait to show you all of that action, and it's coming up right after this.
Sao Paulo, Brazil, are you ready for the grand finals? On the winner's side, we have the undefeated, the unbreakable LNDS Harjev. And his opponents, the gritty, the person with the perseverance, the freight train through the loser's bracket, LNDS Trixon. Jeff, I'm gonna start with you. How do you feel in this moment? You haven't dropped a single series in this entire tournament with an incredible win rate on the backs of your team.
I'm very excited. It's a dream to be here. Just a dream talking to you right now here on stage. It's something that I really want. It's something that makes my day, makes my weekend, makes my day. See these people on the crown for us.
Awesome. I mean, definitely an incredible performance. And I gotta ask you, Trixon, you went down to a loser's bracket, but you fought so many opponents to get here. You fought so hard. How does it feel to make it to the grand final stage against Harjev?
Foi até a loser's bracket e como você se sente vindo por todo esse caminho e chegar até aqui na final?
Eu tô muito feliz, com a torcida da galera ajuda bastante.
I'm very happy, and with the cheering of my friends, it helped me a lot.
It's incredible. I gotta say, you have a lot of fans and friends. Obviously, we can hear in the crowd. We can hear in the caster booth. Do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give and any final words you'd like to say?
Yeah. I first of all, I think I'm not sure if I would be here if it wasn't for them. Like they make all the difference when we are on stage, and the help is amazing. And I have to shout out people that are not here. My wife Viviana helped me a lot to get here. Sometimes maybe I wasn't here if it wasn't for her. And my friends at home that are watching, my family, it's amazing to be here. I'm very happy, and they cheer for me, and it's amazing. Thanks.
Awesome. And same question to you, Trixon. Any final words, any shout-outs you'd like to give to your friends and family?
Alguma palavra final? Gostaria de mandar um salve, um alô para alguém que você muito especial para você?
É só a família de Ebelindos, que é muito importante para mim. Tamo junto.
My family, my friends, that is very important to me right now, today.
And one final word. What do you have words to your opponent, Trixon?
Eu não tinha como. I couldn't be happy right now if it wasn't against you. And man, good luck. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be epic. We two gonna remember this day for the rest of our lives. Meu, eu tô muito feliz que hoje é contra ti. Hoje vai ser o melhor dia da nossa vida. Meu, vamos se divertir. Muito obrigado.
Uma palavra pro seu oponente.
Eu também estou muito feliz por jogar contra você, um cara excepcional, e vamos pra cima, mano.
I'm glad to be against him because he's a friend of mine, and let's go.
All right, we see the camaraderie, we see the sportsmanship, and I am so excited to see these battles. I'm sure everyone here and everyone at home is as well. Gentlemen, take your seats. Best of luck, good luck, and have fun.
As you just saw on the stage, these two trainers really need no introduction at this point, and we are also going to have, it looks like, an LNDS off for the grand finals. I'm Amanda, also known to the community as Lumber, here with my good friend Jim Wholesome, and we are so excited to be casting this alongside and letting you guys in on the action.
We definitely have some incredible Pokemon Go matches in store for you, without a doubt. I mean, to Caleb's point, our Jeff seems completely unstoppable, whereas we see Trixton here, and actually the only person that beat him, I believe, was Basti earlier on, and he's overcome every challenge so far as well. So just like Speedy said, what happens when that immovable object goes up against that unstoppable force? We'll have to see. I'm so excited to find out. And if you're a fan of Brazilian Pokemon Go, this is your dream.
Yes, you're in luck. They are defending their home turf no matter what. It is going to be a Brazilian trainer taking home the title of the 2024 Latin America International Champion.
All right, I do want to talk a little bit about what we saw in the winners finals and the losers finals there as well. I think the big standout moments to me is really looking at the uniquenesses of each of the teams. Looking at Hard Jeff specifically, he has that charge bug, which is really interesting. We're seeing so much great play from all the superiors across the board that when you're able to get that charge bug lined up versus a superior, it really helps put you ahead in the matchup. Now at the same time, what stands out to me for Trixton's team is that he actually is running that Swampert, which we've seen in several scenarios be that core breaker for not only the Lantern but the Gligar as well.
I think it's going to be pretty incredible matchups overall. We've seen these trainers, we've seen them already be playing today as well. Hard Jeff has been unstoppable, like you said, but I really have been so impressed with the plays of Trixton, being able to beat like opponents but also friends along the way, and you saw how emotional that he was as well during those interviews. I was almost tearing up back here as well. You said it yesterday, Wholesome, the passion in Brazil is absolutely incredible, and I think that either way both these trainers are going to come out winners because they're playing against friends. So I think that if they were not being in the championships itself, they would probably be cheering for that other person who's sitting in the seat across from them.
That's right. In our winner's introduction, the one takeaway that I had, Amanda, was the show of support and the friendship and just how meaningful that is here within this Brazilian Pokemon Go community. I'm sure that anyone at the event here, whether they're at the front or the back of the venue, they're hearing the support, they're hearing the chants, the rahs, the roars even of this Brazilian crowd here. So it is an incredible type of moment that we are seeing here, this show of support for these Pokemon Go trainers.
Now, going back to what you were talking about a little bit before about the team compositions, I agree with you. That charger bug has been very interesting, and it's been great to see a trainer being able to pilot it with such success. We've seen them in other regionals, we've seen them in other formats, but no one has really brought it to the very top of the line the way that Hard Jeff has been able to do.
Yeah, another point specifically on Hard Jeff's team, normally we see a lot of steel Pokemon, typically, or at least ice Pokemon, maybe the Sand Slash or the Frost Slash. No ice Pokemon, no steel Pokemon whatsoever. So a little bit of uniqueness to his team there. It's also pretty uncommon that we see both Lickitung and Umbreon on the same team. They often occupy the same niche in many scenarios, so that's been very interesting. Over on Trixton's side, who is coming in from the loser side of the bracket, let's remind our viewing audience that Trixton, not only in order to get to become the grand champion, he would need to not only win once versus Hard Jeff, but also in the bracket reset win a second time. Going back to his team though, I do want to call out again the Swampert as an interesting, a little bit off meta pick compared to that Lantern occupying that water niche. Lastly though, Amanda, we need to talk about that Carbink. We got to see a lot of value there in the losers finals, being able to take out even things like Superior from time to time. What do you think about the Carbink?
I think Trixton has found a diamond in the rough pretty much with this Carbink as well. Also being one of the trainers to utilize it, able to take it to the top. There is a big target for it on Hard Jeff's side with that Umbreon. Umbreon has a decent play against a lot of the Pokemon on Trixton's team because of its bulk, because of its being able to just take a lot of those charge attacks, but it does not want to be faced up against that Carbink. So I think we have a potential play of it. And I mean, if I'm Trixton, I'm most likely going to be bringing that in.
I think so as well, and not only for the Umbreon, which is a tremendous matchup, just like you said, but also that Charge Bug. You're having to rely on Volt Switch and Discharge to try and get any sort of meaningful damage whatsoever. Volt Switch, you'll get some damage adding up over time. However, those Discharge is not the most efficient move whatsoever. It's a very one-sided matchup. So I agree that Carbink is a must-bring, in my opinion, for Trixton's team. How will Hard Jeff respond though? He does have the Water Gun Lantern, if I'm not mistaken, as well, which is going to be helping add up that fast attack pressure a little bit faster.
And we have to also point about Hard Jeff. His very first loss on stream was actually just earlier today against Basti. but he's been playing absolutely incredible. He was the Curitiba regional champion as well, not dropping a single match during this. Will he be able to keep up his Brazilian title overall as the person who is like going to be winning all of these Brazilian championships?
Yeah, it has been very, very impressive to see just this run that Hardjeff has been on. When we look at it, I believe that he only dropped one game in day one after sweeping a tournament in his most recent regional. Here in day two, we did see the one game loss in his 3-1 victory earlier on, but if you've now, I think, had roughly, we'll say probably 16 matches and you've dropped 2 games, one of the most impressive runs that I've ever seen in the history of competitive Pokemon Go. Amanda, it is time. We are moving into our grand finals. This is it. Let's feel the energy. Let's feel the noise. Game number 1 coming at you right now.
Speaking of history, we're in the making of it right now with an Umbreon lead into that Swampert. We're going to go ahead and just charge up a lot of energy. Neither player wanting to throw right away, and now Trixon is throwing a great timing here with the Hydro Cannon. It's not going to be doing much to that Umbreon yet, but it is going to start chipping away.
A relatively neutral matchup, Amanda, but you have to be very content as Hardjeff, knowing that not only is your your Lantern not getting the line versus the Swampert, but Gligar as well. You want to stay in this matchup with your Umbreon as long as possible.
Definitely, and these foul plays are going to be doing a little more to that Swampert than those Hydro Cannons are going to be doing to the Umbreon. So like you said, this seems like a pretty good matchup for Hardjeff. Going ahead and throwing this other Hydro Cannon as well, and I don't think I'm going to see a shield from Hardjeff's side yet. No, it looks like he's going to go ahead and let that go through. Very content with how this is playing out.
Yeah, wants to be a bit more reactive here, has some energy, and maybe wants to force a shield on Trixon's side to start before reacting with his own Protect Shield. Actually going for the last resort here. It does slightly more damage, perhaps saying I'm only going to get one additional charge attack off at this point. Let's let the Umbreon go down. Maybe content just getting a soft lose here and perhaps coming in with his Lantern to get a bit of farm before the next the next Pokemon is brought in. Actually hangs on with just a little bit of HP. I wonder if he had thrown Foul Play if he would have been able to make it to 2.
I will have to, ifs and buts, we're right, Jim, but however, you're absolutely right. Colin coming in and getting us some energy, but it's with the Gligar instead of the Lantern, and return Trixon's bringing in his own Gligar. Now we have to remember, Hardjeff is just a little bit ahead on energy. Going ahead and throwing first, though, is going to be Trixon.
Well, what's great about this energy advantage is that you should be able to secure this matchup, right? If it does go to the 2 shield, you're going to have a 2-wing attack advantage. Now, if your opponent Trixon tries to catch on the Medicham, that's going to be super effective damage that you're going to be catching as well. It's very safe for Hardjeff at this point, going straight Aerial Ace, knowing that it's going to be the preferred move regardless of which target that it lands on.
Yes, and already at another Aerial Ace, looks like Hardjeff is going to go ahead and let that go through. They look about even right now in health, but as this Aerial Ace is about to connect, it's definitely one of the Trixons that is going to be facing down into the yellow. Already at another Aerial Ace, though, with both of these trainers just charging up a lot of energy, throwing yet another. And like you said, you could try to catch on the Medicham, but do you really want to be catching this like super effective move? I don't think so.
No, you don't. You definitely want to throw your energy now as Hardjeff before you actually have a charge attack priority. But okay, there we go. If you're going to be catching an Aerial Ace, Hardjeff has the advantage in that he can catch a resisted Aerial Ace on his Lantern. Okay, he has to worry about what's in the back. It could be the superior technically, but there's no quick swap, and he now sees the Medicham, a much more neutral matchup. Keep in mind here, Amanda, both Protect Shields on each side of the field are still available for these trainers. There may be some baits coming into play here. In fact, we're seeing Trixon opting to throw the Ice Punch, which is getting shielded by Hardjeff, his first Protect Shield.
This is a huge and risky bait, but it paid off for Trixon as this not super effective move is going to be able to be blocked by Hardjeff. Meanwhile, in the meantime, just charging up a ton of energy now. Since this is a water gun, it is charging a little bit slower. It is paced a little slower. Now being able to throw this Surf and getting the first shield also off of Trixon.
I like the Surf there. You need 2 Surfs to knock out either way, so you may as well, even if it goes no shielded, you still are in 1 Surf range. Now we see the Psychic coming out from Trixon and a second Protect Shield from Hardjeff, putting it all on this Lantern. It does have great play into that Gligar. Don't forget, I think that Gligar, though, is almost out of energy. Now, that said, Hardjeff is going to be getting to this next Surf here. Not enough to knock out, but does get the second Protect Shield, getting closer and closer to being in range of Thunderbolt. Switch clocks are up. Amanda, do we see a combo play? Yes, we do. Here comes the Aerial Ace, but I don't know that this is enough to knock the Medicham off the field.
It's going to get desperately low, though, Jim, and we have to remember that these fast attacks are going to be coming through as well. Will he be able to make it to another? No, going to go ahead and try to get in on the Gligar. This is not really a catch. Hardjeff saw it come in, but he needed to do something because he couldn't let the Gligar on the other end get any more fast attacks through. Going to go ahead and take that down, and this is going to be a race. This is possibly giving a lot of energy. Trixon going ahead and letting that go down.
What a close battle that we had. Trixon trying trying to counter down that Gligar to come out with the Psychic, unable to do so. Those super effective wing attacks, just a little bit too impactful there, and Hard Jeff has taken game number 1, 2 games away from becoming the grand champion here at the 2024 Latin America International Championship.
Fantastic run by this trainer so far. Yes, once again getting another win under his belt. Now let's talk about Trixon's team, because let's see, no carving to be found, Jim.
No carving game number 1. It was a little bit surprising. Hard Jeff did have the Lantern hanging out in the back, which is going to be a very solid answer. And you'll notice that he did not bring the Charge Bug. I think that you can only safely bring one Pokemon weak to that Carbink. It's going to be very rare that we see an Umbreon and Charge Bug combo. So I could see Hard Jeff maybe bringing the Charge Bug in game number 2 or the Umbreon, but I'm very doubtful that he's going to be bringing both.
And we have to remember, everyone, that this is a best of 5 matchup as well. This is not a typical best of 3. So this first game is just sort of an information gathering point. I'm sure that both of these trainers have played against each other before. I mean, these are both LNDS players. They are both teammates and they are friends. But at the beginning, you always want to know, what is my opponent's play style? Are they a person who likes to bait, or are they going to go straight for that heavier hitting attack? I think a lot of information was gathered on both sides here, and I think this is an incredible matchup for game 1. And I think that Trixon still has some tricks up his sleeve.
I think so as well, but I think that when you evaluate Trixon's team, what's going to be very strong, that Swampert looks very imposing. There's no Superior or Grass type whatsoever on the side of Hard Jeff. There's no Dragons. There's really nothing that's going to be resisting Hydro Cannons, with the exception of that Water Gun Lantern. Amanda, we're moving into game number 2 here. Trixon needs to find some tricks, like you said, to try and come back here. We're going to be seeing the Medicham face off versus the Superior.
And Superior on his side has that Aerial Ace as well. We've seen this before. It's going to be able to do super effective damage. However, the Frenzy Plant is going to be able to hit a little bit harder. We'll have to see who wants to throw first. Hard Jeff going to go ahead and go straight for that Ice Punch, but meanwhile, Trixon still has a lot of energy left on his side, going ahead and shielding up this Ice Punch.
Amanda, we've been seeing this matchup quite a bit in the Latin America International Championships. Actually, the Superior has the advantage in the Zero Shield matchup, able to reach that Aerial Ace and Frenzy Plant combination before the Medicham can get to 2 Ice Punches. However, we have several times also seen the Medicham take it to the 2 shields, willing to try and get all the way to that 2 shield victory. Now, we do see the first protection come out here on this Aerial Ace. Ice Punch is ready to go. We might see another Ice Punch get, and it could even go for the Psychic technically, might be a little bit more damage. Okay, how does Trixon want to respond?
Let's see if this Ice Punch is even going to be enough. He is one Vine Whip away, it looks like, from being able to get to yet another Aerial Ace, throwing it, and a wonderful catch on Hard Jeff's side, going ahead and getting all of that energy, all of that damage onto the Licky Tongue, sticking out his tongue at him.
Anywhere where you can catch a relatively energy inefficient move is going to be a great play. Hard Jeff making that exact play. What's going to be challenging for him is, how does he neutralize the Swampert in the back? I talked about how imposing it can be for the entire team for Hard Jeff, and one of the weak points for Hard Jeff is that Gligar, which may end up getting matched up later on. May have to see a catch, maybe with the Medicham, to see if there's a way to neutralize that Swampert. Meanwhile, though, we do have this matchup playing out. Lickitung into Gligar. Lickitung has a little bit more of a positive matchup here, has a little bit of an energy lead. Should be able to get to 2 body slams before this Gligar is able to get to the next dig.
Yep, going ahead and throwing right before it. This body slam will go through, but since this is a regular Gligar and not a Shadow, I don't think this body slam will be quite enough to knock it out. It's going to get it very, very low, though, perhaps for farm down for another thing. Meanwhile, Trixon just going ahead and charging up a ton of energy, almost to 2 Aerial Aces, letting that first one go onto this golden Licky Tongue.
Yeah, I don't know for Hard Jeff, if you maybe try and come in with a Medicham and farm down, that's going to not let you do any sort of catches, though. We actually see a quick swap out. This is going to lock in this Gligar. Switch Clock is going to take a long time to come up at this point, and for Trixon, he's going to be able to get this Swampert locked in, and you see, also willing to lock his Swampert in as well, and as you can see, it's going to be pacing to charge attacks very quickly. With only 1 shield remaining for both trainers, I expect a Hydro Cannon to land here very soon.
Hydro Cannon not going to land on this one, as Hard Jeff uses his last shield to protect itself, but it's now out of shields, and this Gligar does not want to be facing those Hydro Cannons. Goes for this Aerial Ace bait here. It still does a decent amount, but definitely it's going to be the dig that is going to be doing more, and Trixon does not even shield it.
That's a huge no shield. I think you still need a dig at this point. We actually don't see the Hydro Cannon get thrown. I'm a bit surprised there. This may get the last Protect Shield from Trixon, but now he has the opportunity to overfarm and go into the next matchup with energy. There is just a little sliver of HP remaining on that Medicham as well as Lickitung. Nice overfarm, nice counting from Trixon. Has 2 Hydro Cannons loaded, ready to go. We're going to have to see if this 1 Hydro Cannon is enough to knock out the Gligar. Here it comes and washes away the Gligar off the field.
I I am loving this. There's a Hydro Cannon sword. No matter what comes in, it's going to get a Hydro Cannon. Neither one has a lot of energy left. Oh, going ahead and swapping in the Lickitung. Tries to get a catch. Not quite able to. And here comes that Hydro Cannon.
Nice patience there from Trixon, knowing that that swap is available. That catch could have been a winning play potentially there for Harjeff, but will not be full. Trixon's going to be even up the series here, 1-1. Only the third game lost the entire tournament for Harjeff.
And meanwhile, Trixon was able to win that game with 3 Pokemon left on the field as well. So wonderful management of the team plays, the team compositions, knowing when his switch timer was, knowing where there was energy on the field as well. Incredible, incredible matches for this grand finals in the LAIC.
I like what Harjeff was trying to do there and getting a bit of an energy advantage with that hard swap into the Gligar. However, that Swampert was waiting for him. By locking himself in, it guaranteed that that Gligar is going to have to get hit with one of those Hydro Cannons, like I said, to wash it away. Perhaps if he had just let his Lickitung go down, he would have had a catch opportunity with his switch clock unlocked to perhaps catch on that Medicham. Let's take a look at the replay. A nice catch early on by Harjeff, bringing in the Lickitung to absorb this neutral non-stab Aerial Ace from the Superior.
Yeah, look at that. That just tickles the Lickitung, but Lickitung also hanging on by just a thread later and being able now to be able to catch this Aerial Ace on the Gligar. Unfortunately for Harjeff, not enough left on the tank there. Able to get taken out by this Hydro Cannon, and this is a fully loaded Swampert in the back gym, being able to, again, just charge up a little bit of extra energy, some patience, and now he's able to throw the Hydro Cannon to knock out Harjeff's Medicham.
That's right, Swampert proving to be the MVP most valuable Pokemon there without a doubt. That said, I think that Harjeff maybe did have some win conditions early on, maybe if he had won the lead perhaps, but let's find out what happens in game number 3. We're going to be moving right in here, tied 1-1 right now. The Medicham into the Carbink. We're finally seeing the Carbink. Actually, all 3 of these Pokemon have some decent effectiveness versus this Carbink, with Medicham's counters hitting for neutral due to the Rock Fairy typing of the Carbink.
Yep, but Medicham going ahead and going for the Psychic. It's the heavier hitting charge attack that will be hitting it. Not as effective as a dynamic punch against Carbink, but it's definitely going to chip away. Meanwhile, as we see, it takes a long time for the Carbink to be able to get to a charge attack. Already at the Moonblast, and it looks like Harjeff tried to catch on his Lickitung. Again, Trixon just being super patient, charging up a ton of energy before now throwing this Rock Slide. And I wonder if we'll see what we call that chip and jip strategy, Jim, being able to get a little bit of health off of the Lickitung and switching into something else.
Yeah, you don't mind this so much as Trixon because you don't want this Lickitung on your Swampert. At the same time, you know that you have this Alolan Sandslash that doesn't want to line up versus that Medicham. So it's a very smart bring in here. Once you've got some chip damage, get as much value as you can out of your Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Maybe build to 2 charge attacks, but you know that it has only one fate, and that is to get countered down by that Medicham. So when you can get value now versus that Lickitung, you have to be very content here as Trixon.
We have to remember, since this is a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash as well, this is going to be doing more against the Lickitung than the Shadow variant would be. These Body Slams coming through, not very effective. Meanwhile, already up to a Joe Run, gonna go ahead and throw this now, get the Lickitung out of the way, but like you said, that Medicham's coming straight back in. I think he will be able to get to another Joe Run if he wants to go for the harder hitting charge attack. We'll have to see if he wants to be able to do it. If he thinks he'll be able to make it there, it looks like he's not quite sure gonna go for that Ice Punch, safe bet.
I think he is going to actually survive this last counter, but still, any chip damage that you can get is going to be meaningful here. Good value out of that Alolan Sandslash, without a doubt. No, very smart play. Actually did get knocked out by the counter.
Ooh.
This Medicham has a lot of work that it needs to do. Needs to not only get through this Carbink, but also through the Swampert as well. And you're now in range where one charge attack, either a Moonblast or these Hydro Cannons, are going to knock out. A bait coming from Trixon. Harjeff is going to be using the Protect Shield.
Going ahead and protecting that up, and you can see on Harjeff's face as well, he's like, oh, wasn't quite expecting that, but allowing him to charge up just a little more energy. These counters are going to be chunking away at the Carbink. Carbink is one of the bulkier Pokemon, but because of all this counter damage, able to get to yet another Rock Slide. Will he want to use both shields? No, not going to shield that up, hanging on by a thread, and an immediate swap out. Looks like the Gligar. There's so much energy on this Medicham.
Yeah, you can see it in Harjeff's face. He did not like shielding that Rock Slide. He did not like that next Rock Slide was reached as well. This Medicham is mostly removed from the field. There is still some energy remaining, but this is the dream matchup yet again. 2 straight games, Trixon is getting his Swampert lined up versus this Gligar, and this Gligar is locked in, down a shield as well. So 2 Hydro Cannons, which he is now at, should be enough to erase this Gligar off the field. No shields this one. I think that this Gligar might hang on with just a sliver of HP, yeah, but you already have another Hydro Cannon loaded and ready to go. In fact, Amanda, this is one of the reasons a lot of trainers like to run the non-shadow variant of Gligar. It's a little bit of that extra bulk to tank one super effective move.
Yes, as you can see, he was able to do that, and it was look like a charge attack priority, going for yet another Aerial Ace. But like we talked about before, Jim, these mudshots from the Swampert aren't going to be doing that much damage. It really needs to rely on those charge attacks actually going through. Meanwhile, Gligar is just a little bit ahead of energy, being able able to just chip away, saying, I know this isn't enough to take out the Swampert, but I just gotta get the Swampert down a little bit in health. I have all this energy. I have all this stuff stored on my Medicham. That might be my win condition, but meanwhile, Trixon just charging up and talk about a combination play!
There it is, no shields remaining at this time. This Swampert had 2 charge moves ready to go, but unable to react is Trixon. The Ice Punch is going to be enough. Now here comes the Carbink as well. I cannot believe this. What a play by Hardjet, able to bring it back from the brink of defeat here in Game 3. Lands a Psychic and knocks out the Carbink.
Wow, incredible plays with Hardjet with his back against the wall. You saw Trixon being patient, just storing up all this energy on Swampert, but it ended up not being able to pan out as that switch timer was up, and Medicham coming in to save the day.
Amanda, we mentioned it, that Medicham had to be the MVP for Hardjet there. It was not going to be that Gligar. Gligar had its role. It was able to get those Protect Shields out of the way. Great job doing that, and again, with no chip damage, having a fully healthy Gligar, it's able to tank one of those Hydro Cannons. What was so key is Hardjet swapping in the middle of a fast attack from Trixon's Swampert and able to land shields down that Ice Punch, and then also having the residual energy to knock out the Carbink as well. 1 HP in a dream, but it did everything there just in one brief moment.
And dreams might be coming true for Hardjet, as let's once again look at this. Really, once again, want to call out some wonderful counting, a lot of patience on Trixon's side, being able to get a lot of energy on this Alolan Sandslash, and then he also has the wherewithal to know that he needed to throw that Ice Punch. Just Carbink throwing and baiting with that Rock Slide, not quite able to get it out of the way for this one. And here at the end, we see that combination play, that Ice Punch being able to take out that Swampert.
Yeah, you can see it on Trixon's face. He was not happy with that. Stuck in that fast attack. Ice Punch, nothing that he can do to react, and the Psychic was ready to go. I want to call out our Jeff's Medicham countered down the Alolan Sandslash, Ice Punch into the Swampert, and Psychic into the Carbink, knocked out all 3 Pokemon there in Game 3.
And all by just standing on one leg like the Medicham does.
That's right, dancing his way to victory there. Incredible, incredible gameplay there by Hardjet. I mean, truly, those types of plays are what you need here in the Grand Finals. It looks on paper as a really tough matchup. You have your Gligar into the Swampert, but he found a way out of it, and he is 1 game away from becoming our Grand Champion. Here we go, we're moving into game number 4. This is win or go home for Trixon at this point. We see the Umbreon into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And it looks like the both of them are kind of content to stay in this at the moment as well. Again, the Powder Stone being able to do just a little more damage to the Umbreon, but Umbreon is one of the bulkiest Pokemon, and Alolan Sandslash is not. It's able to take one of these foul plays, but will it want to take more than one? That is the real question.
Yeah, due to its Shadow variant there, these foul plays do add up a lot quicker. We see now the Drill Run coming through. This will do some nice neutral damage. Amanda, I want to call out the Water Gun Lantern in the back. Does not want to see that Superior, but due to its Water Gun fast attack, will do a lot nicer versus that Swampert.
Going ahead and going for this next foul play and getting that first shield off of Trixon's side as well. We'll have to see what information that Hardjet can take away from this. He knows that wants to keep this Alolan Sandslash healthy for some reason. Go ahead and throw in this Ice Punch, and no shield in retaliation from Hardjet's side.
I think Trixon knows that he needs 2 charge attacks to knock out this Umbreon, so may as well go for the lower energy move. The Ice Punch actually throws on not ideal timing there, but actually just before the foul play, so it makes a lot of sense. Nice play by Trixon. We actually see the Protect Shield from Hardjet wanting to dictate alignment, which will be very important with that Lantern. He could be expecting the Superior, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that if you are bringing a Lantern, you have to be wary that there could be some of the hardest counters in the back. Going ahead, now this Umbreon has not a lot of health, but a lot of energy. Being able to throw this foul play, this Sandslash goes down, and now, like you said, able to kind of dictate the pacing, throwing this foul play immediately onto the Swampert, but now Swampert is going to have a little bit of energy.
Okay, but what's interesting is he sees the Swampert. He doesn't know the Superior is there. This is a huge decision here for Hardjet. Do you want to avoid that matchup with your Lantern and bring in your Medicham? That would actually doom the Lantern. This is a huge, huge pick here. He's looking, do I pick Lantern? Do I pick Medicham? He picks the Medicham! What a huge, huge play for Hardjet. This is going to mean that the Lantern gets lined up versus the Superior. This could spell disaster.
And Trixon going straight for the Earthquake. We have to also remember on Trixon's side, he also does not know there's a Lantern in the back. He doesn't know if this is a pleasing or not a good matchup. Going ahead and going for the heavier hitting charge attack there, and we just see Trixon swapping in that Superior, and Hardjet. Very, very good poker face, not even revealing that there is this Lantern in the back. Going ahead and getting off this Ice Punch as much damage as possible onto the Superior.
A great poker face indeed. Any damage that you can get into the Superior is going to be so impactful here. Trixon might be thinking to himself, oh, I don't see a swap out. Maybe there's not a hard response. Maybe I want to invest in the Superior. That's exactly what he thinks. The question is, can this Medicham get to 1 additional Ice Punch? It's going to be very close. No, gets farmed down. This Superior has tons of energy in it. Only needs to get through one of its best things that it can see, the Lantern.
Oh my goodness, the Frenzy Plant already loaded, and it looks like Hardjeff has already set down his phone as well, taking some notes of how this battle has played out, what he perhaps could have done differently, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and see an aerial ace. Now, there's still a shield left on Hardjeff's side, and he's going to go ahead and use it.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a win condition at this point. Not going to be able to water gun down. You are at the surf, so you can remove the Superior from the field. Still need to get through the Swampert as well, which you have to get to another surf. I don't believe that water guns are going to be enough to fully knock out. Let's see, almost makes it to the next move. This is going to be very close. Keep in mind, yeah, the Swampert does have some energy, and the resisted Hydro Cannon will be enough. Again, I want to call out the very tough decision there for Hardjeff. You don't necessarily want to bring your Lantern into the Swampert, but at that moment in time, it was the better pick. Meanwhile, though, Trixton will be evening up the series 2-2, staying alive. If he's able to take game number 5, he will reset the bracket to take us to a winner-take-all grand finals.
This is amazing, and this is what you love to see, Jim, for a grand finals as well. You want it to go to that decisive game 5. You want to see this electricity, this energy, these wild plays that these trainers are coming up with, and I don't know about you, but as a caster, I would love to see a bracket reset as well, because we have to remember, if Trixton wins this one, he'll be able to go into another best-of-5 matchup to see who the actual LAIC champion would be.
All right, well, Amanda, let's go into the highlights here. We saw that lead matchup play out, and Umbreon actually able to not only get the knockout in the even shields, but also come out with a foul play. All things going Hardjeff's way early game, but due to that meta champ being brought in to the Swampert, it spelled disaster. Superior getting that Protect Shield from Trixton, realizing that it's going to be his MVP, getting all the energy that he needs to land this Frenzy Plant into the Lantern, and then just a little bit of help left over from the Swampert with the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, well, if you remember earlier in the day, we saw that video with Trixton, and he said, trainers need to be ready for me. I am coming to play. And I think Hardjeff should be taking note of this as well, because Trixton has come up from the loser side of the bracket, and he has just been crushing his opponents, already bringing this grand final, already taking 2 matches off of an opponent who has basically not lost anything so far in this tournament.
That's right. I think that this is about as even as a matchup as we possibly could have imagined here. You can really just see Hardjeff, like you said, a great poker face, but we have seen a little frustration on his face as well, knowing that there are some moments where there is a 50-50 decision where he's making the wrong decision. I think he's had a lot of moments go his way of, okay, which Pokemon do I need to bring? How do I need to build my backline to respond to Trixton's team? But at this moment, I think that there's definitely a lot of anxiety going through right now, knowing that he is just 1 game away. Make the right decision, you become the grand champion. Make the wrong decision, potentially everything gets reset and they have to win another match. Here we go, decisive game 5, Hardjeff versus Trixton. The Gligar into the Metachamp, great lead for Hardjeff.
And you see he's probably pretty happy about it as well. If you are 1 game away, this is a lead that you are happy to go ahead and see. This Air Lace is going to outpace as well, and wants to get that damage right on the field, right away into this Metachamp. No shield on Trixton's side. Yeah,
this Gligar has continually lined up versus Trixton's Swampert. Actually, Hardjeff did win one of those games, believe it or not, but he must be so happy to know that this Gligar now has a Metachamp that is going to be eating these Aerial Aces. Actually, a quick swap into the Swampert, maybe trying to force in the Lickitung here. That's exactly what's going to be happening. Now, you are down a shield, and these Hydro Cannons add up very quickly. The one nice thing that you have to have as the Lickitung is that this is not the Shadow Swampert, so these Hydro Cannons are going to be doing a little bit less damage. You should be able to survive not only 1, but 2 of these Hydro Cannons as the Lickitung.
Yes, if it was a Shadow variant, I think it would only take 2 to knock out. It might actually take 3 to knock out this Lickitung. Meanwhile, Lickitung has a little bit more energy as well. His Body Slam coming through, potential Power Whip, and Trixton shields up the Swampert because it has a lot of energy, going ahead and storing up 2 Hydro Cannons before now releasing the next.
I think we may have had a charge attack priority event here, and actually, I think that this could have been the Earthquake, but a no shield from Hardjeff, able to tank this Hydro Cannon, no problem. The next Hydro Cannon is ready to go, but again, this was charge attack priority, so the Body Slam will be coming through. I don't think this was the energy for the Power Whip. Trixton can safely no shield this. The question is, how much do you overfarm? The Lickitung does have some residual energy, might be able to get to 2. No, just short of 2. This should wash away the Lickitung here and go into this next matchup very close to a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, we have to remember that Swampert relies on this energy a lot, because these Hydro Cannons, these Community Day moves are going to be doing super effective, but not to the Lantern. As the Lantern comes in, do see a bit of a stall. It looks like going ahead and getting up a lot of energy here, and now we see the water gun starting to go through, throwing a Hydro Cannon bait.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see in a game 5 whatsoever. We're going to have to see if there's going to be any sort of intervention here from the judges here as we wrap up this game. But right now we can see a little bit of a delay between phone 1 versus phone 2. Here comes the Earthquake from Trixton at this point. We're going to see if this ends up landing. No, actually a shield does come through from Hardjeff, so you'd love to see that. Oh, but somehow still the damage gets registered. Yeah, I think that we're almost for sure going to be seeing some sort of rematch on this one, which is a really tough spot for Hard Jeff. I think he was in a very solid position there, but unfortunately now with the way that this is played out, things are very likely going to have to get replayed.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these two trainers are going to talk about it afterwards, but in the meantime, this is going on. It looks like the Medicham is also going to be able to reach his Ice Punch. There are no Protect Shields left on Hard Jeff's side. Going to go ahead and take that with the Gligar, and I think he pressed the button. This could be information. No, he did not. So he's going to go ahead and just try to fast attack down, be able to fast attack down the Medicham, and at least get to see what the Pokemon in the back is going to be that Gligar.
All right, well, Gligar will come in and fast attack down. No point in throwing charge moves at this point. I mean, I can almost assure the audience here that we are going to be having a rematch of that. Without a doubt, I think that we saw that there was some sort of connection issues that we were seeing on the left phone there on the side of Hard Jeff. I believe even you used the Protect Shield and still saw that Earthquake damage go through. So that is definitely not what we want to see. Judges hopefully will be able to come to a quick decision here, which I expect to be a replay. I want to talk about the Swampert, though, on the side of Trixen. We actually saw that Swampert come in as a save swap there, swapping it into the Gligar. I found that to be a little bit of an interesting, unconventional play there.
And very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive. Knowing that we've seen the Lickitung, I think, in almost every game on the side of Trixen, that is not what you want to see. But that said, he was up a shield, so we did see a lot of value and actually did knock out and neutralize that Lickitung from the field.
All right, we're going ahead and getting some clarification. There is indeed going to be a rematch for that Game 5. So what that means is basically a fresh slate for that game. It's like that game didn't even happen. They don't have to choose the same Pokemon. They can go in with a completely new set or choose to use the same Pokemon should they like.
Yeah, you really have to kind of reset here and think, all right, well, anything I can take away from that Game 5, what do I want to do here, knowing that this could be everything here. I think our production crew is going to be checking on all the connections, ensuring the integrity of all of these phones here, so that we're going to be running into a great, decisive Game 5. I wanted to bring back the Swampert, though, because I think that Swampert is a must-bring for Trixen every single game. I think there's no doubt about it. You bring the Swampert, there's no superior, there's no hard answer, maybe other than the Lickitung, and even then, it's close enough. The big question mark for me, and I think for a lot of folks at home right now, is do you bring the Carbink? We've seen the Umbreon very regularly from Hard Jeff. I think that between the Umbreon and the Chargebug, he's favoring that Umbreon right now. But that said, we have seen it, I think, in 2 of the games already. If you can get your Carbink lined up there, that becomes such a huge advantage that you could carry the momentum to a game win and a bracket reset.
I think that is a really good point and a good team composition thing to talk about as well, Jim, because like you said, since Umbreon and the Chargebug are just so weak to that Carbink, you don't want to bring 2 of those Pokemon in just in case that Carbink happens to be in the matchup. It's like pretty much you really would have to use a lot of your wiggle room to get around that sort of matchup. So I agree that he has definitely been bringing the Umbreon more often. I also agree, and I'm loving your call out about the Swampert, because when there is no grass Pokemon on your opponent's team, Swampert can be used in almost any position, and Trixen has been using it as that safe swap position. So even though it was great against that Gligar, you maybe don't always want to come in with it right away. With a little bit of an energy advantage for that Swampert, it's able to take on pretty much anything on that team.
Well, you know what, Amanda? Swampert used to be the premier water Pokemon of choice, especially Shadow Swampert. In previous seasons, Shadow Swampert was on almost every team. We see a lot of double water teams, in fact, either with Swampert and Walrein, maybe Swampert and Azumarill very regularly. Swampert now, I think, has taken a little bit of a backseat to the Lantern, but I think that with that response, that may create some surprises for trainers. And when we look at the counters that exist for Swampert these days, Altaria is gone, right? That was probably the premier Swampert answer. And with no Altaria in the meta, it now does have some more windows of opportunity that it can actually get some great or at least good and neutral play versus a lot of teams.
Let's go ahead and also talk about, again, the fact that this is a best of 5 matchup, because even though it may not actually seem like it, best of 5s are a completely different ball game than a regular best of 3. It allows trainers to experiment a little bit with their playstyle, maybe bring in Pokemon that they would not necessarily bring in their team comps in a typical best of 3 matchup, because they're kind of just doing something a little bit different. They want to surprise their opponents. They want to play outside of the box. And I think as Hard Jeff, you definitely have the opportunity to do this as well, because you have, even if you lose this round, you are going to go into yet another best of 5. Of course you want to win. Of course you want to continue this sweep that you're doing, but you can be a little bit more relaxed about this. You can take a little more bit of chances.
Yeah, you do have a little bit of an insurance policy, like you said, Amanda, as Hard Jeff, so you do have that one benefit without a doubt. But that said, there's been so much disruption here as we wait to get into this potentially final game. which I think that it really can impact players' mental without a doubt. They have to be thinking in their heads, all right, what is my opponent thinking? What did I do well? What did I do poorly? Do I replay my team? Do I bring something different? There's so many questions that are running through these trainers' heads. This is it. They have played so many battles, especially Trixton, having to go through the loser side of the bracket. They have played over a dozen matches in this case, and it all comes down not only to this match, but potentially to this one game. This is win or go home for Trixton, potentially the most impactful game of his life. What huge pressure exists for both of these trainers right now.
Both of these trainers are already qualified for Worlds in Honolulu, but you want that title. You want that prestige behind saying, hey, I was the 2024 Latin American International Champion. There can only be one, and it was me.
Don't forget that $5,000 as well, Amanda. That is a huge, huge prize there for the Grand Champion, without a doubt. All right, it looks like these phones are getting set back up here. I think that we're going to be moving into the matchups relatively quickly here. The one Pokemon I wanted to bring it back to that was going to be Hard Jeff's Charjabug. This is the one Pokemon that stands out to me that is a do not bring. There's not a ton of destinations, especially with that Swampert on the field, where that Charjabug is going to match up really nicely. Knowing that the Swampert resists those bull switches, you really are dependent upon getting those X scissors off. Amanda, here it is. We're moving in to decisive game number 5. The Superior is back, and we're seeing it lined up versus the Lickitung. Superior actually does win the Zero Shield matchup there. It does win Charge Attack priority, landing 2 Frenzy Plants. I think it's actually able to farm down. It's a very close matchup. What's going to be the question for this game is, does that Medicham get lined up versus that Alolan Sandslash or not?
And with this Superior in the lead, no Lantern to be found on Hard Jeff's side. It's going to be incredibly, incredibly close. We're going ahead, charging up, like you said, 2 Frenzy Plants already stored now. First one going to go ahead onto the Lickitung. We'll have to see if we see a shield from Hard Jeff's side. Looks like he's going to go ahead and let that go because he has 2 bulky Pokemon on his team right now, Jim. He has Lickitung and the Umbreon.
There's so many ways that this game can go, but what I like about Hard Jeff's team is that he has no Pokemon straight up weak to the Swampert. In fact, I like both the Medicham and the Umbreon into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash as well. We saw that Umbreon earlier in the day. I believe it was in Game 3, actually, or Game 2 maybe, actually able to win a matchup and come out with a charge move as well. But here comes the next Body Slam. Trixton actually uses his Protect Shield at this point, wants to keep the Superior on the field. Right now we are at even shield parity, I believe. Both trainers using a shield, and we can see the Superior actually getting, I believe, a little bit of the advantage. This Frenzy Plant should knock out. Now this could set up a farm down for the Medicham. Let's see if the Superior is able to get to another move. I think it can reach the Aerial Ace. Can it get to the Frenzy Plant? Oh, it actually does not get to the Frenzy Plant. We have a catch from the Umbreon. I love this play from Hard Jeff.
Yeah, being able, he's done this once before with that Lickitung, being able to take one of these charge attacks on a very bulky Pokemon that will still definitely be in the green afterwards, and in comes that Alolan Sandslash because it wants nothing to do with the Medicham in the back, going ahead and just storing up a lot of energy. An Ice Punch now being thrown on Trixton's side, and meanwhile, Hard Jeff continuing to snarl away.
Yeah, as Trixton, you're happy that this Alolan Sandslash isn't lined up into Medicham. That is a game over disaster moment. So definitely a little bit of life still left here with Trixton. Now this is still an uphill battle though, because this Medicham has energy, and it's not a great matchup for your Swampert either, especially at an energy deficit. You can see how quickly these foul plays are adding up. Now the foul play coming through again. This could threaten to knock out, maybe even force the final Protect Shield for this Alolan Sandslash. And yes, it does. Trixton shield down at this point. Keep an eye on switch clocks though, they are coming back up. In fact, the Superior is still around with 1 HP, could be used as a final Protect Shield.
This is going to be a charge attack priority. It looks like this drill run will be enough to knock it out. We have seen this before. I know Trixton knows this trick as well. Not quite enough to knock out though. An immediate swap into the Medicham. Gonna be able to get this Ice Punch off at least, and I think that the switch timer, like you said, might be up, so we might see an immediate swap out as well. There are 2 Pokemon in the back for Trixton now with very, very low health. Don't go ahead and let that Sandslash go.
You have to let the Sandslash go. You have to keep your switch clock available for a catch. That is going to be the win con at this point for Trixton. You have so much energy on this Medicham. Wait 1 turn. What a great play from Hard Jeff, going in the middle of the fast attack, making sure there's no way that he can catch this move whatsoever. Shields are down. Here comes the Psychic, potential for a defense drop. You just need to land 1 Ice Punch. Will he wait 1 turn? Here comes the Ice Punch. You can see Trixton shaking his head. Hard Jeff, a smile on his face. He can't believe it. Game number 5 goes to Hard Jeff, and he is our 2024 1 counter. That's it. 2024 Latin America International Champion.
Give it up, everyone, for our new champion, the person who has not only taken home Curitiba, Brazil, but also now taken home Sao Paulo. You can see these 2 trainers hugging it out as they are both the L and DS crew. So proud of them. I think of their teammates jumping up and down, celebrating with them, and you can see them encouraging it, telling everyone, yes, we did it once again.
So tough for Trixton. 1 game away from that bracket reset. said, you have to give him kudos, incredibly hard fought. But our champion is Hard Jeff. You can see the crowd chanting. What a moment for him. What a tournament. Not dropping any matches whatsoever after being undefeated in his previous regional. Coming in here to the International Championship and beating every trainer he faced.
And I love this moment right here. You can see that these two are friends. You can see how close. You can even see Trixon cheering for Hard Jeff as this goes on as well. And wonderful matches by Trixon as well. Being able, like we talked about, to completely crush that losers bracket, being able to go through all these people and taking 2 games off of Hard Jeff as well, bringing that winners final as close to winning that as possible.
It doesn't get much closer than that without a doubt. Able to avoid the bracket reset, a 3-2 victory there for Hard Jeff. Like I said, if you like Brazilian Pokemon Go, this is your absolute dream. Not only is an all-Brazilian final, but a Brazilian champion as well. Hard Jeff, very few people more deserving. Someone who's had so much success already, now taking that title of Latin America International Championship. He is going to be taking all of the glory, all of the honor, all of the prizes, and is locked in already. I think he already had, but now he is fully locked in his trip and to Honolulu, Hawaii for the Worlds. And if we take a look at championship points, he has got to be loaded.
He has 700 championship points.
I would
I
be
think
shocked.
He's leading the whole globe at
I was
this
going to
point.
say, I'd be shocked if he's not #1 in the world in championship points right now. So there's going to have to be a lot of catch-up from other trainers trying to get to that 700 point status that he is already at after, I believe, just 2 events for him.
Yes, 2 events, winning both of the events. Again, I just want to bring up to this point, Brazil has definitely found an incredible player here. That first matchup in Curitiba, he went 18-0, not just by playing other opponents. He didn't lose a single battle. In this whole LAIC, he only lost 4 battles total. 3 of them we saw today on screen.
What an impressive victory. Let's take a look at our recap, though. Starting off in game number 1, I believe this one ended up going to Hard Jeff. We see that Gligar, which we saw very early on, but not in game 5. A huge catch. It was a pretty neutral game at that point, but catching this aerial ace did have the benefit of having a Pokemon that resists that flying type damage, actually able to almost water gun all the way down, and then we can see actually this Gligar come back in at the end of the game. Hard Jeff has the aerial ace ready, loaded. This actually came down to fast attack pressure, if you remember, Amanda. You can see right at the end here. Take us through what happens.
As you can see now, yes, the Medicham comes back in and is able to just completely has to fast attack down because, you saw it, the writing was on the wall at that point. However, Hard Jeff, catch after catch after catch every single game now. This aerial ace coming through and connecting on the Lickitung, not doing much damage at all. But as you can see, as the Lickitung goes down, there is enough energy here for at least to throw an aerial ace on Trixon's side. Trixon doing wonderfully behind the corner here.
Yeah, Hard Jeff making a lot of catches, but there are some times that those catches can lock you into matchups that you don't want to see. One of the matchups that he got locked into was his Gligar already missing some HP, getting locked into a Swampert, which was devastating. Swampert able to clean up game number 2, going to Trixon. Hard Jeff has to think to himself, how do I come back here? But he finds himself in a very similar situation in game number 3. Has the Lickitung who's going to get knocked out. That's your Swampert answer at that point. You don't have the Medicham lined up, but what we see here is a no shield on this rock slide, banking all the energy in the world, nearly 100 energy, and now bringing in the Gligar with a quick combo play, unleashing the energy.
I love this play. I like the Ice Punch goes. You see Medicham hop from one foot. He hops to the other to throw a Psychic onto the Carbink, and this was a game, set, match for Hard Jeff there. Incredible plays to get the 2-1 victory so far, but remember, it's not a best of 3, it's a best of 5 matchup.
That's right. As we move into game number 4, you can see the Umbreon getting lots of value up against that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, actually able to get to a foul play at the end of the matchup and come out of the matchup with a foul play as well. Now that said, Trixon did have a Hard Jeff had a huge decision to make. Do I bring the Lantern or do I bring the Medicham into that Swampert? He brought the Medicham, which meant that his Lantern got aligned versus that Superior. Superior gets tons of energy and is able to mostly neutralize this Lantern, finish off with a Hydro Cannon by the Swampert to even up the series 2-2.
This was incredible ways. The decisive game number 3. It's as close as it can get as well. This Frenzy Play being able to knock out the Lickitung. But this, again, catch from the aerial ace onto the Umbreon. A Pokemon that has a lot of bulk behind it that can really withstand these charge attacks. And I think that helped put Arjeff in the lead there for a little bit. And also just getting all this energy on the Umbreon. This Alolan Sand Slash is just going to throw the Jill Run. It's going to connect, but it's not going to be enough to help Trixon get the full win at the end.
Well, it's not the first time that he caught an aerial ace, but it was the last time here. And it was put him in a great position. You can see this Medicham champ just needed to get to the Ice Punch, throws in the middle of the move, able to knock out the Swampert. Just a sliver of HP left on that Serperior. You can see Harjeff knew it. He is just a moment away, a single counter away from becoming the 2024 Latin America International Championship. Congratulations again to him. Amanda, I have to call out Harjeff's team composition in that Game 3. We'd seen Swampert in all of the games previously, including the rematch. Decides not to bring the Gligar, bring 3 neutral to positive matchups versus that Swampert, and I think that was the best decision that he made all tournament.
I think he was playing a little bit of the game, who's that Pokemon? For a while, he was bringing all of his Carbink answers, and then he said, no, you know what? I recognize, since I don't really have any grass Pokemon, that Pokemon Swampert is so safe. Let me go ahead and make sure it's at least going to be a tag team effort. We're going to help take it out as a team.
All right, well, what an incredible matchup that we just saw there, but we are not done with Harjeff just yet. I think we're getting ready on stage here for our winners interview. We heard from him earlier today, but let's go ahead and kick it over to the stage to hear from him again. Congratulations to Harjeff.
Welcome back, trainers. I am here with your 2024 Latin America International Champion, LNDS Harjeff! Harjeff, you have so many supporters here, so many people in the crowd that are cheering you on, but what did it take to get here? How much practice, how much persistence? What did you do to prepare for a tournament like this?
I think everything, practice, and it's not practice like last weeks, last months. I think it's a whole year before Worlds, before last season. I think today is like the huge end that's like all this training, all this practice, and like having friends to support and everything. Like you said something yesterday, and like no champion goes alone, and that's the whole truth. That's amazing.
Absolutely. I agree. Harjeff, you are also the Curitiba Regional Champion. You did it with Pelipper, the first trainer ever to go 100% win rate at a regional championship, and now you came here to Sao Paulo and conquered every single competitor on the stage. What changed with your team? You used Charjabug, you used Water Gun Lantern. Tell us about the Pokemon you used to win LAIC.
I try my best to have different things from to make my opponents goes out of the comfort zone. So like Charjabug is a Pokemon that makes my opponent think, and usually I try this. I like my team from Curitiba. I probably could use today, but I want to change some things. I think that I like, and trying to be unpredictable.
Harjeff, you did absolutely. Harjeff, you did everything a champion needs to do. Your mechanics were perfect. Your team prediction was immaculate. And even the plays in the grand finals, switching in during the mud shot to throw your charge attack and stealing away that game victory. Tell us how that felt.
It's amazing. Right now, it's kind of hard to think about the matches. There's so many things in my head right now. But yeah, that was like every single battle. These grand finals was really, really tough. So sometimes people say to me oh, you don't need luck, you're gonna win. And man, not at all. Every single battle, every single match make all the difference. And that's why I cheer from every single one of them. It's amazing.
Harjeff, you are a champion, not once, but twice. Now you're an international champion, one of the only trainers in the world to do it. What are you going to say to all of the trainers, the GB Lindos, and all your friends at home who are watching you battle? What advice would you give them, and how can they become champions too?
I have one, and that's for people that are watching at home and are here. Last year at the LAIC, I was the 4th place, and I watched someone be crowded here. And at that day, I said, next year will be me. And for you that are at home or you're here, next year could be you here, can be you here. So let's battle together. Come here.
Let's battle together. Harjeff, you're a champion. Is there anything you want to say to the Lindos, to the people at home, all the people that have supported you? Like we talk about, no one goes alone.
Thank you very much for all of you in my life. That are at home, that are here, and I love you all, really, from the front of my heart.
Congratulations, champ. Hardjeff is your champion. One more time for your LAIC 2024 champion, Hardjeff! Thank you so much, champ. Wholesome and Amanda, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Speediest Chief 2. What an incredible moment that we just saw on stage there. Congratulations again to LNDS Hardjeff on one of the most incredible tournament runs that we've ever seen, taking that decisive Game 5 in the Grand Finals.
I'm glad you let us in, Jim, because I am still emotional of his whole interview thing. I was just like, I felt that, and you can feel it in the hall as well. You could see it on screen. So many people came to watch these trainers, to see the champion being crowned, and the passion here in Brazil, the love that everyone has for each other is absolutely incredible and almost unrivaled anywhere that I've seen.
I mean, just look at that. You can just see the huge amount of support and camaraderie between all of these trainers. What an incredible moment and an incredible tournament. The energy never dropped at all. From Game 1, even earlier, before the day even started, we could feel the energy here in the arena. So what an incredible, incredible tournament. I want to make a couple of call-outs here on Hardjeff's team. Speedy was asking him a little bit about, okay, what defines your team? How did you make some of these decisions? One of the interesting things that I've looked at for the entire 2024 Play Pokemon season, starting off in Pittsburgh, most recently in Toronto, but across the globe, Hardjeff is the first trainer not to bring an ice Pokemon, which I find quite interesting. In fact, because he did bring an ice Pokemon back in Curitiba, he was running the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Every team has had an ice-type Pokemon on their team until now. Secondly, and I believe the past 7 tournaments, there has been a grass Pokemon. Usually superior in the last 5, but a Shadow Venusaur a little bit earlier. No grass, no ice. So one of the more unconventional teams, without a doubt, perhaps trying to set a new trend for metas to come.
I completely agree with you. If you've been following along with us, Jim he's given us a code essentially of what he thinks is a good team to have within all of these Pokemon tournaments. However, it looks like Hardjeff has cracked that code indeed, not bringing any ice, not bringing any of those grass types like you were talking about, and still being able to completely come out on top of all of the competitors, being once not only the Curitiba Regional Champion, but also the LAIC Champion.
I love it when we're breaking the meta. Let's move over to the bracket. What led us to this moment? You can see that Hardjeff did come in on the winner's side of the bracket with a 2-0 versus Caravello Andre, a 2-0 versus Javier, a 3-1 versus Basti, finally losing a game there after only losing 1 game in all of day 1. He made it into the grand finals again, where he faced another LNDS, this time Trixon, and in a decisive Game 5 took the 3-2 victory.
As you can see, all the other trainers who were performing on the winner's side of the bracket, we saw a lot of those day number 2, but let's go ahead and look at Trixon's as well, because we saw him play against Basti earlier on. He was knocked down to the loser's bracket, but he ended up, look at this, look at how many more matches Trixon had to play because of this. Playing against Danny Booz there, taking it 2-1, then playing against Emilio, another Chilean player who did go 2-0 against him, play against Javier, 2-0'd him as well, and then against LNDS Steiner, another one of his friends, another one of the GBL Lindos, and then he was still able to take that 2-1 to be able to play against Hardjeff in that grand finals.
Well said, Amanda. The only word that I can use to describe that loser side of the bracket is a gauntlet.
That's right.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's so many more matches. If we look at total matches won, wouldn't surprise me if Trixon actually had more than Hardjeff, just because of how many more battles that you have to go through. Without a doubt, a hugely impressive run. He's going to get a ton of championship points, a lot of great prizes as well, so congratulations again to him. But what a great tournament, filled with energy, filled with passion, filled with great plays, and a little bit of unconventional teams, which I love. I really hope that it's a trendsetter here for future metas, so we can see a little bit of a breakaway from that formula that we had seen so many regionals time and time again.
Well, speaking of trendsetters, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 3 competitors as well, and the teams that they did bring in. As we just saw Hardjeff, like you were talking about, bringing in that Charger Bug, not bringing in any type of grass Pokemon, and then we have Trixon's team leading that Carbink to very, very good success overall. And then we have to see that Swampert, that Pokemon that was doing so well against Hardjeff's team, able to take 2 games off of the champion there, and then Basti in 3rd place. What we talked about in the opening, that trusty Umbreon and his tricky superior running Leaf Tornado instead of Aerial Ace.
That's right, we've seen some success with Leaf Tornado in the past with Galactica Bolt, and actually with that 50% attack, double debuff chance can actually turn a lot of matchups. We saw him actually win a mirror matchup versus a superior with Aerial Ace due to that attack debuff. But it's great to see some of these unique picks. I almost call Swampert unique at this point, just because it is not necessarily going to be that premier water. All right, guys, make sure you follow our channels though as well. You just tuned in here on the main channel for Pokemon Go. Make sure that you on twitch.tv/Pokemon. Make sure you also follow twitch.tv/Pokemon Go, as well as youtube.com/Pokemon. Lots of action that you guys can see either live or actually on VODs as well.
And speaking of action, our champion is ready to talk. We're going to go ahead and kick it back over. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here at the LAIC.
Thank you to all the Pokemon Go trainers who competed at the 2024 Latin America International Championships this weekend.
LAIC 2024 has been good to Pokemon Go. Not only did we find our top 3 players at the event, but our international champion has secured their invitation to World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii next year. With that said, it is time to recognize our finalists. Congratulations to our 3rd place finalist, Bessie! And congratulations to our 2nd place finalist, LNDS Trixon! And a big congratulations to the unbeatable, the unbreakable, the 2024 Pokemon Go Latin America International Champion, LNDS Harjev!
Once again, thank you to everyone here in the arena and around the globe for joining us in supporting Pokemon Go this weekend. Remember to share your favorite moments of the tournament using that hashtag LAIC and stay up to date with all the exciting Pokemon action by following our Twitch and YouTube channels.
Our Pokemon Go LAIC champion has been crowned, but we have so many more matches to go. Coming up next, we have the grand finals in all 3 H divisions for the Pokemon trading card game. So let's kick it off with the juniors.
It's fantastic to be featuring the Pokemon International Latin American Championships. I am joined by the magnetic Shay Burton. My name is Amy. How's it going today, Shay?
I'm doing fantastic. It's Championship Sunday for the TCG! This is what all the players have been playing towards. That massive prizing is now on the line for these players. I mean, just being in the final gets you a lot of prizing, but only one best of 3 away from being crowned an international champion.
I absolutely could not imagine the feelings going through these players today. They must have every butterfly in their stomach going on overdrive at the moment, and I couldn't be more thrilled for them. It's going to be an absolutely ecstatic game, and I am very ready to be able to show how the juniors have been doing throughout this competition.
Yeah, I cannot wait. So let's have a look at the prizes that our players will be competing for here on Championship Sunday. So our juniors and seniors will be competing for that $7,000 prize. But, you know, even just making the finals, they have that 5K there, as well as 216 boosters. That's a lot of boosters. And if you are in the Masters division, your grand prize is a monumental $25,000, and second place there, 15. One thing I love about this season is that the cash prize has been increased all the way down. Look at this, if you're in a Masters, 10K, 7K, 5K, 3K, and then even top 64 gets 2K as well, and that's reflected in increased prizings for the junior and senior divisions as well, Amy.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see that not only our Masters, but also our juniors and seniors get so much more this season, and they've all worked so hard towards it, practicing day in, day out. Can you imagine how they must feel?
They must feel absolutely amazing, battling it through this tournament to have their place in the final. But in case you don't know how these international tournaments work, we're going to throw it over to Pache, who's made a little video explaining how these international tournaments run and operate.
This 2024 International Championship event has been showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from all around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cup matches were best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 advanced forward to Day 2. Day 2 Swiss rounds continued until the top 8 was determined, where we shifted to a single elimination Top Cup bracket, and those remaining trainers battled until we only had our 2 finalists remaining. They compete on Championship Sunday to secure their right to be called the very best. Who is taking home the title of Latin America International Champion? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And there we go. Thank you for that, Pache. So now we know how the tournaments work. Let's see how the juniors top 8 bracket panned out. As you can see, our 2 finalists there, Byron and then Prince as well. Prince had to start on that bottom side of the bracket there, knocking out Kingsley, and then Gabrielle as well. Both 2-0 victories, I must say. So Prince is currently undefeated here, Amy, in this top 8 bracket.
They must feel ecstatic. Can you imagine going undefeated throughout your top 8? I wonder if they will clutch the victory and see themselves in another 2-0 situation. Could you imagine how fantastic that would be for them?
Going undefeated in all of Top Cup must be a fantastic way to end an international championship.
Or is Byron going to stop the reign of Prince coming all the way to the finals?
Byron's going to do his best to do that, exactly what you've just said. Byron now on the top of that bracket, you know, he had to play off against Joshua, which was a 2-1 victory, then had to face off against Callan, which he did win 2-1 again, and to find himself in the finals. And maybe there's an argument for saying if you was to win 2-1, that means that you always have to go for a game 3, you have to clutch out some victories. Maybe Byron's going to have increased confidence, you know, navigating those game 3 scenarios.
We will see very soon who's going to take the crown and who we can call our Pokemon Latin American champion for the Juniors 2023.
Yeah, it's going to be off very soon. In case you are watching at home now, we do actually have some giveaways ready and lined up that I want you to get involved with, because, spoiler alert, we are going to see this Iron Valiant very, very soon. So if you want to get your hands on one of these to start using that Tachyon Bits on TCG Live, I need you to log in and use that code PARADOXLAIC, and you will get yourself one of these special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX. But you do have to use that code before the 27th of November.
It's certainly proved itself throughout this competition. Iron Valiant is not to be underestimated. It may have been quiet and in the shadows for the first few weeks of the set, but it has emerged victorious in more ways than one this weekend. But if you also are a VGC player, don't forget you can receive a copy of Alex Gomez-Bunner's Dragapult using the code on stream, LAIC Phantom Ace, and as Shay has been saying all weekend, with a few letters replacement numbers in the middle there, so do make sure you type that in correctly. You can use this before the 20th of November.
And just make sure you are at the certain part of the Scarlet Violet games where you can receive mystery gifts, otherwise you won't be able to. So make sure you're a little bit into the game and you can get your hands on that Dragon Ball. Look, it just ejected that Among Us in one hit. That's very hard to do. So I want you to get that Dragon Ball and get involved as well.
Absolutely. If you haven't played the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet series yet, you are missing out. So I would implore you to make sure that you don't miss out on our giveaway as well. Get yourself up to the mystery gift part of the game, and then you can receive your freebies.
So yeah, I want you to get involved with those giveaways. I also want you to get involved with the stream in other ways. You know, get involved at the social media. We're on Twitter, you know, and we're on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Make sure to like and follow. There we go, get involved. If you're going to make any tweets or Instagram posts, make sure to use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC. There's a chance of your post featured on stream, and we can have a little look and a little reaction. Make sure to get involved on those socials down there. Follow and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch as well.
Yeah, whether you're watching from home or you've been in the hall with us at any point this weekend, please show us all of the lovely activities you've been taking part in, whether you've been doing the ironing while watching at home or whether you've been playing some side events. We'd love to hear from you.
Get involved. We love seeing those posts, love seeing the this is a worldwide global community as well, so I want you to get involved even if you're not here in this tournament hall.
Absolutely. That is one of the beauties of the international championships and regionals, that we can bring the event to you as well at home. Although there's nothing quite like being here in person, I would always advise, if you can get yourself down to one of these events in the future. They are absolutely mesmerizing. However, I'm sure that you've had a great time enjoying the action at home, and we've got so much more to come, so don't miss out.
Don't miss out. Don't go anywhere. This is so exciting, Amy, I feel. Our first championship Sunday of the 2024 season with all this increased cash prizing. What do you think is going through our players' minds right now?
Honestly, I imagine they're incredibly nervous. I know that at least one of our juniors and seniors have never been on stream before, and there's so much pressure. It's very hot. There's going to be a crowd out there because it is Championship Sunday, so they're not only being watched by you guys at home, but please remember, these lovelies also have a gigantic crowd out here today who are coming to support them. So although their friends and family are there as well, there are lots of eyes watching, all eyes on them, so it can get very nerve-wracking.
It can, honestly. If you've never been on stream before, the first time I went on stream, I think, was Turin Regional, and that was just a caster showdown in a lunch break. So we were just playing some GLC. And then, yeah, when you're sat down with the headset on that's playing the white noise, you've got all the cameras and the lights, I'm like, okay, I can see where this pressure's coming from now. It's not quite the normal environment. But we were just chatting to the junior finalists before they went on the stage. Just like, just take a deep breath. It's just going to be a normal game of Pokemon. I would argue you've done the hard bit already. You've got yourself in the final. So all you got to do is just win 2 out of 3. And then you're an international champion.
Honestly, I just can't imagine how nervous they are. I would be absolutely just, there'd be so many flutters, so many butterfrees in the stomach for that one. I would not be the best pleased about that. The extra pressure is immense, and you know, you're right, they've done so much to earn this, and no matter what, they're going home a victor in my mind.
Yeah, you know, even if you do, let's say, no win here, you're still an international finalist. Fantastic to add to your resume. And yeah, cannot really argue too much with that. But I'm sure both of our players here have that competitive itch. I don't think they're happy with just being a finalist. They want to take it all home, and rightfully so. Yeah,
absolutely. They've both worked hard. They've both been working on their lists all the way up until the event. There have been so many opportunities for them, and now they're here and they've made it all the way. So What's left to do? One more best of 3.
One more best of 3, 2 or 3 games. Just win your next 2 out of 3. And, you know, Prince hasn't even lost yet in this top 8.
Not in the top 8.
So if he carries on that streak, well, he's going to get himself the champion. But then Byron is saying, well, I'm going to try my best to stop you, and I'm going to try and get that win as well. We're chatting to them both for the on the stage. Fantastic, you know, fantastic people. And yeah, they were just both very calm and composed, I thought,
They
realistically.
are,
Like,
really
if that was me getting ready to go on, I'd be a mess. Like,
yeah, absolutely, same here. I can't imagine. I'd be close to tears. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. But no, they're really cool. They're really cool, and they're really, really calm. You can tell that they know their stuff, confident in their decks, practice plenty, and now it's time.
It's almost time for them to throw down. They are just currently preparing for their match, and I just can't imagine the first international of this season, the first international with this increased prize in history will be made here on this Championship Sunday. And I'm very excited to be sharing that with you, Amy, and everyone at home as well.
I'm so pleased, and it's been an absolute pleasure to cast so far. It almost feels bittersweet that this is the finals of the juniors, because it's like the beginning of the end of the event, and I just don't want it to end. It's been so fantastic. So once again, if you guys have enjoyed any particular moments, make sure you're sharing that on social media. Tell us what you liked.
Yeah, 100%. But guess what, Amy? I think it might be finals o'clock. So let's get down to the stage with Jeremy as we have an interview lined up with both our finalists.
Bom dia, good morning, and welcome, Pokemon fans, to Championship Sunday for the trading card game. My name is Jeremy Jolin, and I'm here to introduce our 2 juniors finalists as they battle it out to try and become LAIC champion for the 2024 Play Pokemon season. Now, let's bring out our first finalist, Byron Ellison. And joining him, battling it out, Prince Williams. All right, both of you. I'm gonna ask, how confident are you going into this finals?
Not really confident.
All right, what about you?
I'm pretty confident.
All right, well, it is going to be a battle for the ages for sure. Players, go ahead and get settled, get started, get set up, and we'll have some Pokemon action.
And wow, loving to hear from our finalists there. And come on, Byron, you got yourself all the way to the finals. You're a fantastic player. You have every chance to win here in this finals here in our International Championship LAIC 2024.
Indeed, they've got everything to play for, and they're ready, they're setting up. And I mean, just look at everyone out in the hall ready to watch this unfold. It's incredible. They've got this, and even though they might not be feeling too confident, they've done all of the hard work, and hopefully maybe that confidence will grow as they begin playing.
Well, that's the thing about Pokemon. Anything can happen in a best of 3. You might go into a matchup, or potentially we think, might not be the greatest, but I'm sure we've all been there, you know, chat as well, myself included. You think, well, I can't win this. And all of a sudden, you know, a top deck here, you know, anything like this there, boss's order comes up at the right time, and all of a sudden you're 1 game up, and at that point, you just got to win 1 of 2.
And it's not long until we get started. Facing the unexpected, neither of the finalists have played this matchup across all 9 matches this weekend, so this is a first for both of them. Hopefully they know what they're doing and have tested it.
And this is one of the most interesting scenarios I feel in the Pokemon TCG, where you're playing a matchup that you haven't actually tested against. It really means you have to sort of adapt on the fly, try and think, you know, what is ideal, you know, is this line of play best, is this line of play best, you know, how do I react to this? And this is where, you know, certain cards that may come out of the players that you weren't really expecting can really swing the tide of battle.
Yeah, both players not having faced this matchup. Can you imagine going through all of those rounds and not seeing what you've ended up with in the finals? It's pretty crazy because it kind of limits the amount of practice that you might have against that matchup. So hopefully they have thought about the lines of play here, and we'll have a little look.
And yeah, we were just chatting to Byron earlier. Have a fun little fact. So he has a pre-ritual before every event. He likes to go swimming. And before the event, he was going swimming, and that's where he came up with a last-minute change to his list, where he added in a Pokegear because he said, well, I wasn't really finding my Colress. And he has said that that one Pokegear has come up numerous times in this event. So maybe the pre-ritual swim might get him all the way to becoming an international champion.
Indeed. So we'll have to have a look. And here's Prince setting up, ready to go. And yeah, they've had some off-meta mastery from Prince, wanting to enter the tournament, proving people wrong about Iron Valiant. As we know, it came into the competition being considered the underdog, and Prince is, well, has succeeded as far as I'm concerned. But can they take it all the way just to push it that little bit further?
Yeah, it seems like Prince definitely has his finger on the pulse of the meta there, as we do see Entei Iron Valiant also in the Masters Champion final as well. So just in case we don't know, Prince on the right was a second place finalist at NAIC last year, and Byron on the left has just come off the back of winning the Toronto Regional Championships, so currently on a hot streak. So let's see how this matchup will play out.
No matter what, both players are going to be able to add more to this list of accolades after today, because they're both going to walk away no matter what with a top 4 placement. So they get to add more and more to this incredibly fantastic list of placements. Like, look at that. It's what, a 3-year time span maximum, and look at how good these guys are doing. They're absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, that is a fantastic list of achievements. But you know what, Amy? Do you know what I don't see there on either player's list? Becoming an international champion. So either Byron on our left or Prince on our right will be able to add international champion after this best of 3. What an exciting time that is. Byron on our left, playing that Lost Zone Giratina deck, a deck we've seen piloted fantastically and have a large percent of the meta. Prince on the right, playing an Iron Valiant Entei V deck.
Yeah, we'll have to see what these guys have been cooking up while swimming or doing their other pre-event rituals, and see how their lists differ from what we may have seen yesterday. If you haven't been over and had a look at our footage from yesterday, we have absolutely loads of opportunities to see both of these decks in action. And today, I'm sure that we're going to see just as fearsome battle between these two to find out who is going to be crowned our champion on this occasion.
It's really interesting to see the sort of difference to approaching a new metagame. Byron has opted to take a sort of older archetype Giratina V-Star, you know, add some new cards to it via like the Counter Catcher, and decided to roll with that to incredible success. And Prince has built a completely new deck. Entei didn't really exist in the meta before, so Prince has built a whole new Entei Iron Valiant deck and has piloted it at least all the way to the final. So we are going to see a conclusion maybe in which style of deck building has been better, at least for this event.
Yeah, I was chatting to Prince before the event, and guess how many days Prince, how many days ago Prince made this deck, Shay?
I would like to guess maybe, or ideally, maybe 2 weeks even.
Only 5 days before the event.
5 days.
5 days, and look how far it's got him.
And wait, look, Prince is currently at a 502 record as well. Hasn't lost around in, well, obviously in Top Cut as well. So, wow, the 5-day deck is one best of 3 away from becoming the 5-day champion deck as well. And Byron coming off a regional championship. Toronto was only about 2 weeks ago, I believe. So Byron is riding a high of momentum right now. This is going to be a clash of titans, and I cannot wait. I'm so excited. I'm just bouncing around my seat to get this finals started.
Yeah, these guys are absolute champions in their own right. One of them is going to become the international champion ever so soon. Here we go, the moment of truth, the first setup, making sure that everything is right. Picking the dice colors too, that's cool. And yeah, just getting all ready. I bet they're really nervous at this one. I'd be shaking, but they seem so calm.
Yeah, Byron, you know, was chatting to him off stage. He was saying he saw that this matchup was played out in the Masters top 4, and he didn't like how it panned out because obviously the Giratina deck did lose to the Entei as Prince very excitedly rolls that dice straight off the table. Here we see a tails. And I'm not sure who called what, but that means our finals is very soon going to get started. I'm very excited, Amy.
Let's see how we go. Hopefully these opening hands are some for the ages. We want to see a big match going on here as these titans of achievements come together. I wonder if these guys have played against one another before.
I think, you know, they're both real high-tier players and coming from the same region. I would not be surprised if they have. Looks like Prince has started off the game with a mulligan. Byron has got a basic, so Byron will be able to draw an extra card after he puts down his prizes. And you know what? If there's any time you don't want to give your opponent extra cards, I think the finals of an international championship might be pretty high on that list.
Even giving the knowledge of having to show your hand, like the mulligan hand to your opponent, is actually really telling. There's a lot that could be seen from that. And if you had any spicy tech cards, what if you revealed them? It's always nail biting when you have to do a mulligan at this stage of a tournament. Yeah,
that is a fantastic point. You know, if you, like you said, if you do have some, you know, quote-unquote secret cards or cards you'd rather keep hidden until you want to use them and they get revealed in the mulligan, that just gives free information to Byron. So let's see, we do see the shuffle up there from Prince, and let's see if this new hand will have a basic Pokemon in it.
Hopefully so. Both decks run a very, you know, very respectable amount of basic Pokemon, so I think that mulligan was incredibly unfortunate.
Looks like Prince is consulting the starting hand. I think does have a basic. You tend to look at a hand that long if you haven't. We do see a basic, so that means Byron can now put his prize cards out, and then we'll take his mulligan afterwards. And I wonder what these prize cards are, because what you don't want to have happen in an international championship is have bad prize cards.
No, hopefully we get to see some really exhilarating games. See them from start to finish, you know, really true and blue back and forth would be fantastic here. So fingers crossed we get an absolutely spectacular game.
Well, I'm interested, Amy. So we saw this matchup play out in the Masters top 8, and it's fair to say the Entei deck sort of went off to the races. If you was to watch that top 4 game and you had to play this matchup, how would you approach the game?
Oh, I think for the Giratina player, I think just making sure that you're kind of only benching those larger HP Pokemon is really important. But oh my goodness, take a look at these prize cards.
These prize cards for Prince: 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass, 1 Future Booster Energy Capsule, and 2 copies of Professor's Research. And then for Byron, did prizes 1 copy of Radiant Greninja and the Giratina V-Star. Worth noting, Prince's deck does not play any onboard draw. There is no Barrel, there is no Curlier. Really reliant on the Professor's Research. Having 2 of them prized as well as 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass might slow down Prince. That is something we need to watch here as this finals game 1 pans out.
Yeah, it's going to be really crucial that they kind of notice that those are in the prize cards early on and then play around it.
But it looks like our Championship Sunday here at LAIC 2024 for the TCG is about to begin.
Let's hear it for our potential champions. One of these guys is going home with that prestigious title and the invitation to our World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And
it looks like Byron has opened up with a Sableye and a Giratina V. Prince has a Iron Valiant EX on the bench. Just find a Forest Hill Stone turn 1 and attach a Future Boost Energy Capsule and starts us up there with the Fleet Footed, allowing him to draw a card whilst Entei V is in the active.
And we are absolutely off. Here we go, the fleet-footed counter there to show that we've used an ability. Going ahead, popping a Magma Basin down, incredibly strong stadium card in this matchup, allowing Prince to attach a fire-type energy from their discard pile to a bench fire-type Pokemon. Okay, going for the switch. We get our first Tachyon Bits of the finals!
Let's go, that Tachyon Bits. When Iron Valiant EX hits the active position, you can put 2 damage counters on any one of your opponent's Pokemon. Prince's hand, however, isn't that great, as we do see maybe a bench of the Radiant Charizard. We might have to see that Forestal Stone used to try and grab a supporter, maybe next turn. We do see a Fire Energy attached to the Entei, and now it's Byron's first turn here in this finals.
I think Byron's been relatively clever here already by putting the Sableye in the active, keeping the Giratina V on the bench, making sure that it's safe for now from any slightly larger attacks, because the Entei V is really where the danger is there. Prince wasn't able to get any more basics out yet though, so a little bit of time for Byron to consider their options, but this does feel like a difficult matchup for Byron. I'm hoping that we will see them absolutely master it in this moment.
Yeah, so it's like a clash of 2 very different style decks. Byron deck is a Lost Zone based deck. You want to try and get as many cards in the Lost Zone as possible, so you can use cards like Mirage Gate and Sableye. Mirage Gate, if you have 7 cards in the Lost Zone, will allow you to accelerate 2 different colored energies from your deck and attach them to your Pokemon. And then at Sableye's Lost Mine, if you have 10 cards in your Lost Zone, will let you spread 12 damage counters. So Byron needs to get cards in the Lost Zone. How can he do this? Via cards like Comfey, which Flower Selection lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 in the Lost Zone, put 1 in your hand, and then Chorus Experiment, Byron's main draw supporter, as we do just see him playing 1 there, which lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, put 3 in your hand and 2 in the Lost Zone. Wow.
Wowza. But I think Byron's being incredibly clever with this play. It's a very unusual Lost Box play to put 3 Giratina V on the bench. However, Byron has assessed the Prince's attacking Pokemon are going to struggle to hit those high HP attackers, whereas they have an easier time with, let's say, Sableye and Comfey. So they're going to be relying on Abyss Seeking potentially and Colress Experiment to get those cards in the Lost Zone instead of your traditional way of using Comfey.
Yeah, you are correct. And it's interesting, Byron immediately realizing I probably can't use my 70 HP Comfort, as we do see a switch card healing off that 20. And we are going to see that Abyss Seeking, an attack we don't realistically see too often, but it is very strong. Lets you look at the top 4 cards of your deck and then put 2 in your hand and 2 into the Lost Zone.
I tell you what, that's absolutely beautiful. I love that they were able to heal off the Sableye as well, making that Tachyon Bits, you know, obsolete.
Looks like Byron's debating what to keep here. Now, remember, Byron has prized 1 Giratina V-Star, so if he doesn't take that one, we'll only have, I believe, 1 to work with in the rest of the deck, and he's really debating, because that Giratina V-Star is going to be such a good attacker in this matchup, as he does choose to keep it, Lost Zoning a Cramorant and a Par. 4 cards in the Lost Zone for Byron. That's a fantastic turn 1, I feel.
I think so too. I think that was played incredibly clever. Byron knows that even a Cramorant on 110 HP is a bit dangerous to play in this matchup, so they've gone, you know what, okay, that can see the Lost Zone. I need this Giratina V-Star. And we move over to Prince's turn, starting off strong with another switch for the fleet-footed, drawing extra cards. As Shay very rightly assessed earlier, it's difficult for Prince to draw cards.
So it looks like you're going to, drew into an Iron Valiant EX, going to switch into that. That's going to be an activation of Tachyon Bits if Prince chooses. 2 damage counters into the active. And then I imagine we're going to see the Forestal Zone activation there using Star Alchemy. V-Star counter gets flipped over, letting you grab any card from your deck. And no surprises here. It's going to be Professor's Research.
Yeah, it's one of the most fantastic feelings in the Pokemon TCG, am I right? Being able to play a Professor's Research to discard your hand and draw 7 cards. But if you have no cards in hand, you just draw 7 cards. How beautiful is that?
Yeah, that's almost like a draw 7 cards, no downside. This is actually Prince's first time he's got to consult his deck, so we're going to do a little prize check. And while Prince is doing that, let's have a little explanation about Prince's deck. So it relies on that Iron Valiant EX, maneuvering around the active as much as possible so you can get as many activations of Tachyon Bits. Entei V has a really strong attack burning Rondo, 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon you and your opponent have in play. You're most likely going to have a full bench of Iron Valiant and Radiant Charizard, so your burning Rondo can swing. Radiant Charizard can swing for 250 damage, and that Excited Heart reduces that attack cost. So, yeah, one thing we haven't mentioned yet, which is why Byron is terrified about leaving low HP Pokemon in play, is that Yoga Loop from Medicham V can be back-breaking. Its Yoga Loop attack for a double turbo energy attachment lets you place 2 damage counters on any one of your opponent's Pokemon. If you KO a Pokemon with those damage counters, you skip your opponent's next turn. You get another turn immediately. How mad is that, Amy?
It's crazy, and with those low HP attackers, Prince can just switch in and out of those Iron Valiants and potentially take numerous knockouts before they even grant their opponent a turn.
As we do see that Professor Research being played there for Prince. We do see a basic energy, so we will be able to see an attack via that Burning Rondo.
Oh, we got a whole flock in the hands. 2 Squawkabilly is an unusual choice, but I like it. For getting set up in those tricky moments, unfortunately, Prince was unable to use that this time, but it does unfortunately clog the hand a little bit.
It does, unfortunately, yeah, only use Squawking Seeds on your first one, as we do see the free retreat via that Future Booster Energy Capsule on Iron Valiant, reducing the future Pokemon's retreat cost is attached to 0, and that Entei does hit that active position.
How much is it doing? 140 right now, the Entei, so they can launch an attack, but the Giratina V has 220 HP with 200 effectively from 1 Tachyon bits at the moment, so it's not quite enough. Prince would be forced to... Okay, yeah, they're full benching, so they can increase the amount of damage being dealt to the Giratina V, including opting to bench a Squawkabilly, which doesn't do anything other than attach energy using Motivate.
Now, this is actually a really interesting scenario that's put in Byron. That Giratina V only has 20 HP left, as Byron does start the turn with a Chorus Experiment. So that means that could get Yoga Looped next turn, or it could get KO'd via 1 use of Tachyon Bit. So if Byron wants to avoid that, he might have to evolve that Giratina V into a V-Star, but then loses the ability to use Abyss Seeking, at least with that Giratina V.
I worry whether Byron will be able to traverse this matchup, because if they are forced to evolve the Giratina V too early into Giratina V Star, they begin to have to use their energy and put it into the Lost Zone using Lost Impact. And Byron's only going to have a limited amount of energy and resources to be able to achieve that, doing 280 damage, which is gigantic, but it does force you to populate your Lost Zone with your own energy.
And speaking of energy as well, we do see Super Rod getting Lost Zone now off the Chorus Experiment, so we have to keep an eye on energy, as we do see a Giratina V-Star getting into play on the bench, though, having a Psychic Energy attached, and that tells me that Byron might just be using an Abyss Seeking this turn. Does actually have Path to the Peak, which could be used here. That turns off all Robots Pokemon's abilities, so that means Tachyon Bits will no longer be allowed to be activated or Fleet-Footed, as we do see 1 use there of Abyss Seeking, and let's see what Byron chooses to go. That's a very good Abyss Seeking, all things considered.
That is great, yeah, being able to go, you know what, I'm probably not going to be using that Sableye. I have 1 more, it'll do. Let's put the VIP pass in there as well, because I don't need that at all.
And looking at Prince, it has a fairly interesting board developed. We do see that Techno Radar being played, letting you grab any 2 future Pokemon and put them into your hand. But has actually filled his bench. Only has 2 Iron Valiant in play, was forced to bench that Squawkabilly, which in all fairness hasn't got much use right now, apart from maybe using Motivate. So Prince's deck might be, his hand at least, is looking a little bit clunky. He does have 2 copies of Chorus Experiment as well, so can look at the top 5 and grab 3. But we'll need to replace that Stadium if he wants to use Fleet-Footed or Tachyon Bits this time.
Yeah, I think maybe just thinning the deck at this point was really strong still, because the Colress will maybe, hopefully, bring Prince some more joy with their hand. But realistically, Prince is struggling to draw cards that do much.
We do see a Stadium and we do see a Switch cart. So that means we'll be able to see a Stadium replacement, Switch cart, use Tachyon Bits. That will actually KO the Giratina V if that's what Prince decides to do. And looks like debating on what to keep here. Does have a Boss's Order and a Professor Research. To be fair, all those cards are pretty good in that top 3. But unfortunately, 2 have to go to the Lost Zone.
They do, and there really is a strong Colress. I wonder what they'll choose to take. I feel like it's a shame to get rid of the Professor's Research because they have a clogged hand, and I think they've made that similar. They made that similar assessment, but gone, you know what, actually, it's not time. It's not time. I suppose it's a bit too dangerous having the Iron Valiant in hand.
Speaking of time, I do think it's about to be Iron Valiant's time, as we do see Magma Base some staging replacement, so that does mean that Woolbot's Pokemon abilities are now online, so Fleet-Footed can be used. Earthen Vessel, an interesting card we haven't seen in the Masters top 4, I believe, which lets you discard 1 card from your hand and you can search your deck for 2 basic energy. I actually really like it in here, because it gets you get energy into your hand really fast, so you can try and get them in the discard pile to fling them back into play via Magma Base.
Yeah, Entei only has 2 attack cost, so getting those energy on is not difficult.
I think there's a card in the middle there that's going to be from the deck. Oh, yeah, we did get that spotted.
There we go.
We don't want to be drawing any cards while that's there.
No.
Well spotted for the table judges. Shout out to them for that. So it looks like we are going to see Fleet-Footed activation now. Get to draw a card while Entei's in the active. Does find another Entei, but I think we are going to see that switch card being played. And then maybe we can get a use of Tachyon Bits.
Yeah, I'm not... Oh, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, here comes the switch card, then going to promote the Iron Valiant that has the future boost energy capsule. Tachyon Bits, 2 damage counters onto the active. That is a mid-turn KO, Amy.
There we go. I wonder if the prize cards will be useful to Prince to try and then achieve another KO. They do manage to get the Professor's Research, which can deal with the clogged hand situation with the Squawkabillies in as well. And here we go. Okay, yep, attaching the future booster. That makes sense.
Does actually get another future booster energy capture out of prize and a Professor's Research for next term. So Prince could be off to the races here. Currently at 2 prize cards taken. Hasn't actually attacked for the turn yet, as we do see a retreat into, or maybe not, debating whether to retreat. Just going to go into the Medicham and just going to leave that in the active, I believe. We have attached energy for the turn, so, and yep, just a pass.
Nice and simple, but still took 2 prize cards, so we can't be mad at that. On to Byron's turn. How are they going to proceed? I
actually think that's a really interesting play from Prince. Prince saying, right, I want to leave that 80 HP Pokemon there so I can try and Yoga loop it. I'm not going to carry it with Combat Blaze. I want to loop it with Medicham to steal extra turns. Byron, though, I think is in a very strong position. Does have 8 cards in the Lost Zone, so that means Mirage Gate is live, as we do see it being played. And that Giratina V-Star is going to be able to start swinging soon. Has some very terrifying attacks for Prince to navigate. Lost Impact, as we said, 280 damage, has no problems KOing anything on Prince's side of the board. And then when Byron gets to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, Amy, which is only an extra 2, Star Requiem basically says, I'm going to KO whatever is in your active spot.
And even better, Lost Impact, although it does have the Lost Zone 2 energy to be used, that 2 energy is enough to then activate the Star Requiem. So they'll be able to use those attacks back to back.
But then Byron, with the Chorus Experiment, does actually get to 10 cards in Lost Zone. Now, one thing I have to keep an eye on here, there's a lot of energy in this. Probably going to have to keep all 3 of them, I feel, because while Lost Impact is good, it's very energy intensive, as we do see Byron opt into Lost Zone, the Grass and the Jet energy.
Oh, Byron must have a plan, though, I believe. I suppose they only do have to take 2 sets, 3 sets of 2 prize knockouts, right?
Yes.
So they need 1 set of energy for 1 Lost Impact, then probably a Star Requiem, and then another set. So as long as they can keep to sort of 6 energy, we should be okay.
As it looks like Byron does switch cart that Sableye to the bench. Looks like the bait has a counter catcher. It can be played. If you're behind on prize card, you can swap your opponent's active. Does attach another Psychic energy there to that Giratina. So I think that means Byron will be lining up a Lost Impact here. Oh, we're going to see the counter catcher being played. Bringing up that powered up Entei, Amy. Byron is going to get himself on the board here in this Latin America International Championships final.
We love to see it. Unfortunately, there goes Entei into the discard pile, but Byron has played this spectacularly. 10 in the Lost Zone, has now activated Star Requiem, and that can be used next turn. If Prince can't combat this Giratina V-Star with a gigantic 280 HP, unfortunately, they will have to suffer another KO next turn.
Yeah, Byron, what a fantastic turn there. Really approached this matchup in a very good way, I think, in my opinion. Only leaving high HP Pokemon and just going to say, right, I'm going to swing with Giratina as much as possible. And let's see what Prince can do to get out of this. That part of the peak is currently turning off all the Tachyon bits on Iron Valiant and the Excited Heart on the Giratina as well. I mean, not the Giratina, the Charizard, I should say. So yeah, I haven't had a chance to consult Prince's hand there. Looks like attaching to the Charizard, Radiant Charizard, and does have a Presence Research, so does have a good 7-card dig to try and get himself out of this hole, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle, Amy.
It really is. Excited Heart reduces your attack cost by 1 colorless energy for each prize card your opponent has taken. So it will be being reduced by 2 currently. Yes. But unfortunately, Combustion Blast does require 5 total energy.
Prince has opted to use the Chorus Experiment instead of the Professor's Research, but does find a staging replacement. That's at least one part of the puzzle. Actually finds 2. Finds a Magma Basin and the Lost Vacuum. The Magma Basin is interesting because now I feel Excited Heart will come back online. Magma Basin can attach another fire energy from the discard pile, so that means Combustion Blast is live. So if Byron can get 2 uses of Tachyon bits, Combustion Blast plus the 40 damage from Tachyon bits would actually be a KO on Byron's active Giratina V-Star.
And not only that, they're going to be leaving a single prize Pokemon with 160 HP in the active. Byron isn't going to want to use Star Requiem on that preferably, because it just feels wasteful, because Star Requiem can KO a Pokemon with any HP, and you're preferably, for your prize journey, going to be wanting to take 3 sets of 2 prize Pokemon and completely working around that Charizard in total.
As we do see the Magma Basin activation there, we'll have to put 2 damage counters on that to Radiant Charizard at some point. We can't see that Iron Valiant use that ability yet because it started to turn off in the active. Yeah, I think we do have to see that 2 damage counters on that Radiant Charizard there. I think the table judge against caught that fantastic job from them. But I don't think we're going to see any use of Tachyon bits here, so we're just going to see 250 damage, which, you know what, in all honesty, is fine, because the Tachyon bits will come back at some point.
They will, and like I said earlier, the Charizard being left in the active is completely fine. It does force Byron to change the scenario, and they can't use Counter Catcher because they're on the same amount of prize cards. Prince knows that Byron is primarily going to be running Colress Experiment, but just because of the nature of the deck, so it feels unlikely they were going to be able to boss. And as we see, they have got the boss in the Colress Experiment, so won't be able to play it this turn.
Yeah, and I wonder, and this is like the chess match, right? Byron's opened up the matchup, playing it in a way that maybe Prince wasn't expecting, so Prince is going to counter that, and now Byron has to counter the counter. That maybe this could be a play where we see a fresh Giratina, but I think the other Giratina is in the Lost Zone, and one's in the prize card, so we're going to have to take that at some point. We might even see a Lost Mine here. We could see something, as we do see the Les Ball being played, shuffling up the deck on a failed search. I'm intrigued to see what Byron does here, because you're right. You do not want to want to lost impact into this Charizard, and you really don't want to Star Requiem. Byron's gonna have to try and find a way to navigate this.
Yeah, but even so, a Sableye still can't cope with this Charizard, so it's very difficult. If maybe Byron can get the pivot after this escape rope, because now they are forcing Prince to put a multi-prize Pokemon into the active spot, then Byron does have an opportunity to possibly use Star Requiem so that they don't waste this fantastic Giratina, because Giratina is on such low HP at this point. Tachyon bits could take the biscuit.
I really think this escape rope's extremely strong. Byron does have a way to maneuver out this Sableye, so we'll be able to promote it, maneuver it back to the bench to get that Giratina V-Star back in active. The Star Requiem, I think, would be a fantastic play here. Maybe even if we can try and get some energy. Oh, the Jet energy.
We're going zoom into the active spot, and now either Lost Impact or Star Requiem are both options. I feel like I'd go with Lost Impact here, you know, again, put the Jet energy and the Grass type energy in the Lost Zone, and then leave Star Requiem as an option for later, where it has a lesser energy cost for the Giratina V on the bench.
So a less barrier to entry to use that attack style, we're requiring 2 energy instead of 3. And Byron has navigated this extremely well, I feel. Going down to 2 prize cards, doing everything he can. He's going to consult his lost zone. There's 14 cards in there. Remember, if a card is in a lost zone, it cannot come back. And it looks like we are going to see a lost impact.
There we go.
As Byron gets down to 2 prize cards here in this final. Prince forced to jump through some hoops. What can he do?
Let's have a look and see how this unfolds. It could be anyone's game still, but these guys have... Wow, like blown me out of the water.
Oh, interesting. Has he got away? So we see a switch card. So we can see a retreat into an Iron Valiant, into a benched one, I think. Put 2 damage counters onto the Giratina V Star. That means it's going to have 2 HP left.
Oh no.
And you know what that means? That Medicham V on the bench with a DT can use Yoga Loop, take the KO Amy, steal a turn.
Oh no!
And go down to 2 prize cards.
Oh my goodness gracious, Byron absolutely played that perfectly in my opinion. I really couldn't see any other line that they could have taken. I thought they was doing spectacularly, but that Medicham only needing 1 double turbo energy to use Yoga Loop has come out to play.
Wow. What a turn that is. Gonna get himself immediate turn back there for Prince, I believe. Unless we've done something wrong on 6, 12, 8. No, I think that's right. Everything seems to match up. That Medicham is a terrifying card if used. We've seen it used on stream before. 2 damage counters are going to be placed. 2 damage counters on the Giratina V-Star for the KO. And that means Prince takes 2 prize cards and immediately starts his next turn.
Oh my goodness gracious. And there is a Giratina V in play. If Prince has an answer to it, then Prince could be seeing the victory for game 1. But can they escape?
Escape route! Combustion blast from the Radiant Charizard. 250 damage.
They've been cooking out of the frying pan and into the fire types for this one.
Wow, what a top deck. The top deck of Escape Rope being as good as a boss's orders. That Radiant Charizard doing 250 damage. Wow.
That is what we're talking about. There was one in the prize cards and I was concerned, but I didn't need to be.
I am stunned. What a first game here in this Championship Sunday for the TCG. Wow, the juniors putting on an absolute show. Prince currently 1 game up in our juniors final.
My word, it could have been anyone's game. Let's have a look at this replay as we saw the Prince and Byron were going toe-to-toe in the beginning.
Yeah, you know, Byron, I think, approached this game flawlessly. You know, only putting down, for the most part, high HP Pokemon, using that Abyss Seek and said, I'm not putting down Comfey to get cards in my lost zone. Prince said, that's okay. The Tachyon bits will add up eventually. Putting 2 damage counters onto the active and then using that Combat Blaze, Burning Wonder, I should say, to put some extra damage into play as well. And it was an interesting decision as Prince opted to bench that Squawk ability EX for almost no use, but that all the damage counters would matter. Byron, however, was set to not go down without a fight. Like I said, I think he approached the matchup really well, getting cards in the lost zone, using Lost Impact and putting down those parts of the peaks. But unfortunately, Prince was just able to answer those questions.
Yeah, Prince knew that if they attacked first with the Charizard, leaving the Giratina V-Star on just shy of the perfect amount of damage for Yoga Loop, they could then increase that damage with Tachyon bits, retreat on into the Medicham, and that spelled doom.
That last turn played out so well for Prince, right? Everything had the switch, had the DT, had the research at the end to draw cards, and then we had that amazing top deck there. We're about to see it soon of that Escape Row, forcing that Giratina V on the bench into the active, and Radiant Charizard was clean it up as Prince goes 1 game up here in the Latin International Championships 2024 Junior Finals.
Yeah, I imagine Byron is thinking, is there any way I could have traversed that any better? But honestly, I don't think there was. I agree with you, Shay. I think they approached the matchup flawlessly. Prince did just get that magical top deck, especially with the limited card draw that Iron Valiant EX as a deck generally has. I am absolutely blown away.
Yeah, it's because like there is no onboard draw engine, as looks like Prince has mulliganed again to start this game too. Prince didn't have a lot of draw power that game, right? Only had 2 copies of Professor's Research available, at least at the start of the game. But you know, had the Forest Seal Stone and that, just the Chorus Experiment, and it just enough to get over the line. And that escape rope top deck. I'm sure Prince is thinking, since he's got 2nd place at NAIC, he wants to add a international championship to his resume. Currently only 1 game away from being able to do so.
Yeah, and we might see a very different game play out this time. They were very toe-to-toe the entire time.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a full best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could argue that Byron was a top deck away, as he's pointing to himself there, top deck away from being able to. He was in a fantastic position. So I think Byron should have a lot of confidence. Just come off the back of winning a regional championship literally 2 weeks ago with the same deck. So if anyone can come back here and do the reverse sweep, win 2 games in a row, for me, Byron is high up on that list.
Absolutely true. If we would believe in anybody, it's going to be our Toronto champ.
Exactly right, a regional champion 2 weeks ago with this same deck. Looks like Prince does have a basic Pokemon this time in the hand. Actually has 2. Wow. Now let's just compose ourselves, right? Because we still got at least 2 more games. I mean, at least 1 more game to go, maximum 2. Let's look at these prize cards. So Byron has prized his Radiant Greninja, 1 Cramorant, 1 Counter Catcher, and that 1 Pokegear.
Oh,
Prince has prized
crumbs.
That Iron Valiant, the NTV, and that Radiant Charizard, which we saw close out game 1, is currently in the prize card. That's unavailable to him.
I wonder if that will make a difference to the way that Prince approaches this matchup now, because that Charizard put in so much work in game 1. It really was the superstar of the show. I would say it was my MVP of the deck.
I think it was, as we do get our game 2 started here. If you're joining us, this is game 2 of the Juniors Latin International Championship Finals. The winner taking home an auto invitation to the World Championships and $7,000 US. Prince starts off the turn there with a fleet-footed, has an Iron Valiant EX on the bench, and I don't think there's a lot else in that hand. Has a Nest Ball, lets you grab a basic Pokemon from your deck and pop it straight onto your bench.
Looks like it might be a pass after this, but honestly, Prince's deck doesn't need a lot of setup. It doesn't need a lot in the early game to get going later, so I'm not too worried about Prince here, and I'm certain that we might see that this time, unlike NAIC last year where they came 2nd place, they might be the victor this time.
Uh-oh. Look at Byron's hand there. Only Energy and Path to the Peak are playable cards.
No!
So Byron could be living on a top deck there. The Path to the Peak could be a little bit of disruption, but might need to draw something good off the top, as Prince does Nest Ball out for an Iron Valiant EX. Does have 2 copies of Switch cards, so could even start to play some damage via Tachyon bits, as we do see Switch card being played. 2 damage counters there onto the active. I mean, there is a world if Prince could get 4 activations, could just win right here, but I don't think that's going to be possible. But hey, 4 damage counter. Look at this pressure. Has the Medicham as well. Can even attach an energy if he would like.
I think, yeah, on the end day, it absolutely makes sense. 2 Professors Research and otherwise an empty hand for next turn.
Byron's top deck, Jet Energy! Oh no! Byron has to pass and pray.
Oh, Path and Pray. This is the biggest Path and Pray I've ever seen in my life.
Did we see a scratch? We didn't even see a scratch.
No, they just passed it. Oh my gosh, 2 energy on the Entei now.
Prince,
or almost 2 energy on the Entei.
Prince has 2 ways to win this game. He can use Tachyon bits twice or find a switching card off this Professor's Research to use Burning Rondo and become an international champ. Do we see a switching card?
Come on.
Switch card! There it is! We see the switch card. Prince is our Latin International Champion of 2024.
Let's get a huge round of applause from you guys at home as well. Oh my goodness gracious. That game was over within the blink of an eye.
Prince, our champion, going undefeated through top 8, top 4 and the finals. Didn't lose a single game with a deck he built 5 days ago. What an impressive run.
2nd place at NAIC last year, but this time they've taken it all the way to the finals, and here we see them signing that match slip to the finale.
Wow, what an impressive performance there from Prince. I'm so impressed how that deck ran, his play, his decision making. was just amazing. Byron, hold your head up high, my friend. You did fantastic. I feel as if that game one, you played it almost perfectly. You sort of lost to Prince's extremely good draw. And in game two, unfortunately, didn't quite draw what you needed. But you're still a second place here in an international event. Fantastic result there as well.
They're both champions in my heart and always will be.
Yeah.
Byron played absolutely spectacularly. That second game was just sheerly, completely unfortunate. And I think that's where one of the strengths of Iron Valiant in a best of 3 format really shines.
Like, if there's any deck you don't want to have a bad start against, Iron Valiant has to be high up on that list, being able to just accelerate damage into play at a very fast rate. And if you lead a low HP Pokemon like Sableye, it can get out of hand very fast.
It can indeed. So unfortunately, Sableye with only 80 HP takes 4 Tachyon bits, but they even got the Entei attack as well. Like, everything just played out for Prince on this occasion.
Yeah, and like we said, the Iron Valiant deck hasn't got the greatest amount of draw power, right? It has the Squawk ability, it has Professor Research and a couple Chorus. But if you hit them at the right time and you hit your switching options and you can sort of weave in these extra 2 damage counters from Tachyon bits, doesn't really matter how much draw power you've got because you just win games so quick.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. If your opponent starts one basic Pokemon and has nothing else and it's not a basic Pokemon with a lot of HP, even if that was a Giratina V, we would have been we might have been okay. But with that amount of Tachyon bits and the Entei, there was also a possibility that even a Giratina V wasn't big enough.
Yeah, honestly, there was so many different avenues there for Prince to close that out. 8 damage counters over 2 turns when you have Iron Valiant is not a hard thing to do. And Prince now is our international champion, our first international champion of the 2024 season.
Congratulations, Prince, and thank you to all of Prince's friends and family for supporting them. I'm sure that he absolutely values you to the world and back.
Yeah, and can you just imagine building a deck 5 days ago, right? You built a deck 5 days ago, you're flying across the world, to then to get into top 8, fantastic already, but then to not lose a single game in top 8, top 4, and the finals. Not a single game. Utter domination.
2-0 the entire way through the top.
With a deck you built 5 days ago.
5 days. I know the set's not been out very long and this is one of the newer decks, but you know, you can get cards at pre-release events, you can just kind of get ready, you know what the cards are going to do when they come out, you can have a little practice on paper at home, but no, 5 working days.
5 days. To build a deck 5 days, win an international event 5 days later. Has his invitation now to Honolulu.
We'll see him there.
$7,000 prizing, as well as 210 booster packs, I believe, as well. But I do want to say a massive shout out to Byron, our Toronto regional champion 2 weeks ago. And I do think played that first game phenomenally. Did everything. It was just 1 attack away from winning. All I had to do was just announce Star Requiem into a 2-prize Pokemon, and maybe this would be panning out very different. So maximum commiseration to Byron.
They were both absolutely incredible today, and I'm so pleased that we get to show that the juniors, you know, they work just as hard for this and they are just as good players as everybody else. It is fantastic to see them do their thing because I couldn't have played that any more perfect than Byron did.
Nope, 100%. And that's why he was there, you know, a regional champion. He was there in the finals, saw this matchup play out on the Masters stream yesterday and said, I saw how that panned out. How can I adapt my gameplay style moving forward? And you can see, if you was to watch the top 4 game yesterday, and that Byron completely changed his play style. And I think, like I said, did it really well and was very, very close to that game one.
Very close, but with an excited heart and soaring on the back of a Charizard, it's time to go to our winners interview, so we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you so much, Amy. I'm here with Prince, our 2024 Latin America International Champion. How are you feeling, Prince, after that really good match?
I'm feeling really good because I didn't think I was going to win, or I haven't won an international champion yet, so I'm really excited about it.
I'm glad. Now, tell us a little bit about that first game. It was really back and forth. And then what were you looking for in those final turns?
The first game, I was trying to play around Roxanne, which would pretty much completely shut off my deck. So I kept my prizes above 3 so that I wouldn't get Roxanne.
And were you surprised that Byron never benched a single Comfey during the whole game?
No, I kind of expected it because he really doesn't want to bench Comfey because I can Yoga Loop it.
And how did you feel in that last turn when you top decked that escape rope?
I felt it was really good because I did not think I was going to get it. After the switch, or after the research, I drew none of my escape ropes and I had 3 of them in my deck, so I was really disappointed.
Yeah, I can imagine. And now tell us a little bit about that game 2. Like, were you nervous? Were you like a little skeptical that this was happening, or were you very happy that you were getting that really quick win?
I did not expect it for him to get no other Pokemon, even when I had a mulligan. So I was really excited that he did it, and I got the quick win.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations, Prince, once again. And thank you to all watching. Casters, I think we're about to be ready for our seniors finals. Back to you.
Okay, wow, so nice hearing there from our new international champion. And you hear him just so ecstatic and happy, and I can't be more happier for him as well.
Absolutely. I'm so pleased that we got to watch our new champion unfold at this event. First internationals of the year, so our first international junior championship. Couldn't be more proud. And now we're getting ready for our seniors finals, so don't go anywhere because we have plenty more action today.
Honestly, we haven't got long to go, so let's just compose ourselves now. But we've got another final because it is Championship Sunday. We've seen the finals pan out for Pokemon Go. We're now currently on our TCG finals. We've seen juniors, seniors next, masters after that, and then VGC.
It's going to be a great day. We've got lots lined up. Let's have a look again at that juniors top 8. As we can see, Prince took that all the way home with the 2-0s.
So yeah, this is the juniors top 8. Look at Prince again, undefeated, Amy. Going 2-0. I would love to have seen some of his other top 8 and top 4 matches, because I wonder if they were just utter domination as well, to not even lose a game.
Right, exactly. I wonder whether similar events panned out for them, and I wonder how many escape ropes off the top deck happened in those, because that was just a phenomenal moment.
And shout out to Byron as well. Like we said, just won Toronto Regionals and found himself in the next event he plays in an international championship, and find himself in the finals of that. So that wraps up our juniors top 8, well, our juniors competition here. But like we said, next up is the seniors.
Yeah, and we're seeing one slightly familiar deck, but here we are to have a little look at the seniors top 8. Let's have a run through that with Gabriel Fernandez against Henry at the top of the bracket there. Gabriel taking it forward into the next round. Karis Jones versus Ricardo, and Karis takes it again. So we saw Gabriel versus Karis in our top 4. Down on the top 8 was Simon versus Justin, and then Luke versus Emilio, with Simon and Emilio granting forward to the semi-finals, and that leaves us with Gabriel and Emilio in the finals.
Yeah, I'm very excited to pan this out. Gabriel, eagle-eyed viewers will know that he is the current world champion.
Whoa!
And finds himself in the finals of an international almost immediately. And he's piloting a deck he feels very confident about. We'll get more into that later. So Gabriel is no stranger to the highest of stages, but Emilio will be doing everything he can to stop that as well.
Emilio is clearly a very seasoned player. Look at their scores going through. It is very interesting. We can see that in the first round they went 2-0, and then of course we had the top 8 where they went 1-0.
Yeah, so that would imply that, you know, it was one of those long game one scenarios, and then game two maybe didn't have a chance to finish. I guess Emilio is playing the Giratina archetypes that, you know, that could allude to having some long games. Gabriel is playing the Miraidon EX archetype, so yeah, got plenty of Giratina. Giratina, funny enough, doing really well then, having a Masters placement in the top 4, a finalist placement at minimum in the seniors, and a finalist in the juniors as well.
And don't forget that we have plenty of giveaways for you guys to get involved with over the weekend with our newly crowned champion deck, Iron Valiant EX. You can get your own beautiful art of Iron Valiant in the Pokemon trading card game live by using the code Paradox LAIC. How exciting is that? We've just crowned a junior champion with this exact deck. So if you want to be a champion too, I recommend you log on to TCG Live and get your Iron Valiant.
And if you are going to play, if you play the video games, make sure you get your hands on Alex Gomez Dragapult, which he used to fantastic success. Use that code LAIC Phantom Ace. As long as you are a part of the game where you can receive mystery gifts, you can get your hands on that Dragapult. You do have to use that passcode for the 20th of November though, so make sure to get involved with that, because that Dragapult is about to absolutely destroy that Amoonguss there. And I know not a lot of Pokemon can KO Amoonguss that easily, so if you want to KO Amoonguss easily, make sure to get your hands on that shiny Dragapult. Remember, that is free. Use that code LAIC Phantom Ace to get your hands on that.
Yeah, although the Dragon Ball isn't literally a shiny version of the Pokemon, but it is a spectacularly shiny moveset and a very aggressive attacker, as we can see in these clips.
So make sure you get your hands on that. And like you said, the Iron Valiant giveaway, that is now an international champion card. Could be a 2-time international champion card, so make sure you get involved. Who doesn't love free stuff? Who doesn't love Pokemon, right? So if you combine that free Pokemon stuff, that doesn't get much better than that, right?
Not at all. We can never be mad at free stuff, and of our favorite beans. We love all of the Pokemon that we get to show off and give away. I'm really thrilled to see that we got Iron Valiant as our victor there, because it's been the giveaway card. Like, who made that decision? Who was the smart person who was like, I think I know what's going to win? And we have, of course, our juniors final with Iron Valiant, so you can go ahead and grab yourself one.
Make sure you get involved on those socials down there, Twitter, and use the hashtag PokemonLAIC. You got YouTube, and you got Facebook, and you got the Instagram as well. Any post, make sure to use those hashtags, get involved with every chance that you get your post shown on stream. And if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, make sure to follow and subscribe to the channels respectively, so you don't miss any Pokemon action.
No, you don't want to miss out on the action, but also don't forget that we have had so much content over the last few days that you can go back and watch all of it as much as you please if you follow our channels.
So make sure to get involved with them. So next up, like we said, our seniors champions. There's quite a few storylines I would like to mention. So for Emilio, it's actually his first season in seniors.
Oh.
And he finds himself in an international final. How's about that?
That's amazing! Leveling up from juniors to seniors and going straight to the finals. I imagine the seniors bracket was quite stunned when they saw the next group of juniors join them, and clearly it was a strong cohort.
Exactly that. Speaking of the strong cohort, I believe our finalists are now on the stage. So let's kick it down there so we can hear from them.
Thank you very much. I'm here with our 2 senior finalists. We have Emilio Cordero from Chile. Please give a round of applause for Emilio. And here we have Gabriel Fernandez as well. Please give a round of applause for Gabriel from Brazil. Now, tell me, Emilio, this is your first season playing in seniors this year. How are you feeling?
Emilio, es tu primera temporada jugando con seniors este año. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo te sientes siendo tu primera temporada jugando como senior?
Es mi segunda temporada. En la anterior no jugué casi nada, pero esta temporada me siento más preparado.
He says it's his second season. Last season he didn't play that much, but
Este año me siento más preparado.
this year he feels a lot more prepared.
All right, and now you're up against none other than the previous or the current world champion. Are you ready to face such a tough opponent? Have you gone up against a world champion before?
Ahora vas a enfrentarte con el campeón mundial actual. ¿Cómo te sientes jugando contra un oponente tan fuerte? ¿Has jugado contra un campeón mundial anteriormente?
No, pero esto es un juego, aparte de estrategia, de suerte, así que todo depende del nivel.
He says that no, he hasn't played against a world champion before, but this game is part luck, so we'll see how it goes.
I love that confidence. Thank you so much, Emilio. Now, Gabriel, current world champion, are you ready to conquer the Latin America International Championship? How are you feeling?
It feels amazing to be here again on the stream, trying to get another title.
Yeah, I'm very happy for you. And now, you could get the hat trick. You could get Worlds in August. You are the current Curitiba regional champion as well. I was there to watch you win that one. And now the IC, the hat trick. Is this something that you think you could have accomplished like within a span of 4 months?
I never thought I'd complete that. It just feels very good to have a chance to do that.
All right, well, I think we're in for a great match. Players, please get ready. We're in for a good one. Thank you.
Okay, wow, I adore that confidence from Emilio saying, you know what, I haven't played against a world champion, but I'm in the final. Anything can happen. Let's see what happens in this old best of 3. And that's one thing I love about poker when you get to this top cut, right? Top 8, top 4 in the final. In a best of 3, anything can happen.
It can, and these guys, you know, they both seem really confident going into this battle. I'm so excited. We got the Iron Hands crowd. Look at these guys go. Yeah.
Let's go.
Here we are. I'm so sorry to announce that we oh my goodness. We didn't have any Iron Hands in the first battle of today, but that might be different now.
It might be different now. And then, speaking of Gabriel, has the chance to be the world champion, an international champion, and a regional champion all at the same time. Man is just collecting trophies just to put on his shelf. An all-round fantastic player as well. A first-time senior player has taken on a current world champion. And like I said, in a best of 3, anything can happen to me. I love that confidence there from Emilio, saying, you know what? Anything can happen. I'm in the final 2, and I'm going to try my best to win.
Indeed, we're going to have a look at them getting ready, set up. As we can see, the sweet Arceus plush there on the edge. I believe that is their good luck Arceus plush. They've been playing all of their tournaments with it, and I think that's amazing. I also always have a plush friend to keep me calm.
Do you? Yeah. I'm not really a plush person. I don't carry the plush around with me. But then again, I'm in the final, so maybe I should. And I find myself an international final there. As we mentioned, this is Gabriel's chance to have the hat trick, becoming a world champion, a regional champion, and an international champion all at the same time. Can you imagine that? Worlds was in August, right? So now we're in November. So to win Worlds, fast forward a few months, and then win an international championship as well. I'm laughing because of how ridiculous that possibility is. And Gabriel's only 2 games away from being able to complete that challenge.
It really goes to show that they are one of the most top-tier players in the universe.
Yep.
Not only our world champion, but still bringing in those results.
Yeah, there we go. Emilio said his first proper senior season. He's feeling much more confident now, knows the ropes a little bit. And speaking of confidence, he must be on cloud 9, finding himself here in the finals in his sort of first quote-unquote proper season, he says. And he's going to do everything he can to become an international champion too.
Yeah, it would be fantastic to just know that you prepared well enough to get all the way to the end. Like, this is like a final boss battle.
Yeah, it is. It is for both players, right? You know, they're both finalists, so not going to be an easy game for anyone, I would imagine. Both players, you know, shuffling up there, and I'm just amazed at the sort of quality of our juniors and seniors players now. Like, we saw the fantastic high-tier play, and I'm sure this is going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, I wouldn't be unusual to see these guys go toe-to-toe. Yeah, not having faced a world champion, but with so many incredible results even so.
And look at these achievements: regional champion, Sao Paulo regional champion, world champion, and a Santiago finalist. Over for Emilio there. Santiago regional top 16, Santiago regional champion as a junior, to world's top 64 as a junior as well, and a Santiago regional top 8 junior.
Yeah, but we might be changing that up now and putting the first, well, we will be putting the first senior accolade on that list, but will it be first or second?
We're only a few moments away from finding out, as both players are shuffling up here. You know, you have to just compose yourself now, you know? Just a normal game of Pokemon, as we do see Gabriel is piloting that Miraidon EX archetype, and Emilio playing that Lost Zone Giratina.
Yeah, and both players have interesting lists. I'm very interested to see how this will pan out. I don't think they are kind of standardized by anyone's kind of assumptions of these decks, which is really awesome. It's nice to see when some interesting techs and numerical choices have been made.
Yeah, no, both lists, there are some interesting stuff that we will get into later. And again, we're seeing that, where instead of in a new format, instead of playing completely new decks, we see old archetypes have improved. You know, Gabriel is playing some new Paradox Rift cards, as well as Emilio. Emilio has some very interesting defenses that could come up in this game. I'm looking at one copy of Avery. Could be really strong against Miraidon, because that will force them to discard Pokemon that they otherwise will want to keep.
Yeah, bench control against Miraidon could be really strong, especially if they end up spreading their energy across those benched Pokemon too thin. It can limit their attack potential.
So it looks like both players have a starting Pokemon in that active. So they're just going to start to put their prize cards down. And you know what that means, Amy? Once the prize cards are down, that means it's not going to be long before our seniors final will start.
For we are moments away from crowning our senior champion for the 2023 Latin American International Championships. A sweet potential up to 75 minutes they get to play this set out, and turns. I'm certain that we will see some fantastic plays from these two champion players as we see the prize cards go down, and 3 Comfey for Amelia.
3 Comfey.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness. Now, we didn't see Comfey in the junior finals, but here, Comfey is a real good way Amelia will look to get lost cards into the Lost Zone. Having 3 of them prized means Amelia will have access to 1, at least until we start to take some prize cards. So that's an interesting wrinkle that we are going to have to keep our eye on there. Gabriel's prizes didn't seem massively impactful. The 1 copy of Boss could be interesting, but does play 2 others. So let's see how this pans out. And a fun fact about Gabriel, his favorite Pokemon is Zapdos, and he's actually playing it here as well.
Oh, I think it's always great when you get to play your favorite Pokemon in a deck, whereas Emilio is on my side of the Pokemon universe, enjoying Decidueye as their favorite.
And it looks like here our senior final is about to begin. Looks like Gabriel is starting, has led the copy of Iron Hands EX. And I was like debating whether to play this Ultra Ball, debating what to discard. And it looks like there's a Boss's Orders, I think, and an Iono. This will probably search for that Miraidon EX after a quick prize check. And that Miraidon EX has that fantastic ability Tandem Unit that you can activate once per turn. If you do, you can grab any 2 basic Lightning Pokemon and put them onto your bench.
Yeah, Miraidon the way to victory by putting a nice full bench down early on is essential. Working as an effective battle VIP pass, we are able to use Tandem Unit to put 2 more Pokemon on Gabriel's bench there. Just having a lovely prize check, very important at this stage of the competition. You don't want to not pay attention to your prize cards and then unfortunately think something is in the deck when it isn't. It would be very unfortunate at this stage, so I imagine it is important for them to take their time. Choosing the Mareep and Raikau to begin with, and a good shuffle. I like this, it's a good start. Mareep's adorable, fluffy nature is very electric when it gets going, sharing the energy when it evolves between all of the other Pokemon. Look at him when we become fluffy there with Dynamotor. So giving Gabriel some real efficiency between that energy usage.
As we do see the switch card there after the tandem unit, going to get that Raikou in the active. And then going to use that fleet-footed, letting you draw a single card whilst it's in the active. And it looks like that was it another Ultra Ball, I think. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a whole lot else going on. We could see the Ultra Ball being played to maybe grab a Squawkabilly EX, or we could just look to hold, as you do have a Professor's Research in that hand as well. And it looks like we are going to see a hold, so we're going to see a pass over to Emilio, and it's his first turn. Does have a Battle VIP pass and a Nest Ball, but remember, with 3 Comp Fair in the active, we're not going to see, well, we're going to see only one of them maximum.
Yeah, 3 Comp Fair in the prize cards is not what a Lost Box player wants to see. However, we did see in the juniors finals that there were plenty of opportunities to use other strategies to get cards in the Lost Zone, including using Giratina V itself. Although it may be riskier into a more aggressive deck such as Miraidon. Here goes Emilio. Probably, yep, they are separating out those Pokemon and triple checking where they've got to. I imagine they're not best pleased.
I'm sure we've all been there when you're doing your prize check and you're like, hold on a sec, let me just look for that again, let me make sure I haven't made a mistake. And yep, unfortunately, that is 3 Comp Phase prize there for Emilio. So opting, as you mentioned, to start maybe utilizing that Giratina V, maybe use some Abyss Seeking. But the problem is in this matchup, if you're going to try and use Abyss Seeking to try and get cards into your Lost Zone, 220 HP is not a hard number for a Miraidon EX to hit, because that Photon Blast of attack does exactly 220.
And by using this Nest Ball just now and getting another Giratina V, I think it might highlight that Emilio does have no other options in regards to Comfey. That tell could be quite bad in and of itself.
Yeah, if your opponent can search for 3 basic Pokemon, you see 1 Comfey, you're immediately thinking, oh, I wonder what's panned out there for that to have happened. As we do see the Jet Energy on the Comfey, getting it into the actives, we are going to see our first use of Flower Selecting, and let's see what those cards are for Emilio. Looks like it's going to be a Super Rod and a basic Psychic Energy.
Let's see if they can do much else. I think it's going to be difficult to safely populate the Lost Zone, which does spring a lot of concern for the pace of game. Emilio is considering the Spiritomb there. That's quite interesting. It turns off the abilities of Pokemon V, so turns off Tandem Unit and Fleet-Footed.
Turns off the Fleet-Footed, but Tandem Unit is on an EX, so that will still be used.
It's Vs, isn't it? It's just Vs.
So
gosh.
As we do see an Escape Rope being played there, that's going to put the Miraidon EX for Gabriel in the active, and Emilio promotes the Radiant Greninja. We do see an Electric Generator there off the top, I think, for Gabriel. Electric Generator lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you can attach up to a maximum of 2 to your benched Lightning Pokemon. I think Gabriel might be debating whether to use a Tandem Unit now, maybe take some Pokemon out of deck to improve the Electric Generator odds, or maybe wants to leave them in the deck for later use. Both seem fine to me. We're going to see Electric Generator, but we see one. I tell you what, I always say, I wouldn't mind 1. If you can get a guaranteed 1 after every Electric Generator, I wouldn't moan.
No, it's still fantastic being able to accelerate energy into a deck that requires such little energy for such large payoff.
As we are going to see that Tandem Unit activation now. So in case you are joining us, this is our Seniors Final here at the Latin International Championship 2024 Seniors Final. Gabriel's deck here is the Miraidon EX archetype. It uses a lot of basic lightning attackers such as Raikou and Iron Hands EX to try and take prizes at a fast rate. Flaffy accelerates energy via Dynamotor. Raichu can discard energy via Dynamic Spark to take big KOs. Emilio's deck, the Giratina V-Star archetype, needs to get cards in the lost zone, so you can use Cramorant, for example, to attack for free if you have 4 cards in the lost zone. If you have 7 in the lost zone, you can use Mirage Gate to accelerate energy, most likely to your Radiant Greninja or your Giratina V-Star, who can do 280 damage with Lost Impact or an auto KO via Star Requiem.
Yeah, lots of very powerful attacks that can definitely deal with all of Gabriel's Pokemon. However, getting the Lost Zone populated is incredibly crucial to keeping the energy consistent using Mirage Gate. So I'm not sure how we'll fare with such a lack of comfort.
As Gabriel does play Professor's Research there to get 7 new cards, does have a Fluffy, does have another electric generator even, and does have an escape rope. We do see that generator being played. That is another one.
Hey, I'd rather 2 sets of 1 than none.
Yeah.
So I'll take it. It's not bad. And to be honest, Gabriel does seem to have a slightly faster pace of play than Emilio right now. So I don't think 1 is concerning.
So we do see like 3 energy in play right now. This is really good for that Raichu to come in that late game. Here we do see that Iron Hands is going to be a problem for Emilio to deal with, because that Amphu very much takes 1 extra prize card if you KO something with the damage from this attack. We do see the escape rope being played as Emilio promotes that Spirit Tomb, and Gabriel's Raikou hits the active.
Yeah, fleet-footed might be an option in the future turns, as Spirit Tomb probably won't be sticking around.
Yeah, that Lightning Rondo, 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's. That's going to have no problems hitting the Spirit Tomb's 60 HP there. As we do that Lightning Rondo for our first prize card taken here in the seniors final.
Yeah, and just the Fluffy evolution before that, so that we have some recursion of energy. Emilio's going straight in saying, I need my Pokemon to be bigger. I need them much bigger. So we're going to evolve this one Giratina and go for our first flower selecting. I believe there's a Colress, yep, so the grass type energy is going to see the Lost Zone so that Emilio can get 4 in the Lost Zone this turn, which makes Cramorant live. Cramorant can attack twice into a Raikou V to KO. It's not the most efficient use of Spit Innocently, but it is certainly better than nothing.
Is that Cole's experiment. Let's look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Put 3 in your hand and 2 in the Lost Zone. That, in combination with Comfey, is how Emilio will populate the Lost Zone, so we can start to use that Star Requiem and the Mirage Gates as well. Looks like Emilio's debating whether to use that Concealed cards, which discards an energy from your hand, and then you can draw 2.
Yeah, but 3 grass type energy already present on the board, and that is as much as they run. So there's going to have to be some sort of recursion of that energy in the future in order to be able to use Giratina at all.
Looks like Emilio's going to play a Nest Ball here. Can't search for a Comfey, so opting just to fail that. So I don't think you want to put too many Giratina down, because like we mentioned, Miraidon attackers have no problems hitting that higher HP, so you don't want to have too many of them out at one time. Maybe save a bench spot open in case you do take a prize card and it happens to be a Comfey, then you can pop it down immediately and start to use it.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to go next with this. I feel like Emilio doesn't even have any energy on board right now. There's 2 in the Lost Zone, 2 in the discard pile. And I'm just starting to get a bit concerned of where that's going to kind of come up.
Well, there was 1 on the active, now that's been discarded. And we are going to see that Spit Innocently, 110. Cramorant been able to attack for no energy if you have 4 cards in the Lost. And it's now over to Gabriel, who starts to turn off there with a fleet-footed, and I think that grabbed Bravery Charm, which gives a basic Pokemon it's attached to plus 50 HP. And most of Gabriel's Pokemon, apart from the Fluffy, are all basic, so they can all have 50 HP extra at any given time.
Yeah, being able to assess which one is the best Pokemon to attach that Bravery Charm to is important as well. So biding their time and using their Bravery Charms efficiently is going to be key to success, especially considering they only play 2.
Now, this escape rope's really interesting that Gabriel has played. It forces Emilio to put a Pokemon into active that I don't think he wants there. If the Giratina V-Star, you don't want to take damage. The Giratina V could actually get KO'd, and the Radiant Greninja he's utilizing for draw power. So got to be careful here as Gabriel does promote the Raikou V.
Yeah, I believe it's doing 180 at the moment. Not quite enough to take out the Giratina V. I'll get Shay to fact check that for me. Yeah, we good?
So, but we could see, Dynamotor onto Miraidon, and a manual attachment electric generator to then use Photon Blaster, as we do see Arven. Now this traditionally can find electric generator, and that looks like what Gabriel is doing. Arven supporter card, letting you grab any tool card from your deck and an item. And one good thing about the Miraidon deck is that you can utilize Forest Seal Stone, because you do play a lot of V Pokemon. Forest Seal Stone gives any V Pokemon that's attached to the V Power Star Alchemy, which lets you grab any card from your deck and pop it in your hand. So if Gabriel's feeling really risky, he could grab 2 electric generators here. As we do the first one being paired, that's a 2-hit! That's a 2-hit! So now we can see a Dynamotor from the Fluffy to get a 3rd energy onto that Miraidon EX. Photon Blaster, 220 damage. And you know what that does, Amy? That KOs that Giratina V in the active.
It does, and Raikou already has the retreat cost it needs. It only has 1 retreat cost, so there we see it. Back to the bench. Miraidon driving up into the active spot. Oh, Bravery Charm to save that Raikou from a potential KO from Cramorant later. A Fluffy for the Dynamotor for the discarded energy, going on to Iron Hands EX. The Pokeball is all in Gabriel's court right now.
Looks like he opted to swap the Dynamotor to that Raikou V, but yeah, taking 2 prize cards here. Very commanding position, I feel Gabriel's here. Does attach that Forest Seal Stone to the Raikou as well, so he will have the option to start Alchemy at any time. And bear in mind, you can use Start Alchemy even if there is a Path to the Peak in play.
Yeah, it's looking a little dicey now. There we go. Oh, we go for the tandem unit. Nice. Yep, just get an extra Pokemon on the board. It certainly isn't a bad thing, especially considering Raikou's damage output is based on how many Pokemon each player has on the bench for Lightning Rondo. And getting another Miraidon just in case is always valuable.
As Gabriel does take 2 prize cards, and you know, is down to 3 prize cards taken. That could be 2 more KOs for Gabriel to win this game 1. Emilio starts to turn off here by promoting Comfey, uses Flower Selecting, I think it was a switch and something else. Bear in mind, Emilio does play Roxanne. Roxanne is now live.
1 Giratina V-Star into the Lost Zone is also quite concerning. They play 3 total. We'll have to see if it impacts play. If it lost impacts play.
Yeah, I thought you'd notice that.
Too late. That was just a second too late, but we got it. And we're going in with the first switch card into Cramorant. I think it might be all they can do. Yep, Path Prey and Spit Innocently.
Oh, we're going to see a Boss's Orders plus Path.
On Fluffies, so limiting the amount of electric type energy that can come back from the discard pile.
That's interesting, because we've seen, what, 3 electric generators being played now. So without Dynamotor, Gabriel might struggle to get energy into play. We'll probably have to try and re-establish the Fluffy at some point. And we do see an immediate staging replacement. That Beach Court gives every basic Pokemon in play 1 less retreat cost. We see a Fleet-footed. That grabbed another Beach Court, I believe. And let's see what Gabriel does do. Now, interesting that now that Gabriel does have a bench spot open, Raichu can maybe become a factor in this game. That Dynamic Spark does 60 for each allowed energy you choose to discard from all your Pokemon. A fantastic late game option that has no problems dealing with Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, and although Gabriel's board looks really strong, the one thing that I'm noticing is that now Iron Hands is incredibly limited now that we don't have a Fluffy.
Yep. And with 3 electric generators being used as well. Like Gabriel does retreat to use a second Fleet-footed there on that Raikou V in the active, which bear in mind does have damage on it. So does have the Bravery Charm. It does have an effective 250 HP. And it looks like Gabriel does have a Mareep in hand, debating whether to pop it into play or not. Nope, there it goes.
I like that.
I think the Dynamotor is so important for this deck to function. Or as we start to see the Iron Hands get powered up. That amp you very much attack for 4 energy, 120 damage. If you knock out a Pokemon from damage from this attack, take an extra prize card. Bear in mind, if you knock out a 2 prize Pokemon with that attack, you take 3 prize cards as well.
Yeah, so they're threatening the Iron Hands there by saying, okay, here is 1 energy and a Mareep.
Yep.
That's clearly going to be happening. It is a sign to their opponent that if they don't deal with the potential threat on board, then it's going to happen. We're going to see an amp you very much.
And what that sort of does is it forces Emilio to really make Sableye very risky, because at any point, if you say buy on the active, Ampy very much takes 2 prize cards, and that would close out this game 1. It is over to Emilio, who starts to turn off now with a flower selecting, has a Mirage getting a water energy, I believe. And Emilio's energy is, I think, becoming a limited resource, as we do see 2 already in the lost zone. We do see a concealed cards. That's now 3 in the discard pile, so I'll just keep an eye on that as you draw 2 with concealed cards, Nest Ball and a Chorus's Experiment. I wonder if Emilio will look to play the Roxanne at some point. But I guess with only 6 in the lost zone, can't use Mirage Gate yet. And then Roxanne's a fantastic combat card. You can only play it if your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, but then each player shuffles their deck. Your opponent will get 2 cards and you get 6.
Onto the Nest Ball, and I'm not really sure what Emilio's choices are here. We have Sableye, they are going to bench it, thinning the deck a little bit more. If Emilio can start to take KOs, they can start to potentially have those comfy for later. Although 6 in the lost zone is still quite impressive, considering that they don't run a lot of other cards that, other than Colrez and the Giratina V itself, that can get anything into the lost zone. For example, they don't play any Lost Vacuum, which can always be helpful in a bit of acceleration. But other than that, it's just time to use Roxanne to disrupt Gabriel's hand and hope that the 2 cards that are given aren't that great.
Yeah, that Roxanne, a fantastic combat card there for Giratina. Roxanne Path. And look, look over the shoulder. Yeah. Gabriel did get a Professor's Research off the Roxanne to 2. I love that. Over to Emilio. That's the 6 cards. It's a really interesting scenario for Emilio because hasn't got that magic 7 cards in the lost zone yet. So that means the Mirage Gate isn't live. So she's really struggling to find attackers here. Like, what can you do? You can use Scratch with Sableye. That's not going to get anything done. Could maybe use Abyss Seeking, but then Gabriel has no problems hitting 220. So we are going to see a free retreat of the Comfey thanks to Gabriel's Beach Court. And I don't know what Emilio promotes. It's going to look like it's going to be the Radiant Greninja, maybe?
Maybe.
But you know
did they take the energy off that Comfey, actually? I can't see it behind it.
I don't think it ever had energy on.
Oh, did it not?
We do see a path to the peak. So that's going to turn off Wallbox Pokemon abilities. Let's see what Gabriel can do. Gabriel can use Star Alchemy to grab a boss's orders, I believe. And then you can retreat the Raikou and then KO that bench, Giratina V, and that will wrap up this game 1.
Oh my goodness, that was absolutely lightning. Look at how they fed. Emilio had a really, really hard start there with all those Comfey in the discard pile. I reckon game 2 is going to go quite different.
Yeah, when you're playing a lost zone deck and you have 3 Comfey pros without playing a heavy ball, it's going to be a very hard path to victory, and unfortunately Emilio couldn't quite navigate it. As we look at this replay here, Gabriel, I think, was Miraidon was doing Miraidon things. It was immediately off to the races, you know. Fleet-footed was drawing cards, Raikou active energy was flying around everywhere as well. And I give full credit to Emilio. When you prize 3 Comfey, you have to start trying to navigate your way out of it in very unique ways. And Gabriel, you know, those consistent extra energy from the electric generator just make cards like the Miraidon could become a factor, the Raikou could become a factor, and Dynamo was accelerate energy as well.
Yeah, Emilio just didn't really get off the starting line much, did they? Unfortunately, with the lost zone being so imperative to their line of play, even the pass to the peak wasn't enough to slow Gabriel down.
I guess if you were to describe the scenario to any Pokemon player, say how many games would you win if you're a lost zone player, if you only have 6 cards in the lost zone by the end? They're going to say, well, not many, to be honest with you. So I think Emilio still has plenty to work with moving through into this game 2. But full credit to Gabriel, still had to close that game out and capitalize. There was that Roxanne to 2 with the Beach Court and the Professor's Research. Didn't even need the research in the end. So Star Alchemy grabbed the boss for game. Both players shuffle up here for our game 2.
Yeah, leaving Star Alchemy open until the end of the game, incredibly clever, making sure that that might be the thing that gets them to close out that game for the victory for the first game in our best of 3 for the seniors final of this Latin American Pokemon International Championships.
I want to say a massive shout out to the crowd here. The crowd have been amazing here at LAIC. Make some noise now for game 2 of the senior finals. Gabriel, our current world champion, 1 game away from becoming an international champion. Emilio, in his first proper senior season, going to try and do everything he can to stop that happening.
Yeah, we're going to see an absolutely explosive game. Both of these decks are known for their incredibly powerful outputs of damage, and I'm certain that we're going to see some surprises this time. Now these prize cards look a lot better, don't they, Shay?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything really too impactful. Amelia has 3 basic energy in the prize cards, which could come back to bite him, but let's see how that pans out. I think we have started the game. Amelia has led a Giratina V, has a path to the peak. No Battle VIP pass, though. And we know what Miraidon can do. There is a world in which this Giratina V does get carried. It would require some switching cards. It would require some electric generators and most likely a photon blaster from Miraidon EX. That path to the peak from Emilio might save him.
Maybe, but we still start with a nest ball, so Miraidon EX is still an option, and a very strong one at that, as you mentioned. Path to the peak turning off all abilities from Pokemon with a rule box.
So let's see what's in Gabriel's hand. Oh, I don't think I saw much in the hand, actually. I saw an Ultra Ball. I saw a couple energy. But while that path to the peak is down, remember, Tandem Unit will not be an option. That would most likely traditionally be the first target for a Miraidon deck here in this scenario. But instead, Gabriel going for the Raikou V.
Yeah, Gabriel starting the Iron Hands isn't super either, with a really tough retreat cost of 4.
And yeah, I think Gabriel hasn't got a lot to do with his hand. He does have a copy of Boss's orders to maybe try and delay Emilio, stop using Abyss Seeking and get cards into the Lost Zone via that way. But I think Gabriel debating whether to play that Boss or not. Boss's orders letting you swap your opponent's active with one of their bench Pokemon of your choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they can go here. I think it might be a slightly slow start for both players, which is very unusual of lightning type decks. They've decided to boss. The Sableye has a retreat cost of 1, but is less useful. And Giratina V comes in with a Jet Energy, allowing them to move their bench Pokemon to the active when it is attached.
I think Emilio is debating whether to play that Iona, and I probably wouldn't play it. And instead going for that Abyss Seeking. I love this play. Abyss Seeking lets you look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put 2 in the Lost Zone and 2 in your hand. You know, that's another way of getting cards into the Lost Zone without playing that Iona to give Gabriel a new hand. Because Emilio knows Gabriel is working with not a lot. Top deck's a basic Lightning Energy, I believe.
Another!
So not a lot. It could just be an attach and a pass.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the one drawback of running a lot of energy.
Uh-oh. This could start to get out of hand. If we see a Grass Energy, we have a V-Star in hand. We could see a Lost Impact. Do we see it? Oh, not quite.
Not yet, but there is still potential. What else was in the hand? Was there any way of removing the path for... No. Oh, my goodness. I was thinking the concealed cards, but path is preventing it, so...
Guess there's a world
in with a nest ball for a Comfey?
Yeah, nest ball for a Comfey. I might have saw a switch card. So
oh, I like this. Emilio's counting energy. That is perfection, especially when there's some in the prize cards.
I think this is probably a prize check as well. I think this is Emilio's first deck search of the game. So they're going to target a Giratina V. And it's going to shuffle. As another nest ball, this one could be targeting the Cramorant. So we could see a switch and maybe a Spit Innocently, because Emilio does have 4 in the Lost Zone. Spit Innocently, 110 damage for 3 energy normally, but with Lost Provisions, you can reduce all energy attack cost if you have 4 in the Lost Zone. We are just going to see an Abyss Seeking again. Look at top 4, keep 2, Lost Zone 2. And you know what that means? That means we're marching towards those Mirage Gates being able to be played.
Yeah, 6 in the Lost Zone now is really strong. Emilio has noticed a gap, a chink in the armor of Gabriel's deck, where they've noticed that Gabriel isn't going very far right now on their Miraidon. So why not take the time to Abyss Seeking, populate the Lost Zone, and it will benefit them late game.
As we do kick it over to Gabriel, does Ultra Ball for Miraidon, I would imagine, going to attach an energy. Do we see anything else for Gabriel to play? Does have a Professor's Research? That was off the top, an empty hand research here in this game too. Can Gabriel get back into this game? Discarding his hand to draw 7. What do we see? I see a switch card, so we could see a Lightning Wonder at the very least. don't see any electric generators.
No, choosing to bench the Mew EX, presumably for restart. They don't want to end up with a similar situation, but it can also use genome hacking. I won't be able to use any of those Lost Zone specific attacks, though.
Not yet, at the very least. And I guess at the very least, it gives you extra damage for that Lightning Rondo there. Looks like 140 and over to Emilio. Let's see what he can manufacture. Currently has 6 cards in the Lost Zone. I don't see a Colress, actually. I don't think I see any switching cards either. So we might not be able to get to that 7. At least not now.
Oh, no, that would be not fantastic. I mean, the risk could be that you manually retreat the Giratina V into a Comfey and then hope that the flower selecting gets you something you don't want plus a switch option to then re-bench the Comfey. But they have decided to evolve the Giratina V on the bench into Giratina V-Star rather than the damaged active Pokemon.
It looks like we might have to see that Iono being played as we see a Psychic Energy attached to the bench. Giratina V-Star. Emilio was debating that Iono as we do see it play. Iono forces both players to shuffle their deck. I mean, shuffle their hand, I should say. Put it to the bottom of their deck, and then they draw 1 card for each prize card they haven't taken.
Yeah, we've had a lot of cards in format that have done just exactly that and shuffle into the deck. And I know when Iono came out, it was a common mistake by players. But I think everyone has pretty much sussed it out now to remember to Iono to the bottom of the deck.
As we do see, like you mentioned, Emilio's going to pay retreat after that Iono. Didn't actually draw any switching options there, so forced to pay retreat into the Comfey, or maybe.
Yeah, I think it's really important that they get up to that next magical number of 7 into the Lost Zone. Oh,
fantastic. So now we can use that switch card to maybe end the turn now with a Spit Innocently. Oh, Mirage Gates are currently live. We could see a Lost Impact here.
Yes! Giratina V-Star has 3 energy attached of all differing types, which is exactly what it needs. We're going in the switch card. And here we go for the first knockout of Game 2 of our Seniors Finals.
That's Emilio's first use there of Giratina V-Star. Going to try everything he can to win this game. That was a well-trained Comfey there fighting that switch card. Unlocked that turn there for Emilio. Gets on the board, and Gabriel still has to navigate this path to the peak. Oh, as he immediately does, gets that beach core in play. And let's see what he can do. Do you see an Ultra Ball? We see a DTE in the hand. I don't see a way to draw cards, though, outside of that restart ability for Mew EX.
No, and that would require thinning the hand because you must have fewer than 3 cards because you draw up to 3 with restart. Now, Gabriel does have the option of thinning their hand a little bit. They can play a lot of these cards. It's not like their hand is completely clogged, but playing them and sequencing this hand and this turn properly will be essential to their success.
As we do see the tandem unit being used on Miraidon, I'm going to thin the deck. Looks like I'm going to grab a Mareep and debating whether to grab something else. Could be another Miraidon, could be a Raikou. Looks like could be the Zapdos even. Could be any of those targets. Just debating what to grab.
Yeah, I'm pleased that Gabriel was actually able to take a proper turn here, bumping that path scenario. They do play 3 beach courts, so they do have a fair amount in the deck, especially when they're able to do a little bit of searching and a lot of digging. I feel like they you know, there's a fair chance that they're able to get that when they need it.
So it looks like we are going to see an Ultra Ball being played as well. And let's see what this search is here. But we're going to see, yeah, so I think with this failed search, that means Gabriel is going to look to try and draw some cards via restart from that Mew EX, which lets you draw up to until you have 3 cards in your hand. So for that to work, we'll have to see a bench Raikou. We might have to see that DTE getting attached. Oh, and we can see that Escape Rope being played as well. Escape Rope forces your opponent to switch their active with a bench Pokemon, then you have to switch as well.
And straight into the breakout. All first energy on Iron Hands. And then we're going the restart for the full 3 cards.
We're going to see the Fleet-Footed as well, though. I don't think those cards are particularly helpful. Flaffy, not particularly helpful either. Can't use Squawkabilly. Can't use Flaffy. Can't use the boss.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, you could use the boss, but not the supporter you really want right now.
No, I feel like holding on to the boss for Amp very much potential, and also just KOing a two prize Pokemon is the better way of staying ahead in this matchup when Gabriel is currently on the back fleet foot.
Yeah, let's see what Gabriel really wants to try and get some energy into play that turn. But like, Arvin to find Electric Generator could have been really nice, or maybe Professor's Research would have been the dream. Hasn't drawn any of them though, so it's going to be forced to adopt a defensive turn. And we could just see a pass as Gabriel opted not to play anything. As we do know, so we see a free retreat on that Raikou thanks to the beach court. And maybe Gabriel, not a retreat.
Yeah. I like that decision. I think Mareep isn't. I don't think it's wise to leave Mareep in the active in this instance.
So let's see what Emilio does. Does actually draw a Jet Energy off that flower selecting now. So can get that Giratina V-Star into the active if he likes. Does attach a Grass Energy. Does have 8 cards in the lost zone right now. Does have a Boss's Orders.
Oh my goodness.
We need another energy to use Lost Impact though. We're not at 10 in the lost zone yet.
Don't know if we're at 10 in the lost zone.
We might have to get a confirmation.
We might have to get confirmation. It might be wrong on our screen, but I think we need a count of the lost zone.
Okay, well let's just assume that the lost zone counter is wrong, and it is 10. And the Star Recruiter will take the 2 prize cards, and it goes over to Gabriel's turn. Does promote a Raikou V, and going to use a fleet-footed as well. Oh no, I think we have had confirmation. Also, it is 10 cards in the lost zone, so that Star Requiem is A-OK, and Emilio marches towards victory.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Effective use of energy, allowing Emilio to use their V-Star and just get rid of a Pokemon, send whatever they fancy to the discard pile.
And this is where it starts to get really out of hand for Gabriel, because Emilio's only at 2 prize cards. He can just evolve into a Giratina V-Star, even use Sableye a couple times, and Gabriel starts a full 6. And we do see an Arvin there from Gabriel, going to grab a Forest Sealstone, an Electric Generator, and an immediate use of the Star Alchemy to grab any card from his deck.
Yeah, I imagine Gabriel's going to want to take a large KO here. However, they might be able to manufacture a way in which Iron Hands might be able to take the knockout on the Sableye. I feel like that's probably the ideal circumstance, although maybe with a Bravery Charm.
Yeah, Bravery Charm would not quite push you out of range, because Lost Impact still is 280.
Oh, it's 280,
it doesn't quite get you there. It's actually a really scary scenario. Gabriel might have to just try and eject this Giratina V-Star via that Raichu, that Dynamic Spark, which does 60 for each lightning energy you choose this guy. Electric Generator here. We need to see a hit. And it looks like we get 2.
That's what we're talking about. Lovely. Yes, you're quite right. Raichu is one of the bigger attackers because it does its damage scales with Dynamic Spark. Got to know your 6 times table well for this one, folks.
So I think with this Dynamotor, this Raichu Dynamic Spark will be able to take the KO on this Giratina. Free retreat cost on the Raikou thanks to Beach Court. And Dynamic Spark 60 for each lightning energy you choose to discard. So I think if Gabriel discards them all that are in play, it will do enough damage to KO that Giratina V-Star. And Gabriel finally gets on the board, taking 2 prize cards.
There we go. Now we're in it to win it. Let's see if Emilio can respond. So
all Emilio needs to do here is announce Lost Impact, can immediately win. Does have a Mirage Gate in hand. Does have it's a Giratina V, not a Giratina V-Star. I'm kind of concerned about how much energy Emilio has. I can see at least 3 in the discard pile, and I can see at least 3 in the lost zone. We are going to see a Nest Ball. Let's see what options are available. There's a Water, there's a Grass, there is no Psychic.
But there is a Giratina V-Star, and that's also very important.
That as well. I mean, Emilio doesn't have to immediately win this turn. He is still 2 prize cards up. I think a Lost Mine here could be really impactful. Just try and announce Lost Mine twice. That would get you there. It's definitely Emilio's game to lose here, as we do see the Chorus Experiment. Look at top 5, grab 3. Let's see what these are.
Hopefully they might be the cards
we need. V-Star! Super Rod! I think that gets you there, right? I think that gets you there. because you can evolve into Giratina V-Star, Mirage Gate twice, as long as you can get that Giratina V-Star into the active. Lost Impact will KO
Let's
this
have a look.
Raichu V.
Here we go. Because you can double Mirage Gate, because you could put one on the Comfort as well.
Was there even a Jet Energy in hand? I feel that
Possibly,
might have even been an option.
easier.
Let's have a look. Show us your hand, Amelia.
Let's
Your hand.
see it.
There's a Jet Energy.
There it is.
Lost Impact for game here. Game 2 goes to Emilio. We're going to a game 3 here in the finals.
You can hear the crowd is absolutely going wild for these two. Let's roll into game 3.
Wow. What a turn of events that was. Emilio straight back into the driver's seat saying, hold on, wait a minute. I'm pretty good at this game as well. I'm going to force a game 3. Now we're essentially playing a best of 1 here in this International Championship final. What a game.
It is down to the wire. It's anyone's game. We can see our senior finale. Oh, we got 1 game left. I just can't believe it. I'm so excited.
What a masterclass there. That Giratina V-Star just proving so awkward for the Miraidon deck to deal with. And when it can just announce Lost Impact and Star Requiem and just knock out whatever is in its way, Emilio just marched his way to victory. There we saw the boss's orders turn there, was denying any Ampu very much. The Star Requiem, the auto KO. Gabriel tried his best to stabilize, did have that massive dynamic spark turn right at the end, did everything he needed to do. Emilio didn't even have to win that turn, still had turns to play with, but Emilio said, nope, I'm going to close the door right now with this real strong Colrus here. Found all the pieces Emilio needed to close this game out.
It was just an explosive play at the end there. Getting the Giratina V-Star, very cautious with that energy attaching. I love to see it, especially with this deck. I'm glad that it's clear both of them got plenty of sleep.
And we've got plenty of time as well. 37 minutes to complete this game. Looks like Gabriel does have a starting Pokemon, so can put his prize cards down. Emilio debating, looking at his starting hand. We can hear the crowd cheering on both players here. What we like to see. Looking at the prize cards, Gabriel, 2 copies of Beach Court could be impactful actually. Emilio is a part of the peak deck. 1 copy of Fluffy, 1 copy of DTE, and 1 copy of Arven as well.
Although that being said, Miraidon quite traditionally also runs Path to the Peak. There are variants of Miraidon which can play it as well. So I think it is commonly known that a lot of the time it doesn't impact it too much in the late game. It's the early game where it can get fishy.
And looks like Emilio has led that 1 copy of Spirit Tomb. Fettered in Misfortune makes it so all basic V Pokemon in play have no abilities. So that means Gabriel's Raikou V doesn't have that fleet-footed ability anymore. So it looks like Gabriel is going to start the turn off here with an Ultra Ball, discarding an Arven and an Escape Rope, I imagine, to not only prize check, but to grab that Miraidon EX, start using Tandem Unit, and populate the bench.
Gabriel certainly seems in the driving seat with their Miraidon for this one. Tandem Unit populating their bench nice and early, bringing a strong presence to game 3, building the tension.
Wow, it's all going down to a game 3 here in the final. You can't ask for a better finish than this. So Gabriel is just trying to work out what copies of what are in the prize cards, I should say. Does have Mareep in hand, does have a Forest Seal Stone in hand as well. So the hand doesn't look traditionally that good, but the Forest Seal Stone is a get out of jail free card line to use. Grab any card from your deck on a V-Star power.
Here we are, the decisions are being made. We're going to be taking Iron Hands EX and a Raikou V.
Iron Hands, I haven't actually seen that been a factor here, but that Ampu very much can be dangerous. 120 damage, and then if you knock out a Pokemon with damage from this attack, you take an extra prize card, as we do see a Forest Seal Stone attached to the active Raikou V, and we are going to see that Star Alchemy immediately being used.
And they're taking the Squawkabilly! We love it! Allowing you to squawk and seize, discard your hand and draw a fresh 6 cards. However, with a very harsh limitation of only being able to use it during your first turn. And I've got to say, Shay, this is my favorite art of the Squawkabilly card. It's so cute.
I love everything about the Squawkabilly card. Both things you can announce as a caster. Squawk and Seize is really fun to say, and so is Motivate, I feel. As we do see the energy attached to Raikou V on the bench, we're going to see a free retreat thanks to that beach court, and then we're most likely going to see a pass.
And there it is.
So now it is over to Amelia.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no, that hand is entirely energy.
There's
the
no
top
playable
deck was the
cards.
Giratina. The Sableye, it looks like we're going for, oh my gosh.
Abyss seeking.
We're Abyss seeking. I hope that they seek the Abyss well enough. There's more energy. No.
Just Pokemon and energy. Gabriel could go off to the races here and even KO this Giratina. Would require a Photon Blast from Miraidon. Not the hardest thing in the world to do when you have got Mareep. We are going to see an Ultra Ball. I imagine it's going to find a Dynamo of Flaffy. That will let you get one energy from your discard pile.
Here it is.
There it is. So, this is the turn for Gabriel. Will attach one energy from the discard pile. Can attach one from hand. That means an electric generator would be needed to get to that Photon Blaster. Can Gabriel do it?
I'm not sure, but I'm in two minds. I don't know if I want to see the play because I'd love to see Emilio bounce back from this.
Gabriel, and you know what? I love this play.
I'm
basically
so glad.
saying if I hit this turn, I pretty much win. But if you don't miss it, I don't see an electric generator.
Ooh.
I don't see one.
Oh, look at that hand. That's so much better for Emilio. My goodness.
Well, that's the risk of going for this play.
That was so good.
If you go for the Iono, you give your opponent a new hand, and if you miss, you're not in a good way.
And okay, going for, we're going for it. Yeehaw, Lightning Rondo time.
Wow, what a fast turn that was. The pendulum of power might be swinging. What has Emilio got? Has a new hand of 6 and then gets a top deck as well.
We're not stuck with a bunch of energy in hand anymore. Here comes Radiant Greninja, a second Giratina V. We could go ahead and concealed cards, that psychic energy. Unfortunately, the hand is still a little bit clogged, but absolutely going for the Colress first at putting 2 more Pokemon cards into the Lost Zone. That does put Cramorant live, so I wonder whether it'll be the decision for this one, but that's a pretty stacked Colress.
Yeah, pretty good, all things considered. The hand isn't traditionally that great. I see Giratina V and I see 2 Battle VIP pass, so definitely can't be using them. It looks like Switch cards. I can't quite make up what that other card was. Has been sent to the Lost Zone. We do see the Cramorant though, so we could be seeing that spit innocently now because that is live. We are going to see a concealed card as the judge there moves it. So it looks like it was, is that a Jet Energy I think that was? Oh no, it's a Super Rod that was in the Lost Zone from the Colress.
Here we go, and
looks like Emilio just debating what to do. I think we did see a concealed card. That hand is massive.
It's huge, but it's not providing many results in regards to actually what Emilio would like to see right now.
I think we might just have to see an escape rope or that switch card to heal the damage, well, heal some damage from this Giratina V, and then end the turn with a spit innocently, 110 damage. Not a bad number by any means.
No, not at all. And it's good to get damage on the board early if you can, especially because of Gabriel's intimidating board presence.
All right. There is a world in which we're seeing Ampere very much this turn. We all know that the electric generators are still in deck. We have Dynamo a lot. Wow, still no generators.
Oh my goodness.
What's going on?
They're hiding. What's going on? The generators are more useful in the early game than the late game when you've seen your energy. But even then,
oh my goodness! Get the double turbo energy. We're going to see an Ampere very much. And thanks to weakness, that will still be a KO, meaning Gabriel will take 2 prize cards off this Cramorant. The hand isn't looking very good, but when you take 2 prize cards
here
off
we
a
go,
one prize
let's say
Pokemon,
it together, Shay, and you very much!
Get the hands going, let's go! All right, over to Emilio now. Let's see what he can cook up. Only has 4 cards in the Lost Zone. Has got a little bit of work if he wants to try and use that Giratina V Star. Chorus Experiment is a fantastic way to start off your turn. Mirage Gate, Path to the Peak, Energy, Chorus, and an Iono. We need to see some Comfey. We need to see some switching cards to get cards in that Lost Zone.
That's 6 in the Lost Zone. We're so close yet so far to that magic number of 7 for Mirage Gate to be live.
It might have to be a concealed card to try and get a comp fate. That's going to be the only way to get to that 7. There is no lost vacuum. Concealed cards could be a very important concealed cards for Emilio.
Here we go. What are we getting?
Was it Guillotine V-Star and was that?
I didn't see. I didn't quite catch it. But I didn't think it was quite. No, it looked like a pass to the peak potentially. Doesn't look like there's much joy there, sadly. Another Giratina V for the bench. Oh my goodness. This isn't looking particularly lovely because if they can't respond, we're going to see another amp.
We might have to see a path to the peak, and we might even see a fade out from the Spirit Tombs to get it out the active and promote something that that the Ampy very much can't KO. We're all going to see an escape rope instead.
I suppose from Gabriel's kind of position, you might just be happy promoting the Raikau just because it has a retreat. Oh, they have a beach court in hand.
Has a beach court, so...
Oh my goodness. This could be it all wrapped up.
So it looks like...
I think they're having a chat, potentially.
Yeah, if they're having a chat about something or other. Not 100% sure what. I currently stand, we do see a path to the peak in play, and we do see an escape rope being used as well. And it looks like it's discussing something. And so let's have a look. So if you're off on the back of this escape rope, you probably, if you're Gabriel, promote any basic Pokemon of 1 with Chicago. You do have the beach court. There is a world, Amy, you know, in which if Gabriel can find a boss, can actually boss that Giratina V on the bench there and take 3 prize cards. Thank you very much.
My goodness gracious, you're right.
I mean, the hand doesn't support it yet. There isn't any drawing cards in that hand. It's a lot of energy.
And Gabriel doesn't have any natural card draw in their deck.
Well, I guess if you replace the Path to the Peak with the Beach Court, you have Fleet-Footed available.
That is ever so true. Would you want to take the risk of switching the Iron Hands out of the active, though, when it's got such a domineering presence, unless the escape roped Pokemon ends up being the Giratina V-Star, I suppose?
Yeah, I guess you kind of have to, it's intriguing to see what Gabriel would promote, because... yeah, the Greninja's lightning weak, so you can't promote that. It'd have to be either, even a Giratina V on that sort of left-hand side could get KO'd via a Photon Blaster. So our match is in review. We have our table judges. They're doing a fantastic job all day so far. So whatever is happening, I'm sure they're going to handle it masterfully. But wow, this is just, what a game 3. There's energy flying everywhere, damage flying everywhere. Oh my goodness, you guys can't see me right now, but wow, I am bushed.
Oh, honestly though, our judge team and professors have been working tirelessly for the last 3 days, and they're still going strong. So massive thank you to all of our staff and judge team for helping us to bring you all the action. We like to see that we're always being looked after by them.
Yep, because without all the staff, these events wouldn't run. That's the crowd doing the amp you very much. Hands, Iron Hands, let's go. Yeah, what an impactful card that we've seen it used many a times on the street. Plenty of fans supporting the players as well. That amp you very much. And it's a real interesting thing seeing the use of double turbo energy in the Miraidon deck, because the only card that makes use of double turbo energy, well, apart from retreating, is the Iron Hand. But when you can just pluck out that DT out of nowhere, it turns that 4 energy attack into just a DT and 2 lightning, much more manageable.
Yeah, I didn't even see the DTE in their hand, so when it came out, my heart hit the fan. Oh my goodness, it was exhilarating. Absolutely awesome to see that kind of action here for the Pokemon TCG. It just goes to show how much excitement we can have from a simple trading card game.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure about you, but when I saw the hand, because that is a golden copy of double turbo energy, I think at a glance I just thought it was a lightning energy.
Yeah.
And then when Gabriel flung it down, I was like, oh my goodness, that actually is a double turbo energy. Now, bear in mind that double turbo energy will reduce damage off the Ampy very much from 120 down to 100, so we do have to keep that in mind moving forward.
Yeah, looks like the players are just contemplating their next few turns as well, which is incredibly important to be 2 steps ahead.
Always got to be 2 steps ahead, thinking ahead, and that's something that I think can separate. We see some more Iron Hands action from the crowd. Let's go. yeah, always taking many steps ahead. That's, I think, one thing that separates, you know, good players from great players. Being able to navigate future turns, thinking, if my opponent's discarded this, I can capitalize with that. And, you know, this in the prize card, so I have to do that. Let's go. Make some noise, crowd. Come on. Game 3 here in the international finals. Let's go. Show us those hands.
I love that Iron Hands has given us this new fan favorite, and we get to enjoy it with you guys. Thank you so much for coming today, showing up for the finals, for the juniors and seniors. We're so exhilarated to see so many of you here and enjoying your day with us as well. Whether you're watching at home or whether you're here in the hall, everyone seems to be bright and bustling. Let's see those Iron Hands, everybody.
We absolutely love seeing the crowd get involved. Let's play a little game when the camera comes back to you guys. Let's see how many Iron Hands we can all get in the air at the same time. Come on, how many Iron Hands can we get involved? I want to see all those hands in the air when possible.
I wonder if we can get more Iron Hands in the crowd than were played in the tournament over this weekend.
There's our challenge. There's our challenge. And bear in mind the storylines for both our players. Gabriel, our current world champion, looking to be a regional champion, a world champion, and an international champion all at the same time. And for Emilio in his first proper confidence season. Let's get those Iron Hands in the sky, everyone. Come on, get them up. Yeah, let's go. Gee, love to see that. And then, yeah, for Emilio, his first proper senior season, finds himself in an international final as well.
How exciting! They must be so nervous. Yeah! Oh, the crowd is just cheering these guys on so much. Let's see the support for these players. They've worked so hard to get here.
Absolutely love getting the crowd involved. Something I love about these international events, you get a much more of a crowd, a much bigger stage. Everyone can cheer along their favorite players, their friends, their people from the home region. Both of these players are ironically from the home region, so that's what we like to see.
Just listen to them go.
Listen to this crowd. Let's go. Get those Iron Hands in the sky, everyone. Come on. Absolutely love to hear it. So it looks like our play is resuming. I think there might have been some clarification on whether Dynamotor was used accurately. It was. So now we are resuming off the back of Emilio's escape rope. Gabriel Fernandez, I should say, promotes the Miraidon, and Emilio is debating what to put in the active himself.
Debating, and it's looking like Greninja's turn to hop into the limelight.
Amy, we know the beach court's in hand. We might see another Ampu very much. That Radio Greninja is lightning weak.
Here we go!
Ampu very much for 4 prize cards so far. Gabriel Fernandez off to the races.
Iron Hands is certainly coming in handy in this matchup as we see another water-type Pokemon hit the discard pile.
Listen to that crowd. Emilio's going to try his best to get back in this game. Can he get rid of this Iron Hands? Needs to KO it.
He needs to deal with it now. An easy decision for the Lost Zone. 2 Battle VIP pass always makes us a little bit happy with a Comfey in hand.
We do see a Mirage Gate. So we can see some lost impact action potentially. We'll need to get 2 energy onto the Giratina V-Star. We'll need to get it into the active. Kind of needs a lost impact this turn, I feel.
Yeah, there's only 8 in the Lost Zone currently, so still cannot start Requiem.
Oh, there's another Mirage Gate.
Oh.
There's another Mirage Gate, so we are going to be able to see enough energy. As long as Emilio has a basic energy in there, there is a water. Just the water and a sidekick as well. Okay, there's plenty of energy, right? So with that beach court, that Spirit Tomb will be able to retreat for free. So we will be able to see a lost impact into this Iron Hands. Emilio trying his very best.
Yeah, Emilio saying, right, I'm not going to let Iron Hands run away with this game just yet.
And we do see the path to the peak come down as well. Traditionally can slow down the Miraidon decks. Lost impact, lost only 2 energy. Emilio on the board. What can Gabriel do? A boss's orders. Does he has the boss in hand! 2024 international champion. He's a world champion, a regional champion, and an international champion at the same time. Congratulations.
Let's hear it for Gabriel. The tandem unit that is Miraiden has driven Gabriel to victory.
Hold your head up high. Gabriel, what a fantastic performance, piloting the Miraiden deck all the way to the final. Won the game 3 as well. Emilio, fantastic play there as well, my friend. You played that really well. But our international champion is Gabriel.
That's what we're talking about. Fantastic play from both players. We are so pleased to have you, and you'll both always be champions in my heart.
Yep.
Absolutely spectacular. Let's hear it from the crowd.
Make some noise for Gabriel, our international champion.
And that's Gabriel's family. In the pink is his mother. Everyone's giving the march. They must be so proud.
Yeah, I was chatting to the parents off stream and just seemed so happy. I said, you've done so well. Both Gabriel has a brother, Vinny, fantastic player as well. They've raised 2 fantastic Pokemon trainers here. And yeah, Gabriel is a world champion, an international champion, and a regional champion all at the same time. The triple header, wearing 3 crowns at the same time.
Absolutely amazing to add to their terrific accolades. We've never seen this before at LAIC, topping off their 3 different achievements.
And doing it in his home region as well. That has to, you know, hit a little bit different, winning an international in your own region. But before we get too carried away, I want to say massive congratulations to Emilio. In his first proper season in seniors, we're already realistically towards the start of the season,
right?
And you have immediately got to the finals of an international championship. Quite honestly, it doesn't get much better than that. As I love to see that he's still smiling and having a fun time. Let's make some noise for Emilio, everybody.
Yes!
Come on.
Emilio absolutely has done terrifically. They have earned their 2nd place. They are doing fantastic. They just took a game against the world champion. They took 1 game out of that, and I'm so proud.
Took 1 game in his first proper season in the division. Like, that is ridiculous. That's unheard of.
Absolutely.
So, wow, and I'm so glad you're seeing everyone there cheering him on, still smiling. And that's what Pokemon's all about. It's all about the community. You want to do well, but it's also your friends, your family, everyone cheering you on. And that's what it's all about. So massive congratulations to Emilio, but an even bigger congratulations to Gabriel. Like I said, currently 3 champions at the same time. Worlds, international and regional as well.
Oh, I cannot believe it. Going into their first championships against a world champion.
Yep.
World champion keeping that title strong. However, I wonder if they'll ever be dethroned at this point.
Well, it's definitely Gabriel's season right now. I'm sure he's got a big target on his back for the rest of the seniors division. But I tell you what, he won't be going anywhere without a fight. And I was so impressed with that Miraiden deck, quite honestly. It just seems to be poetry in motion. You know, when those electric generators hit, you are just off to the races. The Fluffy coming in, attaching those extra energy as and when you need them. Just honestly, such a strong performance.
And honestly, it's so fantastic and heartwarming to see the reaction from the crowd to both of our finalists.
Yeah.
They are so proud. There is so much support, and that's exactly what this is all about. Like you said, Jay, this community, the love that we share for one another and the love that we share for Pokemon just makes everything so fantastic for everyone involved.
Yeah, I have to give a massive shout out to the crowd here. It's my first time ever in South America, my first time ever in Brazil, and I've been blown away by the support of all the fans, the crowd, the players. Everyone's been so nice to the staff, so massive shout outs to them as well. There's nothing better, I feel, as a caster when you see a play or you see a top deck and you just hear the eruption of the crowd. We can still hear it through our headset, so we know something good is about to happen. I absolutely adore those moments.
It's so incredible, and honestly, I don't think there could have been a more explosive crowd reaction to our juniors and seniors finals. Thank you everyone out there for making mine and Shay's first cast at an international so special.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible. So thank you to everyone at home for joining in, all the production staff and all the fans as well, whether you're watching online or here in the venue. But it's now time to hear from our senior international champion, and world champion, funnily enough, actually. So let's kick it down to the stage and hear from them.
Let's give it up one more time for the LAIC champion in the seniors division, Gabriel Fernandez. What a wonderful match. You have your friends cheering you on, your family, all of Brazil. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, I'm still shaking about the game. Very tense game, and congrats to Emilio.
That game 3, that was incredible, and it started off stressful too. That Iono all of a sudden giving an out for Emilio to get back in the game. Were you nervous at that point?
Yeah, I mean, when he showed his hand with 6 energies, I was like, maybe I shouldn't have Iono, but I guess it paid off at the end.
It was such a back and forth set too, going all the way to the wire. As game 2, he shut you out with the path to the peak early on. How do you navigate against this Giratina lost box that once it gets set up can be disastrous for your team?
Yeah, I mean, game 2, I just really couldn't do anything, the path to the peak. So the coin flip is really huge in this match because he don't play path turn 1, I can set up my whole board. Iron Hands really came in clutch, game 3, just trying to do that.
That Iron Hands, that was incredible. You have this Muride on deck, but the Iron Hands was really the MVP. Talk to me about bringing this deck to the event. Did you know it was a champion deck from the start?
So day 1 of the Masters division, I saw there was a lot of Gardevoirs, so I decided to play Miraidon because it has a really favorable matchup against Gardevoir overall. You have double Iron Hands, 2 DTEs, so I decided to bring this deck. Also, because it can beat everything if you just really get your setup going.
Well, at this point now, you won the World Championships, you won the Curitiba Regional Championships, and now you won an International Championships. What's the secret to this success, this dominance?
Just really try to find the best deck, the one you feel most confident about it, and don't be nervous, just play the game.
Great advice for those out there. And before I go, you can celebrate being a champion. Do you have any shout outs to those watching and cheering you on?
Thanks to my friend Lucas Jardão, who decided with me to put the second Iron Hands in my deck. My friend Adriano, who played the same deck as me, he also played in LAIC. So thanks to my family as well for all the support.
Congratulations once again. Give it up for your LAIC Senior Champion. We, of course, still have one more championship on the horizon. It's going to be soon. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Meza, and we are now just one more match away before we crown our Masters Division TCG champion here at LAIC 2024.
And what a coincidence. We saw Iron Valiant win in juniors. We just saw Miraidon win in seniors. But only one of those can win in this finals.
Yeah, the 2 decks that have taken down our juniors and seniors crowns are trying to face off to see who in the Masters Division will hold that trophy. And it's 2 very fast-paced decks.
Very, very fast-paced. One specialized in going really fast and doing a lot of damage to the active. The other one trying to be a little more specific with your targets. And there are a few Pokemon that Iron Valiant can pick off in the early game, such as the Mareeps, but not much else. So we'll have to see how the damage is managed by Noah.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a back and forth matchup for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at that senior top 8 bracket that we just had. Gabriel Fernandez 2-1 over Emilio, taking down the World Championships, Katowice Regionals, and now LAIC. Kid's on a tear.
Yeah, the hat trick. Yeah, the equivalent of a hat trick, winning every single type of tournament. I'm sure he's already won a cup and a challenge as well, so you've won one of everything in the last 4 months. You have to be feeling really good, and as we've said, we've talked about this all weekend, it's only a third of the way on the road to Hawaii. So incredible performances by Gabriel lately. Really well played finals by both players as well. Emilio that navigated that game 2 flawlessly, and in game 3 unfortunately just couldn't quite get going. There were no comfes in the board at one point.
Yeah, no comfes in the board, a lot in the prizes, and it's just been a crazy first 2 matches that we've had here on stream so far. Now, we want to remind you all, we have been doing a giveaway throughout this entire weekend. It is that special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX, limit of 100,000. Use that Paradox LAIC code in your Pokemon TCG Live. Use it by November 27th to get this beautiful card in your collection.
You know it's good, so it's not only going to be in your collection, I'm sure you'll be able to win a lot with it. This deck is fantastic. It's really, I think it's an easy deck to pilot, yet difficult to master, right? Placing those damage counters accurately. Games can be won or lost by a single damage counter, so accurate tachyon bits, a very good skill to have, and what better way to do it than in style with this beautiful card.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at our Masters bracket and see how these players made it to this finals here. Noah Sawyer taking down Brennan Cameron and Gabriel Valeso 2-0 both times. Pretty easy pickings.
Pretty easy pickings, and Yuho had a quick 2-0 against Matthew Burris, but then we saw a very exciting game against Kieran, back and forth against that Gardevoir with the ancient Screamtail, yet Iron Hands was the Pokemon that got him through to the final.
Now the future is now for both of these players. Iron Hands EX up against Iron Valiant EX. Raikou V up against Entei V. This is going to be a battle for the ages for sure.
Indeed, I had not realized there's the battle of Raikou versus Entei, Iron Hands versus Iron Valiant, and technically would Miraidon count as a future Pokemon as well? It doesn't have the tag, right? But the whole game, the whole lore revolves around Miraidon and those future Pokemon, so 2 future-themed decks. Ancient Pokemon need to step it up.
Yeah, they need to step it up for sure. Well, our match is ready, so let's go ahead and see what these players had to say about this match. We are going to have a Yoga Loop on the Sableye, and just like that, Noah taking a knockout turn 1.
My name is Noah, and I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Magma Basin charges up the Entei V. Jet Energy taking game 1 in exciting fashion.
My strategy coming into this event was to go super aggressive and try to knock out all my opponent's support Pokemon before they're able to set up.
Ooh, now that is a strong escape rope, forcing a Curlia into the act. So that means it's amped you very much. It's not only going to take 2 prize cards, but it's also going to take away a Curlia from Kieran.
My name is Juho Kallama, and I'm from Finland.
We are going to see another amp you very much.
Oh my goodness gracious me, that is absolutely bonkers.
My strategy coming into this weekend was get as lucky as possible and be able to convert that luck to wins consistently.
And does have a basic energy in hand as we go to a game 3.
All over. Miraidon will be able to take the KO.
Over the weekend, my strategy did change a little bit. Sometimes I had to play a little bit more slow depending on the matchup, or I had to play a little bit more aggressive depending on the specific circumstances.
Well, I started going first after like round 3 because I realized the meta was a lot of Gardevoir, against which you want to go first with Miraidon.
Half to the peak comes down, Amy, and a progressive research.
Here we go. We might might have it now.
Because his deck relies a lot on the rule box Pokemons, I think that's the pick will be very important in the matchup.
That is it. That's 6 energy bots ordered onto the Gardevoir EX. Closes out this game.
I think I deserve this because I've been playing for a long time. I've been here since 2007 roughly, so I'm really hoping that this can finally close out a win for me.
My opponent's deck concerns me the most. And also I've seen him play and he's played pretty well.
Winning this event means a lot to me because of the help of all my family and friends and the support they've given me. To my opponent, I wish them the best of luck.
I say good luck and let's have fun.
Kalama. Yuho, how are you feeling with this grand finals ahead of you now?
Very nervous, but hopeful that I win.
And you've been chasing down an accomplishment like this for a while. So even making it to this grand stage, making it to Championship Sunday, how are you feeling about this journey you've taken so far?
Amazing, and I can't really believe it yet. I don't feel like I belong here because I haven't been here before, but now I'm here, so it's fine.
And you hear the cheers, you hear people cheering for you ahead of this finals. How does it feel knowing that people are behind you on this journey?
It feels amazing, and I'm thankful for them for that.
Well, best of luck going on to the finals. And of course, we have to be bringing out our other finalist, Noya Sawyer. Congratulations. I know you've come close to a first place spot. And how does it feel now that you're one match away from maybe getting this title?
Oh, it feels great.
Any nerves? You seem to be all smiles over here.
I am really nervous, but I'm just here to have fun and play Pokemon, the card game of my life, so to say. So.
And of course now, in this huge match, how are you feeling? Is there anyone you want to thank ahead of it?
I'm not really too sure. I think right now I'm just going to go in and just see what happens.
All right, well, we're definitely going to have an amazing match ahead of us. So let's have our players take their seats and get our grand finals started. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Sierra. It is going to be a grand finals for sure. Both of these players are hungry for that first big win.
Indeed, both players playing for a very good amount of time and both players coming close. Noah a little bit closer, but one of them is going to walk away with a championship and the other with also a really good placing, right? Finalist at an international championship, not an easy task.
Not an easy task, a lot of money, a lot of championship points, that invite to Honolulu, Hawaii as well. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions that we as our casters have thought about who is going to win this matchup, and oh my.
A little one-sided towards Yuho. I think a lot of us have a lot of faith into Iron Hands this time around.
Listen, Iron Valiant has been showing up and putting in a ton of work throughout this entire weekend, and it's so electrifying to see on the stage that you would think it would be Miraidon. And if Miraidon wins, that's still fine with me anyway, but if Iron Valiant wins, then I look like a genius.
You do look like a genius over the rest of us, and I also know that you'd be happy with a Miraidon win, right? Since you've been playing Miraidon for a while, so I guess you're like this middle of the ground, but I'm going all the way. Yeah, I predicted Iron Hands to do well this tournament. It's in the finals. I'm fully committed to that card winning the whole thing.
Listen, I just needed to add a little Iron variance to this caster prediction here. Hopefully Noah Sawyer is able to prove me right.
I mean, definitely has a very, very good chance. Yeah, I think the dynamic between both decks is going to be very interesting. Any bench management that Yuho tries to do in order to reduce the damage that Entei does will be compensated by those Tachyon bits. So even though Tachyon bits' like main function is to take down those little Pokemon, those low HP Pokemon one by one, it can be really useful to make up for any damage that your Entei V is missing out on. And then we also have that Radiant Charizard. So I'd say it's a pretty evenly matched matchup.
Yeah, it really, both the Entei and the Raikou have the same exact attack.
Yep.
20 plus 20 for every bench Pokemon. Usually see people try to play around that by not benching as much. But you were right, that Tachyon bits from Iron Valiant EX really helps get over that hurdle.
Indeed, now there is the most important difference between those two cards, though, the HP. Entei sitting at 230 HP puts it out of range of a maximum damage Raikou attack, out of a maximum damage Raiden attack, so that's where the Zapdos is going to be very key.
Now taking a look at the accomplishments for both of these players, Yuho did very well at Buckham Regionals, top 4 this past year, top 16 in 2020. EUIC top 32 in Bristol Regionals, top 16. And meanwhile, Noah Sawyer top 16 in Pittsburgh Regionals, finalist at Fort Wayne Regionals, top 8 in Dallas Regionals 2016, and a top 16 at NAIC in 2019.
Now we gotta mention though that NAIC top 16 was a bubble out of top 8 after IDing the last round, so coming so close yet so far, and now finally has a chance to get that big finish.
Yeah, and Yuho, meanwhile, his older brother just won Lil a few weeks ago, hoping to add another trophy to the trophy case at home.
Yeah, incredible to have so many. I feel like we've seen this brothers dynamic a couple of times, right? We have the Schultz brothers, very good players, the Cameraman brothers, very good players as well, and I'm sure there's plenty out there. Gabriel Fernandez, yeah, I know his brother Vinicius Fernandez, who's here, first season in Masters, doing pretty well as well.
These players are all waiting on this opportunity to try to show you that they are championship worthy. They have been playing through 15 rounds of Swiss and then our top 8 bracket. All culminates to this moment, and here are the prize cards for this game 1. Let's go ahead and take a look.
75 minutes or less separate us, and prize cards, 2 switching outs, nothing too impressive. 3 energy and an electric generator though. Those 3 energies will significantly reduce the chances of Yuho hitting the electric generators, at least in the beginning of the game. So we'll have to see how those work, yeah, because Yuho has fancied himself as getting really lucky with the electric generators throughout the whole tournament, not whiffing very much at all. So we'll have to see these 3 energies in the prize cards and how they affect the development of this game 1.
Honestly though, if you're choosing to play a deck like Miraidon EX, you have to be a little lucky to hit those electric generators and cheat those energies in play. Your turn 1, turn 2 are so important with this deck, but honestly, with Iron Valiant EX, it's very much the same way.
Yeah, definitely. Both decks need a good strategy, but also a little bit of luck as we get this match started with a strong Battle VIP pass for Noah. Entei versus Miraidon. We're in for a good one, Jeremy. We're in for a good one.
Yeah, Battle VIP pass here with the Entei V in the active spot. You can use fleet-footed, draw an extra card, and here we're going to see Noah do a little prize checking, make sure what resources he has available to him. And honestly, I'm going to be interested to see who actually chose to go first and second, but both of these decks very capable of attacking on the first turn, going second.
Indeed, both these decks have that possibility, and this is something that we've noticed since Paradox Rift. The format does feel more aggressive this time around, and going second has never had more merit than this weekend. So, as you mentioned, for Game 2, that'll be a very interesting decision, and Radiant Charizard hitting the field very early on. Another very powerful attacker that Noah can utilize in order to compensate in case Yuho limits their bench, trying to reduce the damage from the Burning Rondo.
Another Battle VIP pass found off that 1 card from Fleet-Footed. It'll be interesting to see if you actually use all of the Pokemon found off of it, because Nest Ball in hand as well. But here is the switch card to the Iron Valiant, switch to that Radiant Charizard, because it is a 1 prize Pokemon that your opponent could take a knockout on. and kind of give you a little bit of a reprieve. Here's a nest ball for that Squawkabilly EX, and this has been such a good inclusion in this deck.
Indeed, Squawk and Seize has definitely been getting more and more play. Now we're seeing decks play 2 copies of the card sometimes, as before we only had 1. So incredible to see this cute parrot make it all the way to the finals in both decks as well.
Squawk and Seize was the ability used. Discard the hand, draw 6. Another Battle VIP Pass found. Might as well use it. You didn't use the second one.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't use a Battle VIP Pass on turn 1. As we can see, Noah very conservative with their bench damage, with their bench management rather, to not fully maximize the damage that a Raikou can potentially do against you. Only 1 Tachyon bits available so far. However, as we've talked about, the HPs, everything in Yuho's deck is in range, and there aren't a lot of small Pokemon to pick on.
And that is a pass of the turn. Pretty stellar turn 1 from Noah there, focusing on those 2 Entei V, getting that fire energy on that benched one. Meanwhile, Yuho is going to start things off. Tandem Unit, one of the best abilities that really makes this deck function.
The Tandem Unit, essentially a Battle VIP Pass each and every turn that you need it. Deck search, very important. Figuring out the price cards, very important. And I'm pretty sure Yuho's going to be checking on how many energies you have priced and trying to thin the deck as much as possible in order to make sure that those electric generators' chances of hitting energy are as maximized as possible.
And there we see that Raikou V, one of the best attackers for this deck, especially early game. And Zeraora, a single prize Pokemon in this deck that has free retreat. So you often just find yourself putting it in the active.
Yeah, having that pivot, very, very important. And then Zeraora's Battle Claw attack will also be pretty key here, I think. In case Yuho ever attacks into an Entei but is not able to get that knockout, leaves the Entei with 10 or even 30 remaining HP, you can use that Zeraora to finish off that Entei, and you don't expose a 2-prize Pokemon in the active. Both players are very aware of how this match will be decided by a 2-2 prize trade-off of sorts. That's why Noah prioritizing not giving up a single prize card on turn 1. However, we see the immediate escape rope, Jeremy.
Escape rope brings up the Entei V for Noah and Raikou V for Yuho. That means Fleet-Footed will be able to be used. Here we see another Miraidon EX with its Tandem Unit fetching out that Zapdos, which is going to be one of the biggest cards in this match.
That Zapdos is going to be the most influential Pokemon here. Yuho can get to that 230 damage threshold to knock out the Entei V in 1 hit, regardless of how many Pokemon are on the bench or not, as long as he can get that Miraidon powered up. So that Zapdos, that's probably the Pokemon that if you're Noah, you want to try to target down with Tachyon Bits eventually, or even boss KO, because then the damage is limited for Yuho.
Switch cart now to that Zeraora, having that free retreat. Still hasn't retreated for the turn for Sealstone to that Raikou V, giving it that Star Alchemy ability. But we're going to see a Professor's Research here, discarding double Mareep. Don't need those against a bunch of Tachyon Bits.
Now that, of course, you want to prevent the KOs, right? But energy acceleration is also very key. If your Pokemon are continually going down each and every time, that's going to make it hard for Yuho to have back-to-back attackers, especially with the 3 energies that were priced at this point in time. So I'm not sure. Sometimes benching the Mareeps can be a liability, but if you bench both of them, one is guaranteed to be not knocked out during your opponent's next turn, and then you can evolve into Fluffy and get a little bit of an energy advantage that way. So this could be very good in order to prevent that price setup or that extra price for Noah, but it could also be very bad as the game goes on.
Yuho now digging even deeper. Ultra Ball, discarding an Ultra Ball and a Lightning Energy, finding his own Squawkabilly EX. And we're going to probably see a Squawk and Seize from Yuho's side of things here. Discarding a hand of Path to the Peak, Boss's Orders, and Iono. Those are very bad discards here.
The 3 very important cards in this matchup. Yuho even talked about how important the Path to the Peak is to stop his opponent's main strategy, and drawing a lot of energies in the prizes. Can we hit?
Oh, just the one here that we'll be able to attach to the Miraidon, but having already attached for the turn, we might need a Forest Seal Stone for another electric generator.
Yep, I'm very certain that's what we're going to see, but it always feels a little bad when you draw those energies into your hand instead of them being at the top of your deck. So this electric generator, it's going to be a big one. But if that Miraidon is then return KO'd afterwards, with no access to Fluffy or Mareep, how do you get more Pokemon powered up?
After this electric generator, just one more left in the deck, one in the prize cards. So it's gonna be a little bit risky here, but Yuho senses that he needs to go fast, has dug through basically half of the deck at this point.
I would have loved to see Yuho play that Ultra Ball, and there we see, wow, double hit.
And that is gonna help set up a KO for the next turn as well, attaching to that Raikou V. And with this setup now, this Miraidon EX has enough power to take the knockout on that Entei V in the active.
Yes, 230 damage, perfect numbers. However, this will reduce Noah's bench a little bit more, right? So if Noah is able to get a response with enough Tachyon Bits damage to complete the damage for Entei, it could get a little tricky here. So great start for Yuho. We'll see how Noah responds.
Fleet-footed to start things off. Might as well get that extra free card. And Coloris's Experiment, supporter that just helps dig further without having to sacrifice your hand. Looking at 5 cards here. The Lost Zone's not really going to matter, so whatever you get rid of will be gone.
Now, Noah is holding so many switching effects, but only has access to 2 Iron Valiant. So the big key card missing right now is the Magma Basin. That's what Noah needed to find in order to be able to power up, but we see that it's just not quite there.
Does have the 4 Seal Stones, so could search for it if he chooses to.
Definitely needs to do that.
The thing with Magma Basin, though, is you're also just damaging your own Entei V to get that energy on there, helping out Yuho's Raikou V and trying to take that knockout.
Yeah, between benching that extra Iron Valiant and the self-damage from Magma Basin, which could be healed with a switch card, right? However, that was the first switching card used, so you could spend an extra switching effect just to heal that Entei, but now that's not possible as there are only switches in the hand, I think.
Well, there is that Star Alchemy, finding that Magma Basin, a supporter or a stadium that's been out for a while, and we knew the power of it. It's very good, just attaching an extra energy per turn to your benched fire Pokemon, and you put 2 damage counters on it, but hasn't really seen the success that it is right now.
Indeed, and we've had Entei from the same set available for a long time as well. Yeah, we did see Magma Basin utilized very successfully at the World Championships in 2022 with that Radiant Charizard deck that ended up winning a few regionals last season, but we see the knockout here. Magma Basin, pretty good card now that Tachyon Bits is out.
Mew EX, the draw for Yuho here, has an Ultra Ball and a ton of energies. I don't know if I see any supporter, though.
No support, unfortunately, in Yuho's hand. No access to something like Luminion, so we're going to see a thinned Pokemon here, which is great, right, to improve your chances at top decking. We also have access to Fleet-footed to draw an extra card, maybe find a supporter there. Looking decent for Yuho this turn, and will be able to respond to that Entei.
Well, here is that Ultra Ball for Iron Hands EX, tandem unit for the Raikou V, thinning out the deck as much as possible before this potential Fleet-footed.
Very, very important to do that. Every card you get out of the deck matters so much, and Noah was able to limit their bench last turn, but just not quite enough. Lightning Rondo will be doing 210 damage, plus the bonus from Zapdos' ability. It's 210, which is the exact amount he needs. Oh, there's a research.
Okay, yeah, this hand is great. Discarding the Iron Hands EX, Mew EX, Double Turo, and a Lightning. Finding 7 new cards. Boss's Orders, Super Rod, Path to the Peak. This might be the hand to try and seal up this game 1.
Path, definitely the card that Yuho needed to get the best turn possible here. Now, Yuho will be able to take a knockout on this Entei, will be very correctly using Fleet-footed before playing that path to get the most amount of cards this turn. And how does Noah respond? Can Noah set up another Entei to take down this Raikou?
Draws another Boss's Orders off that Fleet-footed. And we're going to see that Path to the Peak hit play and a knockout looming for this Raikou V. And just like that, Yuho down to 2 prize cards left in game 1 of Masters Finals here.
doing just enough damage with each KO. Noah not able to prevent those KOs. Top decks the switch cards, which would have saved that Entei, and now probably has to research and hope at this point. No point in switching out your Iron Valiants, as you cannot use their abilities with that path to the peak in play.
Yeah, 4 switch outs getting discarded. No Magma Basin in sight of these 7 cards. And that means this Radiant Charizard is not going to be able to attack this turn. Its Excited Heart ability shut off due to that path to the peak.
Noah also needs to promote that Charizard, so will not be able to use it to attack. Oh, I guess Iron Valiant definitely survives the damage here. Does have a boss's order, though.
And just like that, Yuho Kalamala opening up with a 1-0 victory.
Very well played by Yuho. Very perfectly executed strategy, not giving Noah any free prizes off them, or even choosing not to bench them at all. Filling up the bench with a lot of high HP Pokemon, making Tachyon bids not be super relevant, which is the best asset of Iron Valiant here.
Yeah, you really tried to, like Noah was saying in the video, take out those support Pokemon that your opponent has, but when all your support Pokemon have 220 HP, it's going to be a little bit harder. And here is that first electric generator, and then the second one found off that Star Alchemy, finding 2 lightning energy, and that was huge, allowing that Raikou to attack the next turn.
Indeed, Yuho hit just enough energy with each electric generator, had just enough resources, and was able to do just enough damage, right? Yuho felt like he was playing right on the edge, and every calculated decision ended up paying off after that path to the peak stopped Noah from finding a response.
Yeah, this Professor's research, discarding a ton of switch outs, not finding anything in that hand, and just like that, Boss's Orders taking the KO on that Squawkabilly EX, and we are going to a game 2 here.
Squawkabilly EX being such a good card, but also such a big liability, right? Once you play it down, it can be targeted by your opponent. It does have that very low HP, and with a lightning weakness, we've even seen it be taken down by the Ampu very much attack, which is something that could happen in this series, but big prize card, the Zapdos being prized, is really bad for you, along with double Boss's Orders for Noah.
That is the only 2 Boss's Orders Noah plays, so going to have to rely on just attacking the active for this entire game. And it looks like Yuho is going first here. Raikou versus Entei yet again, fleet-footed. Allows Yuho a path to the peak.
Noah choosing to go second, then giving himself the opportunity to be the first aggressor, which is so important in this matchup. Both decks have the possibility to attack on turn 1, so whoever gets the first 2 prize cards has a very big advantage. But that path to the peak, Jeremy, such a powerful card.
Here is an Ultra Ball discarding Mareep and a Flaffy. We'll be able to find Miraidon EX. Miraidon EX Tandem Unit can go ahead and grab 2 more Lightning Pokemon if Yuho chooses. And the hand looks all right for Yuho here.
Yeah, pretty decent start. Once again, going with the no benching of Mareep at all. So it's going to be all about this electric generators, yeah? Everything will hang on the balance on whether you hit 1 or 2 energies or 0. So far, so good for Yuho.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Taking a look here, seeing what is prized. It's going to notice that Zapdos right away. Eyeing down that Zeraora for its free retreat. It was very helpful in getting into the active with Escape Rope, having your electric generators charge up the Pokemon you actually need.
Yeah, both Flaffy's Dynamotor ability only works in the bench. Zeraora giving that pivot for the electric generators as well, so big. But that Zapdos, that Zapdos can be accessed, but without the Zapdos, knocking out this first Entei is going to be a tall order for Yuho. He could dedicate to powering up a Raichu to accomplish that, but the discard of the energies could be very difficult to come back from with no Flaffy in play at all.
Here is that Tandem Unit, finds a Miraidon EX and that Zeraora. Still debating about the second Tandem Unit. Nope, we're going to go ahead and grab a Raichu V. Now, with its attack fast charge, you can use it if you go first. Search your deck for a Lightning Energy, attach it to this Pokemon. Pretty good way to accelerate energy, especially on your first turn when normally you're not able to attack.
Unfortunately, Yuho's hand not good enough to where he will have to rely on Squawk ability to get a more stable setup, find those electric generators, and thus that path to a peak, which is so important, will not be able to hit plays. Squawk sees the priority here for a fresh new hand.
It is always very awkward, especially when playing Miraidon EX, that you have Path to the Peak in your opening hand, but you need to Squawk and Seize. Those two cards do not go together, especially that turn 1.
Now, Mew EX also hitting the field, which probably will not be powered up. However, that restart ability, really good.
Unless you need to discard all of them to Squawk and Seize here. Drawing a Boss's Orders and a Raikou V. You have the Lightning Energy, so you're going to attach that to your own Raikou on the bench. And here we're going to see that Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, those are two very important resources. Only 2 Raikou V in the deck, and it is the most efficient or energy efficient attacker that Yuho has access to, but now he only can rely on one. So this electric generator, Jeremy, it's going to be big next turn.
Yeah, saving it just so you can thin out a little bit more. And now it's up to Noah to try to figure out what to do here and how to cobble together a knockout. Going to start with a Magma Basin and a Battle VIP pass. Not too bad.
Very strong start. Prioritizing Squawk and Seize or checking the prices, but that Squawk and Seize was very useful for Noah to set up, but also what ended up costing him the game. But when your hand merits using Squawk and Seize, you just have to go for it, yeah, because you stand more to gain by using it than not having that liability, but then not getting further into the match because you don't have a good enough hand.
Go on and take a look at the deck to see what is prized. If I remember, it's nothing too bad.
Nothing too impactful that would force a difficult decision or something out of the ordinary, right?
Except for the 2 bosses.
The 2 bosses orders, which at this point, you also have Escape Rope. Yeah, an Escape Rope right now, it won't let you target the Pokemon that you want, but it's good enough to initiate that 2x2x2 price trade-off. So, and that's exactly what we're gonna see. So the target is in the active. It's also the easiest Pokemon to take down, the one that definitely does not require any Tachyon Bits usage. As we see the research, the energy in the discard pile, a lot of switching cards. So I think we're gonna have Noah start the price trade of this turn.
It has another Battle VIP pass found off that Professor's research. Still has access to Fleet-Footed and that Squawk and Seize. So with this Battle VIP pass, finds 2 Iron Valiant EX. A few switch cards in hand. Let's go along with another Nest Ball. We might see that Radiant Charizard hit the bench, and there we go.
Getting that ready to attack. That really great, efficient attacker with that Combustion Blast that only gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Really great complement to Entei, and you really don't mind pairing it up with Magma Basin towards the end of the game because it has such a low amount of HP that it's gonna get KO'd pretty quickly.
So we see the switch before the second Fleet-Footed here, bringing up that Iron Valiant EX with the Future Booster Energy Capsule has Free Retreat.
Difficult decision here for Noah. Does have the double turbo to guarantee that the Entei will attack, but that will reduce its damage output by 20, which not relevant against the Squawk ability right now, but could be relevant with the higher HP Pokemon that Raikou and Miraidon has. However, with the bench being completely full for both players, I would not be too worried. And wow, off the top, the Fire Energy.
What a good Fleet-Footed there, and now no damage reduction for Noah. Takes the knockout, and this is what he wanted to see game 1, and Yuho was able to accomplish just that.
You know you have a good turn when you bench the Squawk ability with your first Battle VIP pass, and then you just choose not to use it.
Yuho's going to start things off with that tandem unit, trying to see what Pokemon are left. Remember, did discard the second Raikou V and won't have access to it. There is a Super Rod in the deck, but finding another Miraidon EX here.
Now, I really like what Yuho did last turn. He got an Electric Generator, but chose not to play it. Why? Because now he top-decked a card. He's now able to thin an extra card with Tandem Unit, and now he's able to thin an extra card with Ultra Ball. So that's 3 cards that are not energy cards now out of the deck, fully maximizing the chances of hitting 2 energies of the Electric Generators. And when you're not using any Dynamotors from Fluffy, it's so important to hit 2 energies right here, especially when your other Raikou is also gone.
You got to give yourself the best odds for the cards that you're playing. And thinning is winning. That's probably why I'm up here. I'm a little bit thicker.
Now, we do have an interesting dynamic here. No one knows that Yuho plays the Zapdos, doesn't know that it's prized, right? So that probably factored into his decision, being like, okay, you know what? Both benches are full. You're going to get the knockout. I don't need to bother healing that 20 damage. If Noah had any indication that the Zapdos had been prized, I feel like we might have seen a Squawkanseas perhaps to try and dig for a switch card to take that 20 damage off and be able to survive the incoming lightning rondo.
Just one electric energy found on, one lightning energy found off the electric generator. And here we see Iono after attaching to the second Miraidon EX.
You're really hoping to hit a path, and there it is, the path to the peak. Very strong card, along with the Force Seal Stone to make sure that you have access to anything you need next turn. What a fantastic Iono for Yuho.
Looking at the hand for Noah, though, it's not too bad himself. Switch card, double turbo energy, and Professor's Research to go along with the Colorless Experiment. So it has some options for the following turn, but this path to the peak is going to be enemy number 1. Noah's going to have to try to find another Magma Basin. There is 4 in the deck, though.
There are 4 in the deck, and the importance of Magma Basin is not quite for Tachyon Bits. Tachyon Bits not coming into play as much as Noah would like, but it's more about being able to get a response here with the Entei. That's the crucial thing Noah needs to do here. Otherwise, the price trade-off will now favor Yuho after this knockout.
Force Seal Stone is going to go ahead and grab that Bravery Charm for Yuho here. Such a powerful tool, being able to add 50 HP to the basic Pokemon that it's attached to. And once you know, most of every Pokemon in Yuho's deck is basic.
Indeed, and this Bravery Charm will now force Noah to be able to utilize Tachyon Bits to actually get a knockout on the Raikou. So really well planned, really well executed. Yuho getting the best possible turn here in order to respond to the Entei.
And there we go. Yuho tying it up. 4 prizes to 4 prizes. Entei getting knocked out. Going to be some big draws from Noah here. Most likely going to start off with this Professor's Research.
I would imagine so. Does have, interesting attachment, I guess, with the Magma Basin now. Charizard with 1 Tachyon Bits can take a knockout on Yuho, so we need to find the Magma Basin, and there it is.
Big draw for Noah there. Able to bump that path to the peak. Magma Basin attaches a fire to that Radiant Charizard, and with its Excited Heart ability, will be able to attack. Does 230 damage. There's that Tachyon Bits, and guess what? Raikou V has 230 HP left.
What a coincidence, Jeremy. What a funny coincidence. And now Yuho in a lot of trouble, because if he wants to take 2 prizes against Noah, that means the Charizard will be able to just get another hit next turn. And if Yuho takes down the Charizard, he'll still need to KO 2 more Pokemon in order to win this match.
And Noah also grabbed a boss's orders from the prize card. So if there's no Iono from Yuho's side of the board, a simple boss's orders KO is looming in the future.
That low HP Mew could be the target. Bravery Charm top decked. No, there is an Iono in the hand though, so that could definitely, I could see Yuho just taking the knockout and hoping Noah doesn't find a response, but with the free retreat from the booster capsule on that Iron Valiant, I fully expect Noah to be able to stabilize, or he might need a fleet-footed to get out of this one.
Tandem Unit's going to take a quick look at the deck, see what options are available to Yuho. I guess you can go ahead and get that Mareep now if you want. Not really too threatened, especially with Noah at 2 prize cards already.
Yeah, if Noah takes 1 prize card, not going to be a big deal. Still needs to take down another Pokemon, which there is a universe where that Zeraora could be the other Pokemon, right? So definitely risky. Yuho reconsiders and opts not to.
Now, there is a lost vacuum in the hand for Yuho. Can use that to get rid of the Magma Basin, which would limit the chances of an Entei V attack next turn. We see the Lightning Energy on Miraidon. Bravery Charm to go along with it. Still no attacker set up this turn for Yuho here, and it's going to be a little bit scary.
Indeed, you need to be able to hit an Electric Generator of the Iono that's about to be played, and then you also need to hit an energy. If you do, you're sitting really nice there. However, there's no guarantees. There's never any guarantees with electric generators.
This Iono is going to be pretty big, though. Yuho's going to draw 4 cards, but Noah's only going to draw 2 thanks to their prize cards here. A lot of good resources down at the bottom of the deck. Escape Rope, Entei found for Noah. That's not really going to be much of any help.
No electric generator, though, won't be able to attack this turn.
No.
And Noah, that Charizard with so many switch effects, should be able to attack again. Noah, 1 boss away, hasn't V-starred either.
And we know the Escape Rope is in hand. Escape Rope will reset this Combustion Blast from Radiant Charizard, but thankfully that Bravery Charm will help that Miraidon EX stick around just a little bit longer.
20 damage away, 2 damage counters away from victory. Stand between Noah and Game 3.
And I like this, being able to just get that damage on there now. Most of these players are going to be knowing their opponent's list coming into this finals, as they spend plenty of time testing Saturday night. And wouldn't you know it, there's no way to get rid of the heavily damaged Miraidon.
There is no way to get rid of that. There is also no more Path to the Peak. 1 got discarded on turn 1. The other got discarded earlier in a turn. So with only 2 Path to the Peak available, there's no way to prevent Noah from promoting the Iron Valiant, retreating, and able to take the knockout on the active.
So here we're going to see Professor's Research. Yuho's just trying to see what, if anything, he can do here.
Found an electric generator 1 turn too late. A lot of energies. A Mareep, a Fluffy can potentially attack with something else, but how can Yuho prevent Iron Valiant from just sniping the Miraidon next turn?
I don't believe there's a way, and because of that, we're going to see a pretty exciting Game 3, hopefully, here. Nestball is going to find that Mareep. And Yuho has the knockout, but like you were saying, Tachyon Bits is going to be cleaning up.
I really want to see what Yuho is thinking about. There's a knockout on the Radiant Charizard, promotes the Iron Valiant, will retreat, 2 damage counters, and we're going to a Game 3.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Pablo. Game 3 here for both of these future Pokemon from Paradox Rift, both of these legendary beasts that have been very good throughout their entire time. Essentially, Raikou V is the better of all 3, at least in results-wise.
Results-wise, definitely has also been the most played one out of all of them, but Entei trying to make a name for itself as we see this Game 2. Yuho off to a pretty fantastic start, but lack of Mareeps really hurting.
And then there was the Escape Rope bringing up a Squawkabilly EX, and then getting enough energy in play thanks to that Magma Basin to take the knockout. That's 2 prizes. Meanwhile, Yuho getting a pretty good turn 2 here. Electric Generator finds 1 energy, able to take the knockout with the Raikou, with that Bravery Charm, but with the amount of switches and that Magma Basin off of the Professor's Research, Noah able to clean up even with that extra HP, and Radiant Charizard just putting in a ton of work at the end of this game.
Tachyon Bits making that little bit of extra difference, not being utilized to pick off on those Mareeps, but very useful to make sure that the damage is finalized for Radiant Charizard despite having a double turbo energy. So 1 turn later, but Iron Valiant, yeah, the deck that no one saw coming, the future opponent that people had the least expectations for, yeah. Not the one that no one saw coming. It was definitely a pretty well-defined archetype heading into this event, but everyone was talking about Roaring Moon, Iron Hands, Screamtail. Oh, wow, double Entei in the prize cards now.
Yeah, I think at the top of the show this weekend, we were talking about Iron Valiant and how we didn't really know the perfect partner for it. It's a very good card, very unique card in its ability. And just the fact that the set is so brand new, we really weren't too sure what was going to take hold. Entei V with that Magma Basin seems to be a pretty good combination. Meanwhile here, future booster energy castle on that Iron Valiant, switch to it, get that Tachyon Bits and Squawk and Seize, but you have to discard 2 energy, a jet energy, a fire energy, and 2 forest seal stones.
Indeed, no V-Star ability for Noah this game 3. That's not a great feeling, right? It's the finals, and you know you will never be able to search for the card that you need. However, we do see the double Entei to compensate for the 2 in the prize cards. We'll have to see how Noah can navigate this turn if he prioritizes benching the Radiant Charizard once again, as Yuho looking to try to get that turn 1 attack off.
And an important thing to note, there is a Magma Basin in the prize card, so only 3 available for Noah, but compared to the 2 Path to the Peak from Yuho, it's really going to be all down to timing for those stadiums.
Exactly, the timing. If you can pair that Path to the Peak with a strong Iono to lower your opponent's hand, that's going to be huge. And Noah choosing to bench that Radiant Charizard immediately, just as he has done in the previous games, prioritizing attackers and the single prize Pokemon over multiple Iron Valiant, as Tachyon Bits, you don't need more than 1 or 2 to round out the numbers.
And there is a retreat to that Radiant Charizard. Again, just saying, if you're able to get that turn 1 knockout, I want you to do it on this single prize Pokemon. Meanwhile, was that a Miraidon EX top deck from Yuho?
I think it might have been, yeah. So pretty good start, always a great feeling. And now, did we see any energies in the prize cards for Yuho? I don't believe so. So full odds electric generators this turn. Needs an escape rope though. Escape rope is a big card to make sure that you can take a potential to prize cards. Zapdos also available, unlike the previous game. So I think we're in for a treat here, Jeremy.
Well, we're going to take a look with this tandem unit here. Fetching it down. Another Miraidon EX and Raikou V. And there we see just the power of tandem unit. You're able to use it no matter how many Miraidon EX you have in play. So a pretty easy bench fill for Yuho if he chooses to, but we just see that Zapdos for right now.
I really wish Yuho would take the opportunity to be able to bench 1 Mareep. Yeah, your opponent's bench is already limited to the point where they cannot use 3 Tachyon Bits next turn. So this is the perfect opportunity to bench a Mareep. You know it's not going down unless you take a knockout, which is never guaranteed. And then all of a sudden you can evolve into Fluffy and get those extra energies into play to make sure that your attackers are maximized.
Big electric generator here. Oh no. All right, we got
one energy, last card electric generator. Debating whether to attach to Miraidon or the Raikou, both really good Pokemon, but Noah only benched 4 Pokemon total, so if the energy goes to Raikou, might be able to take down the Radiant Charizard, but will not be able to take down an Entei, which is the Pokemon you'd expect Noah to promote if an escape rope is found.
And there is the energy on the Raikou V here, and I guess just prioritizing taking the knockout could be on Yuho's mind here. And that was a rough generator, seeing 2 other generators in a boss's orders.
2 other generators with only 3 left when there's like 10 energy left in your deck. That's what you want to see. However, knocking out the Radiant Charizard, definitely an important thing in this matchup, right? We saw how impactful it was the previous turn, so the previous game rather. So even if you're not able to take 2 prizes here, eliminating the option of the Radiant Charizard is also really big.
Yeah, there is no Pokemon recovery for Noah here. So once that Radiant Charizard is knocked out, it is gone for good. Raikou V to the active, fleet-footed, finds the boss's orders. And just like that, Yuho's like, hey, no, I'm going to be able to take 2 prizes this turn. Watch out.
Incredible start for Yuho. I missed that boss's orders in their hand, and now it's up to Noah to respond. And another awkward discard, right? 2 escape ropes, which could be very important.
Ooh.
A boss's orders.
This is not a good hand for Noah here. A ton of supporters, a ton of energy, and a battle VIP pass. Gonna have to rely on fleet-footed, but I don't know if there's anything you draw here that can really help you out.
Now, imagine if there was a Mareep right here. Imagine if you could have access to a Fluffy. You wouldn't rely so much on electric generators, and you'd be very close to knocking out that Entei, which I assume is going to be the Pokemon left in the active, which is out of range of Lightning Rondo, but not out of range of Miraidon's attack.
This has been such an awkward turn 2 from Noah, though. Is eyeing it down, playing that escape rope. Could bring up that Iron Valiant EX yet again. Get some Tachyon Bits down, or even just bring up that Radiant Charizard and have Yuho try to take just 1 prize.
You have to imagine it's going to be the Radiant Charizard to try to prevent the price trade-off after the Tachyon bids, because Entei can survive the Raikou. There's no other energy in play, but there's always the threat of Electric Generator.
Well, we're going to retreat to that Entei that is energy-less. Fleet-footed will draw another card. Seems to be that Iron Valiant EX.
No more switching cards in the hand, so it's going to be Entei in the active. And Yuho has the opportunity to get 2 prizes ahead if he hits Electric Generators, as he top decks for a Seal Stone to go fetch one of those.
Must be nice. You are just a couple of energies away from almost punching your ticket with that trophy to Honolulu.
Incredible hand here for Yuho. Gonna try to figure out exactly what's the best way to hit 2 energy of Electric Generators, and he decides to go research, see what he gets, and then decide whatever he's missing, he'll go fetch with a 4 Seal Stone. Big turn here.
And we do see an Electric Generator here along with a Bravery Charm, so this is going to be shaping up to be a pretty stellar turn in trying to seal this matchup.
Not only that, but an Ultra Wall and Tandem Unit available to thin a further 2 cards, further increasing the chances of the Electric Generator hitting 2. We need to see 2 of this first one, or else we're going to have to 4 Seal Stone for another one. It's great to have the option, but Yuho hits 2 energies here. He's going to be in a fantastic position, Jeremy.
Taking a look at the hand before finishing shuffling of the deck. Trying to thin out as much as possible and maybe not eyeing down that Ultra Ball just to get 1 card deeper. There is a lot of energies still in the deck for Yuho, and he's going to start things off with that Electric Generator. This is going to be the biggest 5 cards of Yuho's Pokemon career here. 1 energy already.
Round and 1 energy only. Another Electric Generator of an Electric Generator. And I think we're going to see a 4 Seal Stone for another one, though.
Spin the wheel again. You got to do it. Star Alchemy able to search your deck for any 1 card. It's going to be another Electric Generator. And we just got to hope and pray.
I think I just counted 6 energies in Yuho's deck, so not the greatest odds. Probably has around 15 to 20 cards left, but now he only needs 1 in order to get this knockout, and I think 1 is reasonable. 2 would be fantastic. 1 seems very likely to be able to do 230 damage and get 4 prizes ahead in Game 3 of the final.
5 cards yet again. Never tell me the odds, Pablo, because there is that 3rd energy on the Miraidon EX, and with that, Yuho will be able to take a knockout on the active Entei V.
4 prizes ahead, guaranteed for Yuho now. 1 KO away to win this match. And Noah, not a fantastic response available here, and if he chooses to knock out the Miraidon with a full bench, that means the Raikou will be a very big threat for Entei. So how can Noah respond here?
It's definitely going to be rough for sure. Looks like they are deliberating with the judges for a little bit here. But with the way the board is set up, it's definitely in Yuho's favor.
All right, so we're going to check to see exactly what has happened here in the final match, and we'll be sure to let you know. Jeremy, those Electric Generators, I don't know how you do it. Like, I would not be able to handle the pressure of Electric Generator. I'd rather handle the pressure of finding a Colress, you know, or finding the boss, but finding the generator and then hoping to hit it, I don't know how you do it.
A lot of luck, a little bit of skill, and 100% power of will.
Power of will, that's the only way to power through those Electric Generators for sure, because also, as the game advances, it becomes harder and harder to hit, right? If you're very successful with the early generators, then that means it's going to be harder, as we see a reveal of the discard pile.
I think what they're debating is maybe a double retreat from Noah's previous turn.
That might be accurate because the Iron Valiant was promoted first. Another Iron Valiant was promoted afterwards, and then after an escape rope, then maybe a retreat into the Entei. So, I mean, the only thing that would change would be the fact that there would be an Iron Valiant in the active, right?
Well, the fleet-footed.
Oh, the fleet-footed card, which we know what it is, right? So we can put that back.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah.
But that would, if it was, it could be a double prize penalty, and just like that, we could see a champion.
We really could. I feel like it's such an easy thing to rewind, though. Just put the card back. I doubt it was played, right? Noah's hand is very underwhelming. Rewind that, let the game continue. Double prize penalties are very harsh sometimes.
With this board position, Yuho's definitely in a commanding lead. Depending on this ruling, could be the end of the game.
Either way, nothing is stopping Yuho from being 4 prizes ahead. And Noah having a very underwhelming state of the board. And with that bravery charm that Yuho is holding, that Miraidon might just even be able to withstand the attack. And then you're just one escape rope or potentially boss's orders away from closing out and taking home that beautiful golden Pikachu trophy.
All right, it does look like it was confirmed there was a double retreat, so now they're just trying to get the board state set up correctly.
Will be an Iron Valiant in the active. Now the fleet-footed card, seems like we're just gonna continue as is. We're gonna be able to take this knockout. Doesn't change what Yuho was planning, doesn't change his preferred attacker. Will be able to take this knockout and put himself 1 turn away from winning this match.
Now 2 to 6 prizes. Noah has a lot of work to do to try to overcome this. And honestly, with that Iron Valiant getting knocked out, going to be a little bit harder to take the knockout on this Miraidon EX thanks to that Bravery Charm. Radiant Charizard is going to have to be the attacker this turn.
Yeah, not only the Bravery Charm, but also not a lot of Tachyon bits available. Did find quite a few switching cards. Can attack with Radiant Charizard, but that Medicham V, now that that has been benched, Yuho 1 boss away from knocking that out next turn.
Retreat to that NTV. We're going to see a switch to the other NTV. Both cards drawn with fleet-footed. Finds a Magma Basin for potentially next turn. And then another switch cart to that Iron Valiant. And there we go. 20 damage thanks to that Tachyon bits. Switch cart yet again to that Radiant Charizard. And just like that, Noah does have the knockout on this Miraidon EX.
Combustion Blast doing just enough damage to knock out this Miraidon. Is Yuho holding the game-winning card, Jeremy?
Boss's orders.
We'll have to see. I really want to see Yuho's hand promotes the Zera Aura. Could be closing out this game. Has escape rope.
No boss's orders, but escape rope should be able to do it. No, not having enough bench Pokemon here.
So we do have Ultra Ball, no Luminion for boss. I think we might have to see an Iono. You could easily play the escape rope and damage something else perhaps whilst you research probably. No, Iono doesn't make much sense here. Knocking out the Charizard also doesn't really help you in establishing a win condition because you'll still need to take another 2-prize Pokemon.
Ultra Ball is going to discard an Ultra Ball and Iono here. Yuho's going to see what resources are available.
Would have loved to see an Ultra Ball for Mew EX and trying to get the boss's orders off the restart. All right, so the match has been paused yet again. I do believe the fleet-footed is what we're checking off that second retreat that you mentioned, Jeremy. So that could be the penalty that you were mentioning.
You always hate to see these matches decided on something like this, but this is also the game of Pokemon. There are rules that you need to follow for a concise gameplay and game state.
Indeed, and now in the final with all the pressure, mistakes can happen. There's no nothing shady happening here. It's just mistakes happen sometimes. There's so many actions during a turn that sometimes you can overlook things. Yeah, something when you're retreating 3, 4, 5 times, or when you're switching 3 or 4 or 5 times per turn, yeah, something as a retreat when you have so many switching cards available can definitely be a small detail that escapes you.
I mean, if you promote it, I don't know.
Players are talking it over. The judge is going to confer with some of the judges in the back. But with the way this game has progressed, it has definitely been a majority of Yuho's favor.
Indeed, Yuho very close to winning here. I'd love to see the new EX as a card of choice to try and close this out. I'm pretty sure there is at least one boss's orders available. He did discard one boss's orders on turn 1. All of that score can see is that does mean there should be 2 more available as long as neither are prized.
And I guess depending on how things shape up for this ruling, was there merit to maybe saving the second Ultra Ball and just thin your hand down to 0 and use that restart from the Mew EX to try to find that boss's orders?
Probably not to 0 as he is holding a Professor's Research, but definitely down to that Professor's Research. Attach the energy to Miraidon, go ahead and restart, because attaching the energy to Miraidon after the escape rope, if you find electric generator and you hit those electric generators for 2 energies, you could just knock out anything with Miraidon's attack. So another good choice there. I would have loved to see that Ultra Ball and fetching the Mew EX, sorry. I'm too in love with Mew EX.
It's okay. We'll get you over your X in a little bit.
All right, both players also talking things through to make sure they are more aware. Yeah, we're reviewing, and we'll let you all know what will be the determination of this as soon as we know it.
It does look like the judge is coming back now.
I just checked it. There was 2 retreats, and you should not have drawn the card at one stage, so it's a double prize, and he wins it.
Okay, so
but I believe it's that, and I believe
we are getting the news from the judge.
Yep, and I think it is confirmed it's going to be a double prize loss on Noah for drawing that extra card, seeing that card when you're not able to. And with that, Yuho Kalama is your LAIC 2024 Masters Division champion in the TCG.
Indeed, what a back and forth game 2 and game 1 we saw. Yuho was in full control in this game 3. Noah struggling to piece together an attack even, and ultimately was not able to take a single prize card before Yuho won this match.
Definitely crowd favorite here. Iron hands up in the air. And just like that, able to now call himself a champion.
Indeed. Pretty stacked house over at the Kalamas in Finland.
Oh yeah. I would not want to try to play over there.
I wonder how much they test together, how much they practice together. I'm sure having such a good, skilled player to be able to play with, right? Very commonly, it definitely helps you as a player.
All right, well, here is the play of the double retreat. And for this game 3, here's the electric generator for Yuho, finding one, having that turn 1 knockout with the boss's orders on the Squawkabilly EX. Such a great start to this game 3. And now Noah having the Iron Valiant EX in the active spot. Professor's Research discards the hand. Doesn't really see much retreats. And then
that might have been the second fleet-footed card. And that electric generator, Jeremy, that third one hit just the 1 energy Yuho needed to get that KO on the NTV and put himself 1 turn away from winning. Incredible.
Yeah, if you think about it, Miraidon EX has been on a tear in the past month, winning Toronto Regionals and now LAIC here in Sao Paulo. No more mid-Rhydon anymore.
No more mid-Rhydon. I will admit I've been at fault of calling the deck that, and I'm impressed. And I do think Iron Hand CX, which was my prediction, by the way.
It was, yeah, I'm very sad.
Brought the deck to a whole new level. It was already a top-tier deck. And now with Iron Hand CX being able to take a further price card against those small HP Pokemon, just as Iron Valiant tries to do, Iron Hands combination with the rest of the deck and those electric generators, now we have it as an international champion.
Yeah, you love to see it. Such a powerful and fast deck in this format, in a format where it seems like it's sped up with Paradox Rift. Not a lot of extra turns being played outside of something like a Gardevoir EX. And with Gardevoir and Charizard being the two most popular decks this weekend, you know what's pretty good against Stage 2 decks? A deck that can get Iron Hands EX turn 1 and attacking with Ampy very much.
Indeed, and even not just Iron Hands, right? Any attack that immediately targets down a Ralts, targets down your support Pokemon in Mew, right? Knocks out those Pidgeys, which are, it's honestly quite simple to do for Miraidon. Yeah. You start that aggression, and those decks that take a little bit of time to set up are impossible to finish setting up. And then it feels like not too long ago we were talking about how disadvantageous it was to choose to go second. Now we're seeing players purposely choose to go second in order to be able to get the aggression first.
Yeah, that's just the power of this new set and how it has changed everything for this format. And honestly, it's going to be a big debate going forward now too. A lot of decks want to go second.
A lot of decks want to go second. Some decks still want to go first. And the little spice added into the mix is the fact that if you don't know what your opponent is playing, what do you choose?
Well, I think we're going to hear from our champion himself. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage and hear from Yuho, the LAIC Masters Division champion.
And I am now joined with our first international champion of the season, Yuho. So Yuho, I'm really curious, how are you feeling right now knowing you are now an international champion?
Amazing, bit unreal, but really amazing.
I can imagine. How did you feel knowing that when you knew you was in the final and you was going to match Iron Valiant, a deck that's really new? What was your thoughts then?
I was a bit unconfident because I hadn't tested the matchup because I didn't expect it on open tournament. So I was a bit scared because I didn't think it would be a favorable matchup, but it was a lot better than I thought.
There we go. Well, very good, because it got you the victory there in the end. Talk to us about your deck, Miraidon. You know, with Paradox Rift releasing, there was a ton of new archetypes that you could have played. What made you want to stick with that?
Well, I kind of liked the way Miraidon plays, but I haven't liked it Gardevoir or Lost Boss matchup before Paradox Rift. But because Iron Hands makes the matchup so much better, then I thought, well, maybe I can play it now. And it's been really a good choice for us because I like to play in the deck and it performed very well today and this weekend.
Love to hear that. So now you are an international champion. I'm very curious. How did you prepare for this event in the lead up to the event?
Well, I tested somewhat, but I didn't prepare in any special way. I prepared like I prepare for any major. So I tested and made a good deck choice, and then I came to with a good night's sleep, or I tried to sleep good, and then came to play.
I think that's fantastic advice there, having a good night's sleep. Now, Yuho, I know you have a brother who is also very good at the Pokemon TCG. There he is. Do you practice with him a lot?
Yeah, we practice together. We practice with our testing group, and sometimes he comes to our parents' house where I live still to test with me. So
now that you're an international champion, who would you say is the better brother?
I'd say he's still the better because I'm a bit better like playing like in time. But he's a better player overall. he ties more by him. He's a better player overall.
You're both fantastic players. He is the Lille regional champion. You are the Latin America international champion. Now, I imagine I was sitting there with your friends in the crowd. You have a few people to shout out. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I have like to shout out every friend who's here. Ilya, Hermanni, Øyvind, Konsta, Robin, and Julius, and Arnie also. And then special shout-outs to Tapio, who lent me the Iron Hands, who's still in Finland. And also thanks to Robin for lending me the most of the deck.
Oh, wow, love that. The Finnish community are amazing. I was sitting with them. I'm glad that they have an international champion from there. My last question for you, though. Now that you have your auto invitation to the World Championships, what are your plans for the rest of the season?
I'm still gonna be playing. I have registered to Gdansk and Stuttgart, so I'm going there at least, and probably UIC. And Dortmund, we have flights, but we haven't registered yet, so I'm still playing.
Wow, so a lot of Pokemon left for Yuho, and you can go to those events knowing that you are an international champion. Let's make some noise for our champion, Yuho! Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much for your time, Yuho. It's been amazing. Thank you to everyone watching at home as well. We're going to kick it back to casters.
Thank you, Shay. Great to hear from Yuho, and so humble.
So humble. Yeah, he just won the international championship, and giving props to his brother as the better player. Amazing to see.
And now both of them have their invites to Honolulu, Hawaii. Yep. Both still competing in this Play Pokemon season, because honestly, with this card game, you can't get enough.
You can't get enough. Probably the top 2 ranked players in Europe, I would imagine, or amongst the top, and getting close to that tier 1 invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. Not just the invite, but also that very nice travel award.
Yeah, it is something to look forward to for sure, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty of those brothers in future broadcasts. It has been such an amazing time this weekend, and honestly, I didn't have Miraidon winning on my bingo card.
I did not have Miraidon winning. I had Iron Hands as doing really well, but I fully expected Chien-Pao to do much better, but no Chien-Paos in top 8. We did have triple Gardevoir in top 8 though.
Yeah, and still the theme of Gardevoir not being able to close it out in the time that matters, and Yuho Kalama able to take down 2 of those in route to beating Noah Sawyer and that Iron Valiant EX deck, which gotta give props. That is also another deck that we did not really imagine to see in the finals here, and Noah put on a show every time he was on stream.
Yeah, the whole focus going into this weekend was on Roaring Moon and Screamtail and Iron Hands, but not on Iron Valiants. However, won in juniors, got to the finals in Masters, and in seniors too.
Yep.
No, it did not in seniors. Pardon.
And there you see our top 8 for our Masters, and these are the final standings. Yuho up at the top, Noah second place, Kieran and Gabrielle in a top 4, Brennan, Matthew, Kato, and Jeremy rounding out that top 8. Congratulations to all of these players. They do something that not very many can do, and that is top 8 in International Championship.
Top 8ing one of these events is incredibly difficult, and both Yuho and Noah must be very proud of what they have achieved.
I think the money helps too.
The money certainly helps, the championship point helps, the booster boxes certainly helps, but that trophy, taking home that trophy, making sure it gets home safely. Yeah. And now that's their next most important task, getting that trophy home safely.
Do you carry on the trophy or do you check it in the bag?
You always carry it on, Jeremy. Okay. Always, every single time. You cannot. You'd rather lose all your underwear or anything happens to your Pikachu.
All 10 pairs. Yeah.
All 10 pairs, all your t-shirts, none of that matters compared to your Pikachu trophy. You just earned a lot of money. Just buy new clothes.
That is true. That is true, Pablo. Congratulations yet again to our champion Yuho, our finalist Noah, and everyone here, even all the way down to the players playing in their first international championship. It is amazing to see the growth that Pokemon TCG has had just within this past year. And not only that, our juniors as well. Prince able to take down Byron, your student, in the finals. Quick 2-0, but some unfortunate luck there as well.
Indeed, we saw a very exciting game 1. Yeah, no Comface on the bench on purpose, right? Trying to get to those Rush Gates without giving up any of those little Pokemon that Tachyon Bits really enjoy seeing in play. However, Prince very calculated with that yoga loop. That yoga loop changed everything along with the incredible escape rope top deck.
Oh yeah, it was amazing to see Prince taking down that entire top 8 2-0. He was on a mission and trying to get that title. Meanwhile, for our seniors, Gabriel Fernandez taking down Emilio 2-1, and was a pretty hard-fought top 8 as well.
He's really up against the current world champion, current Curitiba regional champion, and now the Latin America International champions. A hat trick of championships, which I'm pretty sure very few people can say they've attained, but also within a span of 4 months.
Yeah, been putting in a ton of work on the kitchen table, trying to practice for all these new sets that have been coming out, and it has been paying off dividends for Gabriel there. And honestly, what's next? Winning a League Cup?
Yeah, winning League Cup, winning a pre-release. I feel like if there's one tournament that maybe Gabriel has not won yet, would be a pre-release. Standard format tournament, probably in the bag already.
Yeah, all that variance and luck that you have with just opening those packs. Who knows?
Yeah. Now, Gabriel now has his next goal. Yeah, I want to see him post how he's a pre-release champion next.
All right, don't forget to use all of the social medias with that hashtag Pokemon LAIC, and be sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube as well, so you can stay tuned for all of the future broadcasts and action. See more champions being crowned, more people lock up their invites to Honolulu, Hawaii, and a ton of prize money and packs being given out. It is really great to be a part of these broadcasts.
It's incredible, and we already have our next tournament next weekend, so definitely tune in, follow us on our channels. You will not regret it.
And don't go anywhere. We still have our award ceremony and the video game finals as well, juniors, seniors, and masters. And honestly, I am excited for this crowd in Sao Paulo and how hyped they are going to be for this video game.
I fully agree, and we've been talking about that Dragapult giveaway the whole weekend, so I'm excited to see some Terastallization live and in action now.
It is definitely something great to see, and again, thanks to all of the players here, all the players and the fans watching at home, the staff, the production back here, and it has been a great LAIC to remember.
Fantastic event, fantastic atmosphere, fantastic setting, fantastic everyone. Yeah, everyone who has been a part of this event. We're very thankful, and we still have more to go. VG Finals coming up very soon.
Any last words, Pablo?
Viva Latam!
It has been a glorious weekend, and I have been excited to come back after 5 years. It has been a long time coming. This crowd is just so welcoming. The people are so welcoming here, and I'm really looking forward to coming back in the future.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you've been holding on to that excitement for 5 years. I was here last year, and I'm still very excited to be here. I was here 3 months ago for Curitiba Regionals, and I'm so happy to be here yet again. Brazil, an incredibly fantastic country. You've talked about the LATAM atmosphere. I think LATAM really brings the noise to these streams.
Well, speaking of bringing the noise, we have our award ceremony ready. So, Amy, Shay, take it away.
The 2024 Pokemon Latin America International Championships has not disappointed. Our Pokemon TCG competitors have delivered engaging matches and storylines all weekend long. And now we have arrived at the winner's podium to congratulate our finalists and champions.
Congratulations to our trading card game junior finalist, Byron Ellison! Add a big round of applause and congratulations to our trading card game junior champion, Prince William!
about we make some noise next for our trading card game senior finalist, Emilio! And how about we get a big round of applause for our current trading card game senior world champion and now international champion, Gabriel!
And now, in our Masters division, our trading card game Masters finalist is Noah Sawyer! And a big round of applause for the trading card game Masters champion, Yuho Kalama! Let's give a final huge cheer for our 2024 Pokémon Latin American International finalists!
The Pokemon Go and Pokemon TCG competitions have now concluded. But don't go anywhere, because now it's time for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We have the championship matches ready for all age divisions. So without further ado, Rosemary and Lou, it's over to you!
Action here at the Latin America International Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Labuiza Akjosh Chromie, and we're going to be kicking off the action here to crown our champions of the 2024 LAIC.
It truly is Championship Sunday. We've already seen Pokemon Go and the Pokemon trading card game wrap up their champions here at the first international of the 2024 season, and now it's time for the video game.
And what a great weekend that we have had so far. In order to even get to this point, we have had so many intense days of action following days 1 and 2, and now it all comes down to this. And there is so much on the line for all of our players. It's not just, of course, the title, but you also have to look at the championship points alongside this incredible prize pool.
That's the thing, the stakes have really risen here in the 2024 season across the junior, senior and master divisions. There are plenty of prizes to be won, some financial gains, some booster cards, as well as those elusive championship points that will earn you your world champion invite to Honolulu, Hawaii in the summer next year.
And let's not forget, though, that our finalists here also have a chance to just auto-qualify here for the World Championship. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing what action we have in store for us. But as we said, it's been an amazing weekend. So let's revisit what has happened to get us up to our Championship Sunday through our format.
This 2024 International Championships event has been showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cup matches were best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 advanced forward to Day 2. Day 2, Swiss rounds continued until the top 8 was determined, where we shifted to a single elimination top cut bracket, and those remaining trainers battled until we only had our 2 finalists remaining. They compete today on Championship Sunday to secure their right to be called the very best. Who is taking home the title of Latin America International Champion? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Of course, we will be kicking things off with the junior division here before we progress into seniors and masters to crown our trio of champions for the video game. But let's take a closer look at the junior bracket and how top 8 shaped up yesterday so that you can get to know the journey our trainers went through in order to get to this final.
Well, both of our finalists were absolutely able to smash through the competition, and they are both going to find themselves undefeated after that top 8 bracket. So on the top, we have Leland Smith from the United States, and from Germany, we have Fabian Musikant that's going to be joining him.
And look at the statement these trainers have made to get all the way to the finals. Absolutely clean 2-0 victories the whole way through into Championship Sunday. And of course, these trainers are looking to be able to get that international title to add to their accolades. This is definitely going to be one for the history books.
It really is, and I love being able to follow along the juniors' action because I feel like you can see already just the sparkle in their eyes to becoming an even better champion when we move forward to seeing them go through the seniors division as well as the masters division. And this is always such a treat. They bring the best teams, they bring so much fun when it comes to their play, and this is going to be a great match.
You always see how inspired they are by everything, and like you mentioned, the teams as well, you can see that in their Pokemon choices. Although in the junior and senior divisions there are some very on-meta trend-based teams, but there are also a few interesting choices in there where maybe players can spot a little bit of a niche or a different way to use a team that you wouldn't necessarily see in a Masters pool.
Yeah, well, make sure you follow along on all of our channels to keep in touch with us for this Pokemon action. These juniors are always bringing the heat, and so tell us what you were enjoying about their matches and also what you were looking forward to for the rest of the day. And if you're coming through from the TCG action, tell us what you liked about the decks that they were playing. We want to know that and more using that hashtag PokemonLAIC as well as the hashtag PlayPokemon. And just make sure that you follow along because we have more events that are going to be coming to you later on in the season.
Exactly, you don't want to miss a minute of all the incredible 2024 Pokemon season action. And of course, the audience here in the crowd have been electric. It has been incredible. And we love being able to hear your interactions from home as well so that we can really truly feel that Pokemon spirit all around the globe.
And if you are watching from home, then we also have a treat for you. We've got some giveaways that you can still claim as you are watching the stream. Use that code LAIC Phantom Force that you can see there to receive Alex Gomez Berna's NAIC winning Dragapult from 2023.
And you can also get in on the TCG action as well with an amazing card that you can download, the Iron Valiant EX, onto your TCG live account. This has been, I think, one of the hot topics of Pokemon in the TCG tournament this weekend as well, so definitely one to get as a memento.
Yeah, the fact that it even was able to make the finals, and I think just looking at the past and the future Paradox Pokemon joining the fray in the Pokemon trading card game, my eyes were on the Iron Hand specifically. I know that's a Pokemon that we are very used to seeing here in the video game, but TCG's gonna get it too.
I mean, all of those Paradox Pokemon are still relatively new to the TCG scene, so it's nice to see them getting a little bit of the Paradox action, but in the video game, we're very well versed with them.
We are, and we are about ready to get underway with our very first match of our Championship Sunday here, so let's go over to the stage to welcome our junior finalists to the stage.
It is time to start our Championship Sunday here in Sao Paulo for the Pokemon video game, starting with our juniors division. And it's time to be bringing our finalists onto the stage. We have Fabian Musikant from Germany and Leland Smith from the United States. Hello, you two. Big finals ahead. I want to know, how are you feeling with this big finals ahead of you?
Frag dich, wie du dich gerade fühlst mit diesem großen Finale vor dir.
Ich fühle mich, ich bin sehr aufgeregt und ich bin gespannt, wie es ausgehen wird.
He's very excited, and he's very excited how the result of the match will be and whether he can win.
It's great to hear. And of course, Leland, are you excited for the match ahead of you? Are you nervous?
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm excited too.
Both are good. Both are good. And of course, to help maybe calm the nerves beforehand, ask you both, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Dragonite.
And why Dragonite?
Because I used it on every team that I did.
It's still a good Pokemon. It's done well for you. Fabian, I want to know, what is your favorite Pokemon?
His favorite Pokemon is Greninja.
Greninja is so cool. Great Pokemon. And of course, before we start our finals, I want to know, is there anyone you want to thank or say hi to?
Willst du irgendjemandem dafür danken oder Hallo sagen, der gerade zuschaut?
Also Dominik, das ist einer, der mich trainiert hat, und Markus und Barisch, dass sie mir Tipps fürs Match gegeben haben.
He wants to thank his trainer and his friends, for example, Marcus and Barish and Dominic.
Well, Fabian, viel Glück. Best of luck. Leland, anyone you want to be thanking or saying a hi to before your finals match?
Guy in Bidoof hat.
We love Bidoof out here.
Kira, she's right behind the guy with the Bidoof.
Well, both of you, it's time to take your seats so we can get our finals started here in our juniors division in LAIC. Best of luck to both of you. Casters, over to you now.
So excited to see this match get underway. We've got Leland Smith and Fabian Musicant that are going to be taking their seats and getting ready to throw down here for the International Champion title. And I am so stoked. Their teams are so fun.
They definitely are, and I always love being able to see how confident they are. It's got to be nerve-wracking being up there on the international stage, but what an exciting opportunity to show the world that you can be one of the very best at this game that we all love and enjoy. We'll wait until they've got a little bit more settled to be able to dive into the teams, but let's get to know our players a little bit more. Leland has had a super season, a regional champion, second in North America, 6th globally currently. Is he going to be the next LAIC champion?
To add an international championship title to that already stellar resume would feel so good. And Leland has really shown off this season in terms of just his competition throughout the course of 2023 and 2024 already. I cannot wait to see what he's bringing to the table, because especially when you look at how well he was able to make it through that bracket, and also the Swiss rounds that they played out on Saturday, he's really earned his spot here.
Exactly, and then his opponent, Fabian, is from a family of champions. Fabian's brother, Alex, was actually the 2022 EUIC Junior Champion, but is it now Fabian's turn for an international title? I was actually speaking a little bit to the family earlier, and they are prepped and ready. Fabian is feeling confident and really wants to be able to show his stuff in this match, and I'm sure his brother has helped him prep, bringing a little bit of that champion magic down to his little brother.
Oh, I'm sure. And I love to hear that too, that it really is a family affair when it comes down to coming to these international championships and making the most out of them, whether it is competing or just celebrating a sibling success. And I want to make sure that they are feeling good about getting ready into this match, and let's go over their teams.
Yes, taking a look at Leland's side, you have got the Heatran, the Dragonite, the Urshifu, Chi-Pao, Rillaboom, and the Farigiraf as well. Really interesting core of Pokemon, some classic Master Division size that we see with that Dragonite and Chi-Pao have great synergy with something like a powerful Extreme Speed, particularly when you consider that the Sword of Ruin ability will lower the defenses, allowing something like a Choice Band Dragonite to be able to deal destructive damage, particularly if you stack it up with something like the Terra Normal.
Exactly, but on Fabian's side too, these are also very familiar faces. You have the Hearthflame Ogerpon, the Tornadus, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Landorus, and the Urshifu. And we are maybe no stranger to seeing some of these strategies in action, but it's about what they decide to do with them that I feel like really makes the juniors division even more interesting, because we could look at these teams and see 12 Pokemon that we are relatively familiar with, but they always come with some unique twists or just a unique game plan approach that really makes them shine.
Exactly, there's really a 50-50 way that you can approach these kind of matches. And if we take a closer insight into the accomplishments that they have got previously, you'll be able to see, even though they are in the junior division, they have a wealth of experience to fall back into when it comes to those game-changing decisions. Leland is the Sacramento regional champion and a pure regional finalist already this season alone, and in 2023 was able to get onto the world stage in a top 8 finish position, as well as another regional finalist position at Fresno.
And look at how well Fabian has done in the European circuit. You can see the Utrecht top 4 there from 2023. He got the Lille regional top 8 and EUIC top 16. So also very accomplished on that international level when you know these ICs are really tough.
The one difference though is that Leland has been able to get that regional title already. That's something that Fabian has still yet to achieve, but he is going to be doing his best to get that #1 spot, the trophy, bringing it home for that cabinet. Diving back into the teams a little bit, you have a little bit more insight into the items, and one thing that I've been talking about with Fabian is the fact that this Chi-Yu Fluttermane combination has been a kind of a favorite for his, let's say. And I've seen it in the junior division for months now, coming out very front and center and overwhelming with something like a Dazzling Gleam and a Heat Wave. And if your opponent is caught off guard by it, then you can already start steamrolling through a match. However, Leland does have a few answers to that.
Yeah, and one of those that we were looking at is actually going to be the Dragonite and the Chien-Pao. I feel like that is such a powerful combination. And Dragonite's actually one of Leland's favorite Pokemon. So how cool would it be to be able to win an international championship title with your favorite?
Exactly, and not only that, Leland was telling me as a fun fact that he has 10 cats, which I love. I mean, I'm a crazy cat lady myself, but the best partner Pokemon for Dragonite really is that Chien-Pao, a feline friend. So possibly that could be the synergy that could come through. And of course, again, Pokemon like Dragonite and Chien-Pao with their priorities like the Sucker Punch and the Extreme Speed can overwhelm an opponent as well. They're both physical attackers. They can capitalize off that Sword of Ruin ability. And that's something that Fabian might have to watch out for if he's bringing his tried and trusted Chi-Yu and Fluttermane combination.
Another really great answer to the Chi-Yu and Fluttermane, if you were expecting to see that come out, is going to be in the form of that Heatran, and we can dive a little bit deeper into what that Pokemon is going to be bringing to the table. It has the Terra Fairy, and that's a very safe defensive typing for a Pokemon like the Heatran, but it also has the Life Orb to make sure that it's not only living up to that defensive capability, but it's also bringing the damage. And you mentioned the Dragonite and Chien-Pao combination, but that Sword of Ruin is also really going to help bolster up the physical capabilities of the Rillaboom and the Urshifu Rapid Strike. Overall, this team is very physically offensive.
It definitely is, and that Rillaboom's interesting as well. We've seen a lot of Assault Vest Rillaboom running around, but this one's actually the Miracle Seed, going to be able to boost up those Grass-type moves and also frees up the Rillaboom to go for some of those status moves like a Taunt, for example. It's not restricted by what the Assault Vest does. So that is a way for potentially Leland to shut down any setup or any maybe pranksters, things that the Tornadus on Fabian's side wants to get going. But Rillaboom is also well known for being able to hit hard with something like a Wood Hammer.
And you saw the Farigiraf that's on Leland's side as well. That Armor Tail ability helps to be able to keep that Pokemon safe from priority attacks, which there are plenty of when you take a look at Fabian's team. I'm specifically going to be looking at the Urshifu Single Strike because that is going to be the Sucker Punch. This is the Dark Urshifu variant. You can really lean into some powerful Sucker Punches as well as the Wicked Blows, which is going to be this Urshifu's move of choice to really land those critical hits.
Honestly, this Urshifu I think is inspired. The fact that it's running that Choice Band as well means it's going to hit hard, but let's look at the Poison typing on here as well. You've got the Poison Terra type, you've also got the Poison Jab, so that's going to be hitting even hard if that Urshifu does want to terrestrialize. And that means that Pokemon on Leland's side don't necessarily have the safest terrestrialization or will feel pressure to go into it. For example, the Heatran being Terra Fairy, it's not necessarily going to want to do that in front of a very powerful potential poison attack. At the same time, the Rillaboom being a grass type isn't going to want to take any of those either, so might feel pressured to go for the Fire Terra a bit later on. I do like the kind of mind games that will apply, and it'll be interesting to see if Leland's going to be able to have the confidence to not be shaken by it.
Well, let's find out, shall we, as we are about to get into this game number 1 of our Junior Division Finals at the Latin America International Championships between Leland Smith and Fabian Musicant. We're going to see those two duos already hit the field in an iconic fashion.
Exactly, the best partners in crime, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu out there for Fabian, where it is going to be the Dragonite and the Chien-Pao for Leland. So now Fabian has to make a decision. You have some incredible terrestrialization options here. Chi, you can always go for that Terra Ghost in order to avoid a potential extreme speed coming in. At the same time, the Flutter Mane can go for the Terra Fairy to drop the Ghost typing, so a Sucker Punch will not be dealing that super effective damage. But what has the call been? It is going to be the little Ghost Fishy.
That Ghost Fish is going to really help out here as the Chi-Yu taking advantage of that defensive terrestrialization.
Oh!
But what a call from Leland! That's just a sucker punch into that spot. It's so vulnerable.
Absolutely no hesitation from Leland there, just to go straight onto the offensive. The Sucker Punch not being tempted to go into the Ghost type on the left-hand side of the screen, instead going for the new Ghost type. We're also going to see the Aqua Jet come through from the Dragonite, and I absolutely love this. You're locking into it as you are choice banded. However, it means that you're not going to fall victim to going for an extreme speed into a Ghost type, and you're still going to be able to hit those on the field.
And what's really nice is that provides so much coverage to ensure a knockout in this very first turn. If in fact you didn't see that Chi-Yu terrestrialize, then there's so much follow-up damage that can come through from something like the Aqua Jet, and you're not locking yourself in to something like that extreme speed that would have been completely negated by that Ghost terrestrialization. But now we get a chance to see this Hearthflame Ogerpon come in, but it's got to go for something really risky, using the Follow Me, knowing that that Dragonite is locked into this Aqua Jet.
Yes, it's going to be able to take that reasonably well, allowing the Flutter Mane to get the double KO with that powerful Dazzling Gleam. It was able to get the critical hit previously, but it didn't matter so much thanks to the Focus Sash on the Chi Pal. But that is a booster energy, boosted Flutter Mane. It's going to be hitting half of those Dazzling Gleams and applying that spread damage pressure, despite the fact that Chi-Yu has gone.
Yeah, you would have loved to be able to take advantage of that Beads of Ruin ability, but now it's time for Leland to bring out the anchors in the back. The final two Pokemon for this game are going to end up being the Heatran, as well as that Urshifu singles Rapid Strike.
Yes, because you have got the potential Surging Strikes coming through from this Urshifu, that's something Fabian definitely has to play around. The Ogerpon can always go for some redirection, and you can go for another one of these powerful Dazzling Gleams to try and deal some good damage to the opposing Urshifu there. The issue, however, is going to be the Heatran, and that's where the Ogerpon with the Mold Breaker ability can really come into play, being able to bypass the Flash Fire and hit it with something powerful, like an Ivy Cudgel.
But the one thing that we haven't seen committed yet is going to be that terrestrialization. That was really where we felt this Heatran could really end up becoming a star with something like that Terra Fairy, but you also have to give a lot of credit to the offensive capabilities of this Rapid Strike Urshifu, using that Water Terra to really boost up something like the Aqua Jet and the Surging Strikes, and also getting rid of potential weakness here to the Flutter Mane.
Absolutely love to see the speed control come in here as well. Fabian really trying to take control of the pace of the match here, lowering the speed of both of Leland's Pokemon. Hornleech comes through. It's not enough to get the KO, however, but did give Fabian the speed opportunity to move before the Pokemon on Leland's side. A sigh of relief for the Urshifu, though, as it's able to finally commit to those Surging Strikes.
It's such a low HP, but it's still going to be able to get the job done, as despite the fact that that Hornleech came through to restore so much of that Hearthflame Ogerpon's HP, that is going to be a knockout here for the Urshifu, and now Fabian down to his final two Pokemon.
Honestly, these two junior trainers are not messing around. They're here to get KOs and to get themselves all the way to that champion title. We are going to see the Flash Cannon come through. It's going to, of course, be able to get the KO with super effective damage onto that opposing Flutter Mane here, and now Fabian down to just the last remaining Pokemon in the back. Depending on what it is, it might be in a potential position to try and get a KO here, but the issue is the 2v1 situation. When there's such offensive pressure on Leland's side of the field, particularly considering it is the Landorus here, against something like a Surging Strikes, it's going to be a bit difficult. But that said, it is a Choice Scarf variant.
Yeah, and even still, we did see that Icy Wind go through, and that Urshifu was on such low HP, but this is going to be a Choice Scarf variant as well, so you know it is going to be locked into the Surging Strikes for the rest of this game, leaving it free to go for the Stomping Tantrum, to connect onto the Urshifu and get the knockout, but can this Heatran get the job done?
Absolutely love the choice of play here. Stomping Tantrum, getting the KO on the one that threatens you, and then you know you can deal super effective damage to the Heatran later on. The Heat Wave, however, single target, does a huge amount of damage. That is a Life Orb Heatran. It is not messing around at all. Is the Stomping Tantrum going to be enough, though? That is the question. It is, of course, going to connect down onto the Heatran. Whittles away, and it does get the KO. Fabian is able to take game one here in the finals.
After such an explosive start from Leland on that very first turn to read that Ghost Terra on the Chi-Yu, Fabian is able to make the comeback here. You can see a bit of that relief on his face, knowing that the turn one really didn't go his way.
It definitely didn't. Losing your terrestrialized Pokemon so early on, and particularly when you made an incredible call, going for that Ghost Terra, thinking, hey, I'm going to see the Extreme Speed come out here from the Dragonite. I need to be able to cover my bases and have two Ghost types on the field here. But actually seeing that Leland was able to counteract that, read into it, and not only go for the Sucker Punch, but then also go for the Aqua Jet to ensure that the Ghost types were not going to get in his way. Could have easily put Fabian on a little bit of a nervous tilt there, but instead able to come back and claim victory.
Yeah, look at this. First turn terrestrialization would have been really nice to be able to skirt around something like that extreme speed, but it was unfortunately felled. This Flutter main, though, still putting in the work to secure that double knockout on that second turn and leaving Leland down to his final 2 Pokemon. All bets were off. You had to invest into that Urshifu, and despite the fact that that Horn Leech wasn't enough, it was still able to make this really, really close.
And that Flutter main you just saw, I think it really has been the unsung hero here a little bit, going for those powerful dazzling gleams. Yes, you lost to Chi-Yu very early on, but you were able to still go for big spread moves, able to KO both the lead Pokemon that came out from Leland in 2 turns, and then going for that Icy Wind critically. And that's where I really like the fact that Fabian is running the Booster Energy one. It does get that speed boost as well, but also allows you the flexibility to change up your move pool. You're not just locked into the dazzling gleam, and the Icy Wind did enable that Ogerpon to be guaranteed to outspeed the Urshifu and go for that powerful Horn Leech, putting it in a very vulnerable position for the Stomping Tantrum by the partner Landorus to get the KO in the end game of that match.
Yeah, so many beautiful board positions coming out for both of these trainers, and you can really see how much thought and preparation that they put into this match. It all came down to just a final knockout there between the two in that end game 1v1, and so maybe we have to look forward to what type of adjustments we could see made here.
Yes, if I take a look at Leland's team and the Pokemon that weren't brought to this match, when I look at the Farigiraf, I feel like it doesn't necessarily have a place here. Fabian was not relying on priority moves in play, so it doesn't have that utility for its Armor Tail to be really effective. The Rillaboom is the one that does call into question a little bit. You can apply some very devastating damage with something like a Grassy Glide to have your additional priority, particularly if you know that Fabian has a lot of speed control options, that Icy Wind, the fact that you have the Choice Scarf on the Landorus as well, and of course the Booster Energy on the Flutter main. You want to be able to find a way to bypass all that advantage that Fabian is gathering up. So something like a Grassy Glide boosted up by the grassy terrain and of course the Miracle Seed could give you that momentum.
But on the other side too, Fabian was able to get the victory with that strategy of leading both the Chi-Yu and the Flutter main. And when we look at the 2 Pokemon that he didn't bring, I feel like there's so much flexibility there to actually weave them into this strategy. That would be the Tornadus and the Urshifu Single Strike that did not get a chance to make an appearance. And while we saw the speed control come through from the Icy Wind on the Flutter main, there's still an opportunity here for going something like the Tailwind on that Tornadus.
Exactly, Tornadus does have the utility, like you've mentioned, to go for that Tailwind and maybe then take the pressure off the other Pokemon to have to set up that speed control, allow them to just switch on the offensive, and we've certainly seen how capable they are of doing that. I did like the Landorus, however, and I think it would be wise for Fabian to still keep that in the roster for this game too, particularly if it is going to be in the back as a kind of end game sweeping Pokemon, let's say. The Choice Scarf just gives you so much advantage, and the Stomping Tantrum applies a lot of pressure to the opposing side. The Heatran, again, if it's not forced to go for that Terrestrialization, is going to be able to suffer to the Stomping Tantrum. At the same time, if that Rillaboom does indeed come to the match and goes into the Terra Fire type, then you know that you have a really nice way to go around it. But I still think you have to watch out for the Heatran on Leland's side, because that Life Orb Heat Wave was no joke.
It was no joke, and if you are able to let that kind of get off here for Leland, it could start to get out of hand. So it really does come down to Fabian continuing to put some pressure onto, if that Heatran comes in the back, whatever that partner Pokemon is, having the right answer in that moment. But I love what you brought up, that there is natural speed on the side of Fabian, and maybe that is going to be exactly what he needs to be able to push himself to the victory. But can Leland come back? Let's find out as we get into Game 2 of the Junior Division Finals here at LAIC.
Sticking with the tried and tested leads, it's going to be the Dragonite and Chi-Pow for Leland against the Flutter main and Chi-Yu for Fabian. But now the mind games really do intensify. Are we going to see the Ghost Terrestrialization once again on the Chi-Yu? This again will enable it to go around the extreme speed, and ultimately having the pressure of Ghost types opposing you might force Leland to still lock in to something like the Aqua Jet with that Dragonite.
I love that call out there. I mean, I think that even just kind of spreading out this damage here on Leland's side, you're always going to ensure that you have an attack going through. Because when you look at something like the Flutter main and the Chi-Yu does not have the ability to protect. It can switch out to keep itself safe, but the Flutter main sure can go for that protect.
Nice to see the defensive strategies on the Flutter Mane. The Sucker Punch was indeed going down into that slot, so Chi and Pao not going to be able to get in on the action, and nor is Dragonite. A fantastic defensive play, one of the first ones we've seen in this set so far. Now the All Eyes go on to the Chi-Yu, and able to go for the Heat Wave, takes the Chi and Pao right down to its focus dash and puts Dragonite in a very vulnerable position. Flutter Mane might be able to get the KO the next turn.
It sure might. That is going to be a speed boost of Flutter Mane there thanks to that booster energy. And now Leland has to look forward to trying to get a knockout before that Flutter Mane can even move. He has locked himself into these priority attacks, but it's going to be very difficult to try to get through that, especially if we do see another terrestrialization come through. This time it's on the Flutter Mane.
Honestly, love to see this adjustment here. The Flutter Mane is now just a fairy type. It's not going to be taking as much damage by the potential Sucker Punch, and if Leland is being forced to double up into it, that means Chi-Yu once again gets his time to shine. You can see the Sucker Punch doesn't even do 50%. Now it is no longer a Ghost type. Aqua Jet following up is going to be able to get the KO with a critical hit, though. That is a turn of events. Now once again, the pressure is on that Chi-Yu to deliver. It doesn't look likely to be able to get the KO on that Dragonite unless it's able to get a critical hit, but Chi and Pao is going to be able to pull victory to it.
Well, both of those Heat Waves are going to connect, so the Chi and Pao does also go down for that Flutter Mane's troubles, and now both of our trainers have to think forward to what they want to switch into these spots. We can see what Leland has in the back is going to be reminiscent of what we saw in that game number 1, but at this point, he can't bring both out at the same time. So what does he feel like he can do at this juncture to make sure that he can keep himself safely in this game? On the other side of things, it is going to be that Landorus hitting the field, but this Intimidate isn't going to matter on either of these Pokemon.
Exactly. Dragonite with that inner focus ability will mean its attack stat will not be lowered, and of course Heatran doesn't mind taking that at all as it is a special attacker. Dragonite is locked into this Aqua Jet. It's going to be able to deal super effective damage to that opposing Chi-Yu. It doesn't have the Chi and Pao on the field anymore with Sword of Ruin ability to be able to boost up the damage potential that it has, but Dragonite again in a very vulnerable spot. This Landorus might want to lock into something like the Stomping Tantrum again to force the Heatran to maybe go for that terrestrialization into a fairy type.
Well, I think that's exactly what we're going to be getting here, as the Heatran is going over to that Terra Fairy. That is a great defensive coverage option to have in front of a Pokemon like this Landorus, and we saw just how much damage it was able to do in that first game, but it's time for the Aqua Jet that this Dragonite is locked into, and it's already going to bring it down so low. This Stomping Tantrum in response is just a little bit of damage.
The Heat Wave is going to be able to not connect into the Heatran thanks to the Flash Fire, but it will be able to connect onto that Dragonite and finally fell it from the competition, forcing Leland to bring his fourth and final Pokemon out. The Heatran's going to go for the Flash Fire, connecting into that opposing Landorus, and I like the double up by Leland here, identifying that the Landorus can apply a lot of pressure, being particularly speedy as well. Those Stomping Tantrums are still going to stack up, considering the fact that Heatran is getting that Life Orb recoil. Another Stomping Tantrum might have put it into KO range.
Yeah, this Chi-Yu sticking around, though. It's going to be Choice Specs locked into the Heat Wave. So if there is no way for Fabian to be able to get through this Heatran, it's going to be really tough to win this second game.
You've now got, again, this interaction between the Ogerpon and the Urshifu, but the one difference is you haven't had that Icy Wind drop. So it's going to be interesting how the speed interacts. And look, the Urshifu is moving first with these Surging Strikes. It's going to be guaranteed to get the 3 critical hits. It's not going to be able to get the KO on the Ogerpon, however. And Ogerpon now primed to be able to try and go for a powerful Horn Leech and regain all of that HP.
It's actually going to be going for the Ivy Cudgel, though, identifying that it has to get through this Heatran, and that will be enough damage to knock it out even through that Terra Fairy. And it's just now down to this Urshifu, but what can this Heat Wave do in response? That Urshifu is going to take so much damage, and with a 1-hit knockout and a critical hit, that's it! Fabian wins!
Fabian Musikan is your 2024 Latin America International Champion. The player from Germany has done it! Congratulations, Fabian!
Wow, what a game plan that he was able to bring to this final match of this championship, and Fabian now adding the first international championship title here.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness, his family must be so incredibly proud of him, as well as the whole community rooting behind this junior who has taken his first international title. And oh my goodness, he did it with style. He has trusted the whole way through this competition that Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane combination, and boy did they not let him down in the final.
And Leland, that made it difficult. Remember all those reads that Leland was able to get in that first game? It really did come down to the wire for Fabian to be able to get that game in that very first round of our championship.
And honestly, I have to credit the way Leland played that game too, targeting down into the opposing Flutter main, maybe identifying, hey, the Terra Ghost didn't work out in the Chi-Yu, Fabian is not going to make that play again, and he was correct. It is not the move choice that Fabian went for, but instead of going on that hyper-offensive mode that both these trainers went for, Fabian switched it up, showed the high caliber of flexibility he has as a player, went defenses with the protect, and he really had the momentum from there.
One thing's for sure, though, is that both of the trainers have such bright futures.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was such a treat to watch. And I love that they were able to rely on these tried and tested duos that we really have seen come into play through Scarlet and Violet. But Fabian, you can see how happy he is. You can hear the audience cheering him on right now for that incredible victory.
Absolutely fantastic play. What amazing finalist, Rosemary, we've been able to have here. Let's take a quick look at the highlights. The Chi-Yu had all the pressure on its little fins here when that Flutter main went down. It really had to carry across the damage with those heat waves. This again was a beautiful play, trying to make sure that you could take the Sucker Punch and the Aqua Jet, but the Dragonite did have something to say about it with that critical hit, knowing it's the finals and it had to come through for its trainer.
Yeah, it did leave the door open, though, to be able to bring in this Landorus, and at least it was enough to apply some pressure that it had to be the target for both of these Pokemon on Leland's side. This Heat Wave, though, it didn't miss. It knew what job it had to get done, and at the end of the day, yeah, that Chi-Yu was able to come out on top.
Yeah, sometimes the Pokemon have to dig deep and ignore those accuracy checks and guarantee that they're going to be able to get their KOs, and that's certainly what the Chi-Yu was able to do for Fabian here in this Junior Division Final.
What an exciting way to be able to get through that match and also just see how these juniors have been performing this season. And we went into this when we already said Leland Smith has been absolutely going on a tear through the North America region, but Fabian doing the same in Europe.
Exactly, and it's nice to see these kind of battles on the international stage as well, with trainers all around the globe that have come together at such a prestigious event, the first international of the 2024 season, to really test their skills against the best of the best. And now going into the rest of the season, we've already crowned one international champion, so definitely looking forward to seeing how EUIC and NAIC are going to shape up as the season goes on.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all to see Leland and Fabian continue to get the top cuts at those international championships that we have ahead of us. But let's reflect a little bit on the Latin America International Championship junior bracket that we had here, as we saw both of our trainers make it through to the finals in a very commanding fashion here.
Yeah, we talked about this before the finals. All of Top Cut for juniors were very solid, clean 2-0 matches, and the finals followed that trend right to the end as well. Fantastic to see these completely non-game dropping runs from our trainers, and particularly of course from Fabian, who was able to take that final set 2-0.
Looks like that Chi-Yu and that Flutter main, that might be a combo that he has to lean on a little bit more in the future, don't you think?
I think it's one that I might start leaning on a little bit as well, you know? I think adapting it maybe to a Masters Division meta could be an interesting decision, like one to look forward to.
Absolutely, but I'm also looking forward to hearing from our LAIC champion in the junior division. Let's go over to the stage to talk to Fabian.
Everybody, please give a round of applause to our LAIC Juniors Division Champion, Fabian Musican. Congratulations. Very exciting 2-0 victory there. And Fabian, I have to ask, game one, turn one, you terrestrialized Chi-Yu, and it instantly got knocked out, so you were down a Pokemon. Were you still confident you were going to win that game, even when you lost your Pokemon?
Selbstbewusst, als du bei Turn 1 dein terra-kristallisiertes Pokémon direkt verloren hast?
Ja, weil ich habe ja dann Ugapron geholt. Ich wusste, sie können mit Tiefschlag und Wasserdüse mein Ugapron nicht töten. Ich drück Follow Me und dann kann ich mit Zauberschein beide seine töten.
He was still very confident that his backline was strong against his, and they can come back up from this disadvantage in the first turn.
Yeah, that was a really great job when you were down a Pokemon to win that game. And going into game two, the leads were your Chi-Yu and Fluttermane versus your opponents Dragonite and Chien-Pao. And that's a really tough matchup because there's so much offense from both sides of the field. So it's another time you lost your Fluttermane on that turn and still came out on top. So how did you come back in that game when you lost a Pokemon early?
Ähnliche Frage für Game 2. Wie bist du nach dem schlechten Lead am Anfang von Game 2 zurückbekommen, als du deinen Flatterhase früh verloren hast?
Also das war eigentlich gut, dass ich erst Protect mit Fluttermane gedrückt habe und dann mit Hitzewelle ihm schon Schaden gemacht habe, weil sein Chen-Pao hat ja Fokus-Gurt. Das hätte ich nicht mit einem Schlag töten können. Dann hat er zwar mein Fluttermane getötet, aber sein Chen-Pao war tot und sein Dragonite war schon auf Rot. Ja, und Landorus hat dann auch noch ein bisschen Schaden in Heatrain gemacht und dann habe ich halt auch noch seinen Dragonite getötet.
He was very aware that his offensive Pokémon, given the abilities of the opponent's Pokémon as well, that he was able to overcome these disadvantages at the beginning by very fast knockouts with most of his Pokémon on his own.
And what really sealed the victory for you in the end was your Ogerpon Hearthflame mask, because your Chi-Yu was not able to target Heatran anymore. So it all came down to Ogerpon. It won you the match. What do you like so much about Ogerpon Hearthflame mask compared to the other Ogerpon forms?
Warum genau ist dein Ogerpon so besonders? Warum spielst du genau dieses besondere Ogerpon und nicht eine andere Variante?
Weil dieses Ogerpon ist gegen viele Gegner gut. Es macht auch sehr viel Schaden und mein Team ist halt schnell und macht sehr viel Schaden. Andere Ogerpons setzen halt ihre Special-Verteidigung oder so hoch und bei mir setzt das bei Terra halt Attack hoch. Deswegen habe ich das Ogerpon genommen.
He likes his attack-weighted Ogerpon more against most of his opponents' teams than the usual ones are a little bit more special defense invested, and that's what made him overcome many tough victories in the past days.
Okay, and then lastly for you, now that you're international champion, do you have any shout-outs for friends or family, anybody that's supporting you on your journey?
Meine Freunde, Familie und jedem, den du willst, einen Shoutout geben. Also danke sagen an alle, die dich unterstützt haben.
Danke.
Just says thank you to everyone.
Yeah, no translation necessary. Congratulations to Fabian on your first LAIC winner in the video games here this weekend. It's going to be great. We have two more excellent matches in the seniors and masters division. Let's toss back over to our casters. Get ready for our seniors championship.
Danke, Fabian, for kicking off Championship Sunday for the video game in absolute style. We're, of course, going to throw it over to the senior division now as well to crown our second champion of the day.
It has been such amazing action so far, so make sure you continue to follow along with us on all of our social media channels, just so you know that you won't miss any of the action that we have going on here for the rest of the Latin America International Championships, and also what we've got ahead of us, just looking forward to the rest of the 2024 season. There is so much action ahead, but I want to live in the moment here as we do look forward to that seniors division finals.
Exactly. The competition is just going to keep getting hotter and hotter, not only because it's in Brazil, but because the champions that we have got shaping up today are just fantastic Pokemon players. So much great action, so many interesting teams, and a lot of history to be made as well.
Absolutely, and especially when you look at just how the bracket has played out already here for the senior division, it has been one for the memory books for both of our trainers. They have been able to make it through not one, but two international champions already on both sides.
Yes, if we take a look at our first finalist here, Robbie was able to advance through very cleanly in 2-0 games, but taking down Teddy French in top 4. Teddy has previously won EUIC as a junior, so that is one international champion felled. And if we take a look at his opponent, Joshua Robinson, in top 8, Joshua faced down against Pietro Silva, who incidentally his older brother is actually in our Masters Grand Final later on, but Pietro was able to win EUIC as a junior as well. So both of these players know what it takes to take down an international champion, but do they know what it takes to become one?
Well, I think that one of our players in particular in that final spot is no stranger to being on the international stage, and I'm looking at Robbie as the runner-up at last year's World Championships that has another shot at claiming an international champion title. But for both of our players, this would be their first international championship win.
And that's something that they both desperately want to be able to add to those accolades and achievements. Of course, Robbie, coming runner-up at the World Championships, wants to be able to go all the way. He did come runner-up to a Gastrodon and Sylveon that I know both of you will understand can be difficult to take down, but I'm sure he will be stopping at nothing to be able to be victorious here. Of course, for you guys at home, you can get involved as well with some amazing giveaways that we still have up for grabs here. The video game has the Dragapult, which you can be able to pick up, which was Alex Gomez's from NAIC.
Yeah, and you can also get that TCG card as well, so maybe you have to scrub back a little bit just to make sure that you've grabbed those codes, or ask your friends so you can get those in-game. But we want to get into the action right away, so let's go over to the stage to welcome our seniors finalists to their spots.
Thank you very much, Rosemary and Lou. We are here to start our coverage of the seniors division for the video game championship here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And let's not waste any time. Let's get our competitors on the stage. We have Joshua Robinson from the United States of America and Robbie Schai from the Netherlands. Come on out. All right, so Joshua, I'll start with you. You have a couple of regional finalist placements so far this season. How would it feel to jump from regional finalist to international champion?
It feels very good.
And what are some of the important Pokemon along the way? I believe you have Urshifu Single Strike on your team, right, compared to that Rapid Strike. So what was the decision this weekend to bring the Single Strike form instead of Rapid Strike?
I don't like Rapid Strike.
Hey, that's fair enough, definitely. Best of luck to you, Joshua. And Robbie, you have some finalist positions as well at the international level. You've faced off against many international champions and taken them down to get to this point. So do you believe that your team, and in this matchup against Joshua, do you have what it takes to be a champion?
I've practiced the matchup, I prepared the game plan, and I believe in my ability to execute it. So I'm pretty confident going in.
All right, I love to see the confidence, both of you. I wish you both good luck, have fun. Let's not waste any more time. Let's head back to Rosemary and Lou so we can get these trainers set up on stage for our seniors finals.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to see what's going to happen here for our seniors finals. We already kicked off our video game action with an epic juniors finals, but now it's time for the seniors division finalists to get their shot at the crown.
Exactly, and when you've got two players of such a high caliber as Joshua and Robbie as well, you know that you're going to be in for a treat. One thing I want to say before we even get into the match is look at the Azumarill army that is out on the stage right now. So many Marill and Azumarill and Azurill plushes there as well. I think maybe we've got a favorite Pokemon there.
I did hear the favorite Pokemon was Azumarill.
Oh, I'm surprised.
I can clearly see that now, though.
Yeah.
Well, since starting his career in February, he's already claimed 3 regional titles. How inspiring. This is a player that just started in 2023. What?
That's actually incredible. Very, very new into the circuit here and already being able to get multiple titles. Wow, definitely looking as a hot contender to be able to get into the international books as well.
Yeah, could get a huge upset here over an international player, such as Robbie. And I think that Joshua really stands a good chance here. Already proven himself at those 3 regional championships and now could claim an international championship title on top of that. That is going to have to be an even bigger trophy cabinet.
Oh, definitely. You're going to have to expand that for more trophies and medals as the season goes on. But his opponent, Robbie, does he have that bounce back ability? He has possibly the ability to recover after a setback, especially in sport. I'm reading a definition here, okay? That threw me for a loop. I'm learning new vocabulary and Pokemon strategies every day. But to give you some context behind our vocabulary lesson, Robbie lost in Swiss round 1 yesterday. That's not how anybody wants to start their tournament, but he was able to then stay incredibly strong throughout and has gone obviously undefeated ever since.
That is just mental fortitude right there.
Yes.
And also showing off that he has such skill when it comes to this game, not only backed up by the fact that he is our finalist from the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, but also that he was able to have that comeback after so early on in the competition.
And taking a look at some of their accolades as well, Joshua, we've already mentioned is a multiple regional champion, but let's just fixate on these 2 from this season alone. In Peoria and Pittsburgh was able to get into the finals. So has a fantastic record already, a good reputation building up in the 2024 season.
And those are some of the first regionals that we had in the North America circuit. So really coming out of the gate strong here and keeping up with that momentum heading into the LAIC championships. But on Robbie's side, we mentioned the world's finalist position, but he's also been a finalist in several other events, and also notably in this season, he's the Lille regional champion.
Yes, exactly. So again, both of them already having great records so far in this particular season alone. If we take a little look at their Pokemon, you can see some of them who are going to be helping them to try and get all the way to an international title. On Joshua's side, you have got some tried and tested favorites, the Iron Hands, Tornadus, Urshifu, the Ogerpon, Wellspring Form, Arcanine, and Fluttermane.
Yeah, and on Robbie's side, it's going to be the Iron Hands, Lander, Samungus, Chien-Pao, Fluttermane, and the Heatran. And while we looked at the Junior Division Finals that had 12 unique Pokemon across the board, this one is still very diverse. Both of these teams only sharing the Iron Hands as well as that Fluttermane, and they're also both built differently.
I think, to be honest, in the seniors meta at the moment, maybe these more kind of solid, consistent teams are kind of rising in dominance. I think because they give you that little bit more flexibility to make some more board adjustment switches, for example. It's not, of course, unheard of in junior division, but definitely by seniors, you have a few more years of experience perhaps to be able to make those chess reads, as we would say.
Yeah, and in the Regulation E format as well, we often end up seeing a lot more of the similar types of archetypes that we would see in the Masters Division format. And so as we dive a little bit deeper into Joshua Robinson's team, you can see that we do have the Iron Hands, which is one of those Pokemon that we've seen be so bulky for a lot of these balanced teams, just as an option with the Assault Vest here. But the Sui and Arcanine there with the Choice Band is really, really fun to watch. But what about this Urshifu Single Strike? This is now the second time that we've seen this Urshifu make the finals.
That's the thing. I know that the Rapid Strike variant has been all the top of the usage charts, but it seems to be the Single Strikes that are making all the way into Championship Sunday. Again, it can apply a lot of pressure with something like the Dark Terrestrialization here, being able to hit hard with a powerful Wicked Blow into a lot of the Pokemon on Robbie's side of the field. As well, a Pokemon I'm glad you mentioned earlier, that Hisuian Arcanine is one that I think is going to be really critical in this matchup. Being able to have that Choice Band to deal a huge amount of offensive pressure, as well as having the Intimidate ability to hit the Iron Hands, the Landorus, the Chien-Pao on Robbie's side of the field could really slow down the offensive pressure that Robbie potentially has.
Yeah, that Terra Fairy, Terra Blast as well, when I look at specifically something like the Iron Hands and the Chien-Pao that are on Robbie's team. But alongside of that, you have just a really immense amount of pressure coming through from something like the Landorus as well as the Fluttermane. And I think just overall, in general, Heatran has just been a really strong Pokemon for him. He has been able to use this specific Pokemon to high effect over the last few tournaments.
Exactly, and one Pokemon I want to highlight is the Heatran, because Heatran at the World Championships wasn't necessarily the most accurate for Robbie, but him and Heatran have been working incredibly hard since then, and having spoken to both of his top cut opponents yesterday, they've said that Heatran is on a mission. It hit every single Magma Storm that it went for. It had that connectability throughout, so it's definitely a lot more of a reliable partner Pokemon in this tournament.
Yeah, you hope that accuracy is still going to also maintain course here in something like the finals. We know our trainers are going to be getting ready, but I think when you look a little bit deeper into this matchup that we have ahead of us, yeah, my eyes are drawn here to this Tornadus. I know typically when we see like the Tornadus as well as the Urshifu next to each other, it's going to be that Rapid Strike variant so that you can utilize something like that Tailwind or the Rain Dance to really help to kind of bolster that up. But one of the things that I think is super interesting about this is that we actually don't have the Rain Dance weather available on this team. It's actually the sunny day, and that really does come into full effect here when you look at something like the Fluttermane on this side with Photosynthesis as well as the Arcanine. And that Fluttermane specifically is Choice Spec, so it doesn't have that booster energy to get that innate Photosynthesis boost.
That could honestly be a very, very intimidating Fluttermane if it's able to get that Choice Specs boost, wants to also go for the Terra Fairy maybe and then get a Photosynthesis boost. Obviously we don't know if it is going to be necessarily in speed or special attack, but let's say hypothetically it's that special attack. That's something that Robbie is really going to have to try and contend with. A powerful Moonblast, let's say, will be devastating into something like the opposing Iron Hands. Even with the Assault Vest, that is going to hurt. And opposing Pokemon like Fluttermane, the Landorus, and the Chien-Pao are not going to appreciate that either. You do have some nice ways to counter Fluttermane, though, on Robbie's side, and Moongus, for example, to really slow down the pace, try and maybe get some redirectional support and critically put Pokemon to sleep. But for me, it's really going to be about that Heatran.
but something else I want to call attention to as well is this Wellspring Ogerpon on Joshua's team. Now, you can also go for terrestrialization here, get the Embody Aspect boost, which is also going to boost up your special defense. And looking at Robbie's team, there is plenty of special attack pressure coming through from that Heatran that you just mentioned, as well as that Fluttermane. So that could be very valuable here alongside some of just the defensive capabilities with the redirection from the Follow Me.
And we honestly saw how useful Ogerpon can be in the previous match with the juniors division. It was a different form of the Ogerpon, but regardless, it was still able to apply that redirectional support with Follow Me. It can apply some big damage with something like the Ivy Cudgel, and because it is the Wellspring Master Form, the Ivy Cudgel is going to be a water type. So it's going to be able to connect very strongly into Pokemon like the Heatran, the Landorus. Even the Fluttermane's not going to appreciate that because we all know its defensive bulk is paper thin.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And even looking at the offensive threats, you've got Spiky Shield there, so maybe you're able to catch a little bit of a cheeky attack, get a little bit of recoil down into any of those physical attackers, and continue to just help maybe break something like that Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao, and just really provide some utility that way.
I think between these two trainers, because we have got some similarities in the way that the teams have that kind of balance between bulk and offensive pressure, we are going to see a lot of moves and counter moves throughout these trainers. I think there's going to be a lot more adaptability from the leads, although the leads in turn 0 is going to be critical. I think both these teams have the capability to have a bit more flexibility, let's say, on the field. Landorus, for example, on Robbie's side, if it is running that Choice Scarf to no surprise, it could potentially come up front and center, try and throw an Intimidate down on something like the Iron Hands, or the Ogerpon, or the Arcanine, or even the Urshifu on Joshua's side. And if it's not in an advantageous position, can always go for that U-turn and keep itself nice and safe in the back for later on.
Really nice to be able to pivot through those Intimidates as well as we look forward to this finals in the senior division of the Latin America International Championships. Give it up, everybody, for Robbie and Joshua as they get into this first game.
It is going to be an incredible match. Iron Hands and Heatran out on the field here for Robbie, whereas we have got the Fluttermane and the Ogerpon out here for Joshua. That is a Choice Specs Fluttermane. It has the redirectional support of the Ogerpon, as well as not having to worry about a potential fake out from the opposing Iron Hands because it is a Ghost type.
Yeah, and you might have to play a little bit more defensively here because Robbie has the option to go for something like the fake out early on in this first turn here from the Iron Hands and this Heatran. You were saying it has been a formidable force here for all of Robbie's matches so far. And so this Spiky Shield, you're hoping will be able to keep something like this Ogerpon safe.
And Robbie's Heatran is running that Flash Cannon, so potentially going for the fake out into the Ogerpon to stop it going for any, redirectional support, leaving the Fluttermane vulnerable to take that Flash Cannon. Could have been a nice strategy for Robbie, and that's exactly what seems to be the move panning out here. Of course, the Iron Hands on Robbie's side is going to have to take a little Spiky Shield with damage for its troubles here, but that did show the nice defensive plays by Joshua. Now the Iron Hands is on the field, the fake out is now in Joshua's favor.
Absolutely, and so you could really just kind of shut down what this Iron Hands might want to go for because that Ogerpon looks like it could be very vulnerable, so something like that Wild Charge. So Robbie's going to opt to switch it off of the field and going to bring in this Amoonguss. Now we were wondering whether or not Amoonguss would be a really powerful supportive option here for Robbie, just knowing that it does have access to the Rocky Helmet as a held item, which you can see here is going to also activate Chip.
Honestly, both these players are playing a very similar game at the moment. The Ivy Cudgel going down into Protect, but lots of ball position changes where you're switching in when there's the potential fake out and actually dealing that residual damage, or I should say chip damage, with either the Rocky Helmet or the Spiky Shield.
Yeah, and now this is a really nice position for Joshua to try to pivot around to get the more offensive threats back into position. So you'll see the Iron Hands leave the field, reset that fake out for later, as well as just bring in this Fluttermane and hopefully not have to take something like a Flash Cannon, since the Iron Hands would have been a good bait for that.
Exactly, and the Heatran is actually going to shake things up even further and go for the Terra Grass. This is not something we have seen recently. A lot of trainers have opted to go for the Terra Fairy on their Heatran, but the Terra Grass is a really interesting adaptation here. Ogerpon's just going to go for the Follow Me and draw in all the attacks to try and protect the Fluttermane that has rejoined the match, as Heatran once again finds his mark with the Magma Storm. This really has been the tale of Robbie's tournament so far. Does a huge amount of damage to that opposing Ogerpon, particularly with the residual damage that's going to put it in a potential KO range the next turn, particularly with the helpful little Pollen Puff from the Amoonguss.
Yeah, that Pollen Puff does bring that Ogerpon so low, so now it is already going to be on just a sliver of HP. And the absolute best part of this for the Heatran is that since it has gone to that Terra Grass, that Ivy Cudgel is no longer going to be doing as much damage either. So Heatran is so safe in this position right now.
Exactly, and Ogerpon knowing that it's maybe on its last legs here in this game one, going for the redirectional Follow Me once again. Fluttermane critically going for the Misty Terrain, not something we got the opportunity to talk about earlier. This now sets the Misty Terrain on the field, stopping any status afflictions from coming into play on those grounded Pokemon. Flash Cannon is going to come through from the redirected Follow Me.
Yeah, so that is going to be a knockout onto the Ogerpon, but this Misty Terrain, even though it is the choice specs, is a much more unique option that we see here, but you don't even mind locking into a supportive option with that when you know it is going to protect you from the Spore.
Do you know what? That is an Amoonguss counter I haven't seen since the days of the Alola region with, you know, Tapu Fini running around. It's great to be able to see Fluttermane being able to pull that out of its pocket. Of course, as you mentioned, it's the choice specs variant. It is going to have to switch out in order to reset its moves. You can't, you know, stack up Misty Terrains forever. And Arcanine now is in a good position to maybe cover Fluttermane to make that adjustment. You could bring the Iron Hands in from the back. There's really not a lot that either the Heatran or the Amoonguss can do to it, particularly if you cannot even put it to sleep thanks to the Misty Terrain in play.
Yeah, but Amoonguss can go for so many other options here as well. It still has access to the Pollen Puff as well as the Protect to keep itself safe. And this is going to be pretty telegraphed here from Joshua. You have to get the Fluttermane off the field. You don't want to be locked into choice specs, Misty Terrain forever. Otherwise, you're not making use of the offensive capabilities of that held item. And we're going to see that fourth and final reveal here from Robbie as that Landers is going to get that Intimidate down onto both the Hisuian Arcanine as well as his Iron Hands.
I like how the Amoonguss gets out of there as well, being like, if I can't Spore, what am I doing here? I need to get into the back and come back in maybe when the Mystery Terrain has left the field. This does allow the Arcanine to be able to capitalize on its position, go for that terrestrialization into a Fairy type, and go for a powerful Flare Blitz. It's very wise of that Amoonguss to get out of there. It is still going to deal over 50% to the opposing Landorus, and of course, as Landorus isn't grounded, there is the potential for any residual, but not today.
Not today, and not with this Flash Cannon either. What a great call there by Robbie to read this terrestrialization into the Fairy type, and now Joshua is down to his final two Pokemon in this first game, the Iron Hands, but more critically, the Fluttermane gets to come back out here and choose a different attack with that choice specs.
Beautiful plays by Robbie. Absolutely read Joshua like a book there, making sure to get the KO. But as you mentioned, Rosemary, Fluttermane's now back on the field, and this could be dangerous. It is now able to switch up its move. Something like a powerful Dazzling Gleam would be able to do some good damage, as well as if you maybe wanted to lock into the Shadow Ball, you can pack an even heavier punch.
Shadow Ball would be really nice here as well, and one thing that also this Fluttermane doesn't have to think about anymore is this Heatran's resistances. It's a grass type now, and one of the ways that you can sometimes get around that really difficult Pokemon is forcing it into a position where you do make it terrestrialize. This Landorus, though, is going to leave the field first, and Amoonguss takes its place again.
Yes, Amoonguss rejoining the field as Heatran goes for a Protect, and honestly, Heatran's looking a little bit difficult here. It's got the leftovers, so it's going to be able to get a little bit of recovery as well. Iron Hands not going to be able to go for the Fake Out into that Protect, so Fluttermane really has all the potential here. It's going to go for the Shadow Ball into what was the Landorus. Amoonguss is going to be able to take this respectably, doing about a third of damage. But do you have the capability to deal with the Heatran, particularly considering it is now a Grass type? The Arcanine has gone.
Yeah, the Arcanine is gone here, and it would have been really difficult to get rid of it too, because you can't even hit it with the Flare Blitz, which is something that you would love to be able to do, seeing it is a grass type on the other side, but Flash Fire will stop that from happening. The Shadow Ball, though, the Rage Powder, just to ensure that this Heatran is going to keep itself safe. It brings that Amoonguss down so low, but this Heatran is free to go for this Flash Cannon, and will get that Fluttermane down to just about a quarter of HP as the Heavy Slam here to follow it up, knocks out the Amoonguss.
Yes, you're going to have to do a little bit of damage back with the Rocky Helmet, but this is the nice contrast you see with the Fluttermane. Its defensive capabilities are not there, but its special defensive bulk is reasonably acceptable, so it's able to take that Flash Cannon well. Landorus able to join the field now for Robbie, throwing the Intimidate down critically against the opposing Iron Hands. Joshua only has 2 Pokemon remaining. He's not going to be able to switch that out and reset it.
No, I think the Shadow Ball is okay right here. I think that you want to just make sure that you're getting some neutral damage down onto everything else that is on Robbie's side. And at the very least, that Landorus is really low, but that Choice Scarf is going to allow it to move first. So this Fluttermane is in trouble. That is a knockout, leaving this Iron Hands as the final Pokemon here for Joshua in this very first game. And it's the Earth Power. This Heatran can really start to switch things up, but what bulk that this Iron Hands has.
Exactly, and the Iron Hand's in a very difficult spot. It goes for the Drain Punch. You can see how underwhelming the damage is, and even when you just take a look at the Landorus alone, it can't hit it with Wild Charge. It's a ground type. Drain Punch isn't going to do too much to it, and Heavy Slam, well, the weight isn't exactly necessarily in your favor here. Landorus as well being able to have the Choice Scarf locked into that Stomping Tantrum, something we've seen time and time again used to great effect, particularly towards an end game, means that it's going to be able to lock out this game for its trainer.
Yeah, and at this point, Joshua can really start to think ahead to that game number 2. Where can you make some adjustments or differences in that, even that first turn, maybe in some of the Pokemon choices, to really give yourself the best shot to bringing this into a third game. But with that final attack coming through there from that Landorus, that will be game number 1 of this best of 3, going to Robbie.
Fantastic play from both these trainers. Again, we saw these ball positional changes happening, a lot of rotations, particularly early on, knowing when there were fake out positions on the field, not allowing your opponent to be able to have that opportunity to stop you in your tracks, giving yourself a kind of forward thought towards what the next couple of turns were going to look like. I would be very interested to see if a Pokemon like the Urshifu might come through for Joshua. If we just take a look at the replay and maybe how things shaped up, this was a problem. The Grass Terror on the Heatran, there really wasn't any way to deal with it. Even the Arcanine, as you mentioned, you can't hit with the Flare Blitz because of the Flash Fire ability. So you might have to go for something powerful like either the Extreme Speeds or maybe Terra Blast with Fairy just to be able to deal some good damage. Or alternatively, you could go for that Urshifu with Dark Terrestrialization and Wicked Blow.
Yeah, I still wish that we could have seen that Fluttermane, instead of being forced to go for something a bit more supportive, go out with a bang with something like a boosted Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam or the Moonblast, especially when you know that the Heatran is a bit more vulnerable being the Grass Terra. Instead, it is way easier to hit that Pokemon, and everything else on Robbie's side would take good damage from it too, outside of something like the Amoonguss.
Yes, I mean, the Amoonguss just applied a lot of pressure by itself. We didn't actually see it do too much. Yeah, throw a Pollen Puff around here and there. But as you mentioned, it forced the Fluttermane to go for that misty terrain. And just due to the choice specs, and I completely respect Joshua having it on the team, it just doesn't give you that flexibility when you're running a move like that. We have seen things in the past where choice Pokemon do run as kind of status move, even if it's something like we've seen Trick Room potentially on a Fluttermane as well, just to be in those situations. But sometimes the risk isn't worth the reward, and it forced you to then make those adaptations, switch out the Fluttermane that Robbie can easily read into.
I think that is exactly a great point where you know that these choice items can be a bit telegraphed when it comes down to having to reset something like that, and maybe you want to be able to put that in more in the front and just kind of try to put on some pressure, but it's really tough when you've got two steel types on the other side. But sometimes it is just the Urshifu that you need to really be able to push the gas. And so as we get into this game number 2, Robbie is up 1-0. Joshua needs to win this one to bring it to a game 3.
And I love the adaptation by the Urshifu coming in here, immediately applying some strong pressure to the Pokemon on the opposing side. Fluttermane as well doesn't have to worry about the potential fake out, but once again, that flash cannoning Heatran is in the opposing side, and Fluttermane does have to watch itself. It can take one of these attacks, but if potentially Robbie wants to double up, follow up with a Wild Charge, let's say, then that is going to fell the Fluttermane. And as it is running the choice specs, it is a critical piece of the offensive pressure for Joshua in this set.
Well, Heatran's just going to go ahead and get out of there because you are really threatened by something like the close combat, and you don't want to use your terrestrialization right away. The other thing that can really help just to kind of relieve some of that pressure of those other attacks that aren't going to be dealing those critical hits would be this Landorus, dropping the attack stat here of that Urshifu just by one stage. But the terrestrialization committal is actually going on to the Iron Hands, so that's going to be Terra Water here.
Yep, love to see that. Haven't seen a terrestrialization on an Iron Hands in a while, and the water defensive typing is very strong here. Urshifu actually just going to go straight for the Detect, maybe wondering about the fake out potential from that Iron Hands, as Moonblast is on the Fluttermane able to come through. Love the adaptation here. You are dropping your fighting typing, so you're not going to have to worry about the fairy type move, whereas the heavy slam, that's something Fluttermane does indeed have to worry about. Probably going to have nightmares now.
I would too. I mean, Iron Hands is going to be a very hefty Pokemon, and that is a one-hit knockout onto the Fluttermane, and a significant source of damage now off the field here for Joshua. Is able to replace that with the Wellspring Ogerpon, which is going to be nice to have now that you've forced out this water terrestrialization from this Iron Hands.
Exactly. You have the potential to go for something like a Horn Leech, try and deal a huge amount of damage not only to the opposing Iron Hands but to gain some recovery as well. So Ogerpon can maybe afford to take an attack or two with something like that opposing Landorus. We know the terrestrialization has been used up on Robbie's side, so the Landorus can't go for something like a Terra Flying. Iron Hands is actually going to get out of there. The fake out pressure that Robbie has been exerting throughout the set has constantly put Joshua on the back foot, so I like being able to keep that preserved for later, as well as allowing the little Amoonguss to join the field.
Yeah, but this U-turn is going to be really devastating here for this Urshifu because it's going to break the focus sash. And so sadly, this Urshifu does not have that extra staying power unless you are able to somehow get some terrain healing or just anything on the board that is not available right now. The Iron Hands gets to switch into that place though, now that you have had that U-turn and also manually switched it out, but it's going to be the Horn Leech that finishes the job, and that is super effective into that slot.
Love to see that coverage there by Joshua. I have to really respect.
Smart.
It was brilliant, right? And I have to respect the way that Robbie played that, switching out the Iron Hands, going for the U-turn, meaning that you got to bring in the Iron Hands to the other slot, so you've got Fake Out on the field once again, surprising that. But the Urshifu was able to counteract around that. It's nice to see the Amoonguss in the fray as well, knowing that the Flutter Mane has gone down. There is no longer the contention of any potential Misty terrain in effect, so it could potentially start going for some spores. The Urshifu is indeed intimidated, so that's why it has to maybe start favoring those moves that will be guaranteed to have the critical hits and able to go for something like the Wicked Blow.
Yeah, I think the Wicked Blow could be really important here, especially when you just need to be able to get down those critical hits. The Heatran is also going to be rejoining the field, but Urshifu is still intimidated. So you want to be able to find a way to get that Intimidate drop out of here so you can go for that close combat. Heatran cannot terrestrialize. That was already committed onto the Iron Hands on Robbie's side, so it is vulnerable as a Steel type.
It definitely is. Now, Ogerpon, I think, is going to be a critical Pokemon here. It can, of course, apply some pressure with the Ivy Cudgel that will be a water type thanks to the Wellspring Mask into something like that Heatran that, as you've said, cannot go for a terrestrialization, but the Amoonguss can always go for redirection with the Rage Powder. We're going to see defensive plays from Joshua here, maybe trying to scout out how Robbie wants to play this, and that is indeed going to be the redirection coming from Amoonguss. Robbie could have obviously gone for a completely different strategy, maybe gone for something like a Spore to try and put a Pokemon to sleep while this Magma Storm came out from the Heatran.
Yeah, but Urshifu just playing it safe there. You don't want to take any extra damage that you don't need to, especially now that the Focus Sash has been broken. And with the Rage Powder too, maybe we need to expect that Amoonguss has to go for something a little bit different here. You gotta get this damage down onto the board though. This Amoonguss is gonna help soak up so much, and you're not afraid to hit into it anymore because your Focus Sash is already broken. Rocky Helmet really not gonna save, hurt too badly there.
Exactly, and it's not like it's the Surging Strikes variant where you're gonna hit 3 times. You can maybe afford to take one little bit of Rocky Helmet damage, but it's not gonna be into the Amoonguss at all. The Wicked Blow connecting down into that Heatran as Ogerpon follows up with the Ivy Cudgel. That's gonna be more than enough to secure the knockouts. That Heatran goes down, that trusty Psychic for Robbie, but that does mean that the Amoonguss has been left unchecked. It had the potential to go for a Spore, but instead it was the Pollen Puff.
Wow, okay, so maybe reading that Joshua will go for a bit of spread damage there. You cannot redirect away the Ogerpon's attack because it is a dual grass type, so you know at some point Heatran's going to be taking some amount of damage. But now you're in this position where it's just the Landorus left. Joshua's done a great job of being able to control this game state so this Urshifu and Ogerpon are able to get the knockouts that it needs.
I really think Ogerpon's been a bit of a superstar here. Like you said, it doesn't have a lot of threat coming through from that Amoonguss at all. Amoonguss really just has to focus down on the Urshifu or being that supportive partner Pokemon, healing up with those Pollen Puffs. Landorus, yes, throwing down the Intimidate is a little bit unfortunate for both of these physical attackers, but Joshua does still have the Iron Hands in the back. He has that flexibility to maneuver Pokemon in and out. Instead, just going straight for the Detect, again, trying to scout out a little bit what his opponent is going to do, while Landorus, as the Choice Scarf variant, locks into Rock Slides. As this is the last 2 remaining Pokemon for Robbie, you know Rock Slide is now going to be the name of the game as this game 2 closes out.
Ah, well, there's a Rock Slide, there's a waste sometimes, but unfortunately not enough to stop this Ivy Cudgel, and that Landorus is going to be so low, but the Urshifu just continuing to get read after read here with the Protect to keep itself safe.
Exactly, and now you're in a position where the Urshifu could potentially go for something like a Sucker Punch into the Landorus, even though it's at -2 now. It might be a little underwhelming, but there's not a lot of HP left on that Landorus. You do still have to contend potentially with the Rage Powder, so I like this adjustment here by the Iron Hands coming in. Iron Hands is not going to worry about the Amoonguss, and it can always go for a Fake Out to slow things down later on. Ogerpon going to go for that redirection, as is the Amoonguss. So we know a Rock Slide is coming this way. We know that Iron Hands is not worried about that at all.
No, not at all. And in fact, it's actually just going to miss it entirely. But Iron Hands has so much bulk in this particular stage that you can just try to go for the attacks into the Landorus. That's going to be the final source of damage here for Robbie as this Amoonguss. Poor thing, it has to go for what it can in terms of the spores, but it's going to be the Fake Out as it does have increased priority. Maybe it would have been able to get the knockout there, but at least this Landorus still has a little bit more that it has left to give.
Hey, Amoonguss is trying its best. Ogerpon going to use this opportunity to regain a little bit of HP with the Horn Leech. You could potentially, if you were Yoshio here, go for the Fake Out into that opposing Amoonguss, just so that it can't necessarily go for a Spore into your Iron Hands, let's say, and hope that your Ivy Cudgel can break through something like a Rock Slide Flinch, but why risk it where you can just target down a 3v1 into this Amoonguss in the end game and pilot yourself right into a game 3?
Well, that's going to be the game 3 that we've got here. Joshua making fantastic adjustments to be able to tie up this best-of-3 series in the finals of the Latin America International Championships. It is going the distance here, and what a smart approach that Joshua took to that second game, making that huge adjustment bring of the Urshifu.
Yes, bringing the Urshifu was inspired, and it certainly did help carry him to level out the score here in the Senior Grand Finals at LAIC. I really like the way that he applied a lot of pressure to the Heatran, for example, with something like the close combat, but then kept an eye on the Intimidate drops, going for those wicker blows that were going to give that consistent damage. This, however, was a problem. The water terrestrialization on the Iron Hands definitely gave Robbie a lot of wall staying power, but this double up on the switch in where it kind of hopped out from the U-turning Landorus really did give the momentum back to Joshua.
Such a good read there by Joshua. I think that if it pays off, then Robbie is in a much better position, but when that Iron Hands got knocked out after already going to that Water Terra type, it did leave itself really just fragile in terms of what was on the other side. That Wellspring Ogerpon, it's mighty, and especially against something like the Amoonguss, we saw that those Rage Powders were so ineffective thanks to that dual grass type.
Exactly, and it's not going to fall for any of Robbie's tricks either. I'm sure the temptation on that Ogerpon to go for the Horn Leech into where the Iron Hands had originally been on that left-hand side must have been incredibly tempting, but identifying that it could be going for that switch out, the U-turn, and come back into the other slot, and Joshua really covering for it, and enabling the Ogerpon to get the KO, I think was a really inspired moment of play. Taking a look at a Game 3, now Rosemary, we've had a lot of Game 3s in our tournament this weekend. And for me, the critical thing always has been, do you go for the strategy that led you to the victory, or are you going to really, throw caution to the winds coming into your Game 3?
And sometimes a lot of the approaches that we see in games like this is just to go on the all-out offense. Maybe you just take the gloves off, take the training wheels off, and you just try to go for the gold, and it's going to come down to this final game. Joshua and Robbie are sitting at 1 game win apiece, and this third game will decide who becomes your Latin America International Champion for the Seniors Division. So let's get into it as we see what leads are going to be hitting the field.
Exactly, there's one match separating these trainers from runner-up and champion here on the international stage. It's going to be the Urshifu and the Fluttermane out there for Joshua, as well as a Fluttermane and an Amoonguss for Robbie. Amoonguss is out front and center in Game 3.
Okay, well, the Amoonguss is really going to help out here, but we see the booster energy coming through here from Robbie. This is one of the differences that we've seen from both of the Fluttermane on Joshua and Robbie's side. That is a special attack boost and is going to put so much pressure here onto the Urshifu, which is Terra Dark, so it cannot remove a weakness here to the Fluttermane.
Exactly, Urshifu can apply so much pressure with something like that Wicked Blow going down into the Fluttermane. It must be tempted to potentially go for that Fairy Terror as well, so that it cannot take all of that super effective damage from a Dark type. At the same time, if you're the Urshifu, you are a Dark and Fighting type. You do not want to be facing down against a Fluttermane at all.
No, you don't, and even Fluttermane on Joshua's side wants to get out of here. That Wellspring Ogerpon coming in to take its place, and Detect coming through to keep this Urshifu safe. So what did Robbie decide to lock into? It's the Rage Powder here, expecting an incoming attack, and also paving the way here for this Fluttermane to go for the Shadow Ball.
Yep, not falling for the temptation to go into that Urshifu. Instead, it's the Shadow Ball. Ogerpon does have a very respectable special defense, so it is going to have to take another 2 of those Shadow Balls in order to get the KO. But I like what Joshua was doing here, going for the Detect on the Urshifu to switch up the ball position. The Fluttermane wasn't really going to be able to enable it, particularly when you know Amoonguss can go for that redirection and take any Shadow Balls away from it's the target Pokemon you really want, which is the opposing Fluttermane, whereas the Ogerpon can now do the same as that opposing Amoonguss, as well as not being tempted by any of its redirection.
Yeah, and I think this is a really great position for Joshua to be in too, because you are not really threatened now by anything else on the other side when you know that the Ogerpon is there to cover some of your weaknesses. Ogerpon cannot be redirected by the Rage Powder, and that Fluttermane, we've talked about the defensive capabilities of a Pokemon like that. They're not the best.
They definitely aren't, and that's kind of where Fluttermane has its strengths and its weaknesses, let's say. But speaking of strengths, it can certainly hit hard on the Fairy side, and now even more so, it is a Terra Fairy Fluttermane. This means that it can always go for something like the Dazzling Gleam to do some good residual damage, but instead it's just going all in on the Moonblast, finding its mark down onto that opposing Ogerpon, saying Shadow Ball wasn't enough, I don't want to mess around, let's get you KO'd. The Urshifu now in a prime position to be able to have gone for something like a Wicked Blow. Who's the target though, Rose?
Oh, it's going to be the Fluttermane, so that Terra Fairy is going to keep it so safe. It does bring it down to about a half HP, but because it is not able to get the follow-up, it's going to go to sleep.
This Amoonguss has been waiting all 3 games to throw a ball down across the field, and it's finally able to connect onto that opposing Urshifu and put it to sleep. This does look a little bit difficult for Joshua here. The Fluttermane's come into the field. We saw it in game 1 go for that Misty Terrain, but it really wasn't as impactful as possible. It's a little bit too late now to go for one. Your Urshifu's already asleep. So I would expect him to turn that Choice Specs Fluttermane into an offensive machine now.
You would think so, but it's also, you have to think about the threat of that Amoonguss on the other side. You already have one Pokemon go to sleep. Maybe you want to try to consider setting that Misty Terrain, but it's still very precarious. If you can't switch that Fluttermane out of here, then you are stuck in that position. So you've got to go for everything at this point, especially if you're not confident that you have enough damage in the back.
The one issue I see as well is if you go for Misty Terrain and Robbie doubles into the Urshifu, you're stuck with your last 2 remaining Pokemon, and you only have 1 Pokemon. We are going to see the Misty Terrain come into fruition here. We saw the Protect on the opposing side, so you know thanks to the Focus Sash on the Urshifu on Joshua's side, it is going to be able to hang around and allow that Fluttermane to pivot out in that next turn. It takes its first guaranteed turn of sleep, and of course Fluttermane can breathe easy now knowing it's not going to be able to be put to sleep by the Spore. The issue is going to be this next turn. It's very easy for Robbie to read into the Fluttermane switching out. At the same time, the Urshifu isn't exactly going to be able to cover for it because it's taking a nap.
Yeah, and if it doesn't get this turn 1 wake up, then this is going to be a really precarious position for Joshua to be in. So you have to consider all of your options, and Robbie's going to have to try to read what is going to be in the back here. This Fluttermane cannot stick around, but Joshua has been bringing the bulk, and so maybe you are able to look at that and go, well, I have a Terra Fairy Fluttermane.
That's the thing, the odds may not be in favor of this Urshifu waking up, but stranger things have happened in Pokemon video game. Now, if it does wake up, it will be able to get the KO on that opposing Fluttermane. The Dazzling Gleam is going to come through and connect. This will take that Urshifu all the way down to its Focus Sash because it is 4 times super effective. Iron Hands not appreciating it either. Another one of those Dazzling Gleams will be able to get the KO on it, but Urshifu wakes up!
Urshifu's gonna wake up and go for the Wicked Blow, which is plenty to get the knockout here. Now that Fluttermane is out of here, and that was the biggest threat that Joshua had to contend with. And while that Iron Hands took a lot of damage for its trouble, it can still be around here to help get some fake up pressure. But the Pollen Puff too, it was going into the Fluttermane to keep it alive.
We don't sleep when we are in Latin America. You wake up because it is the grand finals, and that's exactly what Joshua needed to do with that Urshifu. Landorus coming back into the fray though here for Robbie, because let's not forget, that's only the first Pokemon to be KO'd here. He still has 3 Pokemon that Joshua has to be able to work through. It is running the Choice Scarf, and this is where things can get a little bit difficult. It's going to have that speed advantage.
It does have that speed advantage, but that fake out on the Iron Hands does have increased priority, so you are able to land that to at least stall out 1 turn of attack and hope that this Urshifu can get enough damage down onto something like the Amoonguss so that you can start to take it out, but that's risky too. If the Amoonguss goes for something like the Rage Powder, or you try to get it knocked out there with the Urshifu, it will end up knocking itself out because of that Rocky Helmet.
Iron Hand's actually just going to retreat here at the moment, going to be able to bring the Fluttermane back onto the field, maybe just wanting to have that fake out a little bit later on, a bit of a bait, let's say. Landorus is going to lock into the Stomping Tantrum. Fluttermane able to take that as Urshifu ready to go, hits the Wicked Blow. It is going to have to deal another one of those in order to get the KO onto the opposing Landorus, but it's not going to be able to. Amoonguss actually finally springing into action a little bit here and finally landing a Pollen Puff.
We have seen Amoonguss be the MVP of some of these games, and it has been the little mushroom that could. Very difficult to take out here. It just has so much longevity, and even though it can't go for something like the Spore, it has still been able to help just to keep everything up, but we still have yet to see where Joshua is going to be able to help commit something like this Terra. Does he even feel like he has the ability to at this point, because he's running out of options and he's running out of HP.
Exactly, and he might be running out of time as well if we keep these decisions going any longer. You're right, Rosemary, there is still the access to the terrestrialization, and that could really give Fluttermane the momentum it needs in order to get the KO. Obviously, Fluttermane versus Amoonguss isn't always the safest of matchups, let's say, but if you are able to run that Choice Specs, Terry Ferra, maybe go for something like the Moonblast, you'll be able to get the KO. The seconds are on the clock here, Joshua. What moves have you picked?
Landorus is still going to be able to get a lot of work done. No, that Choice Scarf is still at play, but the Terra is going to come out here onto the Fluttermane as a final hope here for Joshua to get this victory in this game, and it's going to have to be enough to get this damage down, but it is so much to chew through. The Iron Hands gets the fake out into the Amoonguss, but now what's going to happen next is this Landorus still has a chance to move here with a Stomping Tantrum. It lands its mark into the Fluttermane.
Yep, fake out instead going down into the Amoonguss, not the Landorus. With that Choice Scarf, it's going to be the fastest thing on the field and secures the knockout into the Fluttermane. Maybe thinking on Joshua's side that the Iron Hands was going to have to take that instead, and the Fluttermane would be left unchecked to be able to get a KO.
it's going to come down to this final turn. The Amoonguss rage powdering away just as an insurance policy, but it's all down to this Landorus, Lou.
Yep, Landorus is able to go for that stomping tantrum into the Iron Hands.
The Iron Hands is going to get knocked out here, and Robbie takes this 2-1 victory in the finals of the senior division here at the Latin America International Champion, and will now add an International Champion title to that resume that is already so stacked.
Wow, what a senior final. Huge congratulations to both Joshua and Robbie. I am still shook by that Urshifu coming through right at the end, but it was not quite enough. Robbie using that Landorus to great effect. It was able to dodge out of the way of all those potential fake outs that the Iron Hands was going for, instead targeting the partner Pokemon, giving Landorus the opportunity to connect those Stompy Tantrums and get the knockouts.
Oh, that Landorus in the back. We've talked about how strong sometimes that Choice Scarf can really be. You don't necessarily need any sort of speed control when you've just got the inherent speed coming through there from that held item. And such a smart execution here by Robbie to preserve that until the final turns of this game. But looking back on that game number 3, what a roller coaster here.
And it really was the tale of the Fluttermanes a little bit through that. We saw the Terrestrialization on the Fluttermane of Robbie as well, be able to get that key knockout into the Ogerpon, as well as being able to take all of these big critical hits from the Wicked Blows. Also, look at the damage it can deal out with the Dazzling Gleam. Robbie, I think, showcasing it to perfection. And although Joshua was able to get the knockout on it eventually, it had certainly left its mark on the field.
It did, and you also still forced that Fluttermane into a position where it had to go for the Misty Terrain over going for some type of damage. So while that Amoonguss looked like it was kind of sitting around doing nothing for a few turns there, it was still so much inherent pressure that you're forcing this Fluttermane to be ineffective and also forcing a pivot. But what a phenomenal series. This is our very first 3-game set that we saw here in the top cut of the seniors division, and this has been such a wild ride. Joshua did an amazing job in that game number 2 to really make that adjustment there of the Urshifu, but Robbie just again making the adjustments back to get the victory.
I honestly think the fact that it went to a game 3 is testament to how close that set was in the end as well. The fantastic adaptations by both of our players, as well as identifying those clean win cons that they needed in order to advance into the next match, was phenomenally played. Looking at the offensive measures as well as the supportive Pokemon in the form of the Ogerpon and the Amoonguss retrospectively on both fields, I think was really interesting to see.
Yeah, it was amazing. I think that Amoonguss is one of those Pokemon that really took a backseat to the Rillaboom, that new Pokemon to play around with, and even the Ogerpon when looking at some of those grass types in the meta that were just very popular to fill out that dominant fire and water grass core. But Amoonguss really is a Pokemon that has been the star of a show for so long, next to a Palafinders with the Pollen Puffs, and also just redirection, the Spores, really helping to slow down the pace of this match here when Joshua was putting on a ton of offensive pressure in the front.
And of course, Amoonguss is now an international champion, and we can take a look at the senior bracket to see how Amoonguss was able to take Robbie all the way to that title. You can see our grand final here, Robbie winning a 2-1 set, having felled so many great players. Alexander Kroll from Germany going into Teddy French here. Fantastic plays from all of our trainers, but what a top 8 bracket they had to battle through to get there, taking down international champion Joshua as well, taking down Pietro in that top 8, but unfortunately wasn't able to beat Robbie for the title.
I know, but the finalist spot here for Joshua, what a major accomplishment as well to make it this far in an international championship, and also off the back of such a tremendous season already for 2024, getting those finalist positions at Pittsburgh and Peoria, but the time is yet to come for him to be able to get that crown, and I know it is coming up very, very soon.
You've got to credit the consistency for sure, though. All of these runner-up positions, being able to battle it out through absolutely stacked competitions and intense days of Swiss to enable yourself to get into that finalist position, always shows the caliber of these players as well.
Yeah, it's been such phenomenal action here, and I hope you all have been enjoying it at home. We still have some treats for you guys to pick up, as we do have this Dragapult here from NAIC champion Alex Gomez-Berna, and you can also get one of the new cards here from Paradox Rift in that Iron Valiant in TCG Live. So make sure you're going to be able to use the code here for the Dragapult, and you can also get that Iron Valiant EX code there for TCG.
Yes, if you haven't already picked up these amazing items, you need to be able to get those already. So log into your TCG Live account, log into your Switch account, and just make sure that you're getting them all.
Yeah, it's also a limited time only offer.
That's true, the clock is ticking.
You're running out of time. You want to make sure that you get those, and maybe we end up seeing, we see a lot of Gastrodon distributions. What about?
We do.
What about Amoonguss?
Amoonguss, I think, is out
That's
there.
so unpopular. Maybe I should just take that back. I think there's plenty of other options that we could do here, especially maybe looking at the champion on Robbie's side. But one thing's for sure, we have another LAIC champion. So let's go ahead from him on the stage.
Welcome everybody. I am here on the main stage with our champion of VGC, Robbie! Now, let's address the Copperager in the Trick Room. This is your first international championship win. How are you feeling?
I'm still shaking. I haven't really processed it yet. Yeah, I'm just very happy and proud of myself for making it this far.
You have no need to be shaky. You've got this. You've done it. You are the champion. Let that sink in. You made some fantastic plays. Who do you think was the MVP of your team in the end?
Amoonguss by far. It made it really hard for him to break through my team. Well, he had very limited spore switch-ins. So once the Ogre Barn was gone, I kind of just had free game with it.
Yeah, that is ever so true. The Amoonguss did put in a lot of fantastic work. And, were you ready kind of for that misty terrain? Did you have any plans for that?
Well, I just figured that since he already lacked switch-ins to a lot of my moves, Magma Storm, Dazzling Gleam, locking into misty terrain would still pin him because he has to switch it out immediately after. And then my Amoonguss can still just Rage Powder and Pollen Puff, which are also both very valuable in the matchup.
That totally makes sense. You played absolutely spectacularly. Thank you so much for joining us, and I really appreciate you coming to have a chat with us after your spectacular win. Congratulations once again. Can we get a huge round of applause for Josh? Robbie, sorry, oh my gosh. For Robbie, once again, our VGC Latin American champion for the very first time, going down in the history books. Thank you so much, everybody, and we'll be back with the next segment shortly.
It is time to start getting underway with the Masters Finals here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, the Latin American International Championships. Everything this weekend has gone into one more match. Two trainers, one step away from crowning themselves the champion. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here by Joe Brown. The crowd here has been electric. Brazil has been amazing, and I cannot wait to top it off with an electrifying match.
Absolutely, the Latin American crowd always comes out to represent, even for these other matches we've had throughout the day that don't have Latin American representation, but especially here in our Masters Finals when there is a Brazilian trainer on the path to the peak, essentially, as we look at his Masters top 8 performance to get here in the finals against Marco.
All these final matches have been a lot of fun, but really notably, we haven't gotten a 3-game set. So I'm hoping this is the one that kind of breaks that curse going on into it. And what we've gotten to see coming out here, what we've seen from Thiago in particular with these 2-0s has been really, really impressive. But we know the skill and we know the history that Marco Silva has in this game. So to see these two vie off in the finals is about to be a grand time.
Absolutely. There hasn't been a game 3 in any of the sets, and that's really just because Thiago and Marco have been dominating their ways through. Both Thiago in his top 8 and top 4 match, just way too oppressive and too fast for his opponents to deal with, and we say fast intentionally since he is using that Regieleki Pokemon that the rest of the VGC community has seemed to have forgotten, but has propelled Thiago to the finals.
That Regieleki is definitely causing some trouble out there for competitors, and we'll have to see if Marco has answers to it going ahead of this match. And of course, looking at these trainers too, there's so much to be fighting for. Of course, that championship title, the trophy, the money, but it's whether now, is that trophy gonna be staying here in Brazil or if it's gonna be taken back overseas?
Yeah, there's history being made either way, right? In this scenario, Thiago will be, if he wins, the first Latin American trainer in the Masters division to win an international championship. And if Marco comes away victorious, he will join Ashton Cox as the only two-time international champion. So that's what I love to see. We're obviously hoping for all three games to get played out here, but either way, there will be history made in this matchup.
It is amazing, and I know that out there the crowd will be cheering to try and keep it here in Brazil. And Marco's going to be going up against so much here in this match, but I think that makes it all the more exciting.
Yeah, the passion of the Latin American fan base is unparalleled. No matter where we are in the world, you see them. If it's Japan at the World Championships or in North America for an IC, they're always representing and proud of their region and their players that are able to make it so far. And I know, obviously, we're going to have more time to get into this particular matchup between Thiago and Marco, but it certainly is an all-out aggressive front on Thiago's end versus Marco trying to stop that offensive onslaught to victory.
What's impressive about both of the trainers that made it to the final is what they've been able to go through this weekend. Marco Silva was the only player on day one of competition to go undefeated, 9-0 in rounds. Thiago not too far behind with that 8-1. And then fighting through that second day, Thiago managing to get a top 8 spot quite quickly. And Marco, of course, with the 9-0, soon to be following. So this has been something that from the start, that yes, they've worked hard for, but they have definitely been primed and ready for this point.
And ever since 2020, when Marco got his international championship in Oceania, he's really been an absolute menace on the metagame as one of the best players in Europe, multiple top cuts of different ICs as well. It just seems like no matter where you go around the globe, Marco will be there to stop you.
We'll have to see if he can stop someone one more time, though. That's the thing.
It's tough.
It is. Being able to travel around the world, to take the titles that you have, be able to put up the performance, it is definitely no small feat. But when you're here up against the crowd that you know is rooting against you, that's also so much. I don't know if people can hear it over on our end, but they have not stopped.
Yeah, definitely. It's been really exciting, and we're excited to see the start of this match. So let's head on over. Let's toss to our matchup video so we can get started with the Masters Finals.
A minha estratégia foi pensar no meta e tentar counterar o máximo possível. Eu não tenho amuleto da sorte. Eu não acredito em sorte, eu acredito no trabalho duro.
The main strategy on my team was using Tailwind with my Tornadoes and really heavy attackers like Urshifu, Iron Hands, and Arcanine.
Pokemon are going to be able to survive, and that was Fluttermate's final stand.
My good luck charms are playing with football t-shirt. That's what I usually do during day one. I feel like it worked out pretty well, and the synergy between these 4 Pokemon was really useful.
Eu tenho medo do meu oponente me flinchar, eu missar ataques, mas eu vim preparado para enfrentar isso também.
First turn wake up, that is...
I started day 2 with a 9-0 score, but I was quickly down to 9-1. And then I started doubting myself, but at some point I realized that I just had a good advantage. I didn't really have to throw it. I didn't completely change my strategy, but I tend to do different things. I think his playstyle very concerns me. In fact, we already played 2 best-of-3s during this weekend, and they were all pretty close, and I think it's going to be really tough.
Eu acho que o motivo de ter chegado até aqui é o trabalho duro. Eu joguei muito, então eu acho que eu me preparei para ir bem nesse campeonato.
Winning LIC would really mean a lot for me, since I wasn't able to win a major event since 2020.
Welcome everybody for the moment we've all been waiting for. We are almost ready for the Pokemon VGC Masters Finals! But of course, I have some very special guests to welcome to all of you. Please welcome our lovely guests, Marco and Thiago! Hello, You guys must feel just incredible with this amount of support from the crowd. How are we feeling going into your first matchup against one another?
Eu tô me sentindo bem, tô pouco nervoso, mas isso vai passar daqui a pouco.
I'm feeling well. I'm kind of nervous, but I'm doing it.
I'm definitely feeling confident about the matchup, and we're gonna see how it goes.
Oh, we like to see it. Some good rivalry. This is going to be a showdown for the ages. Thiago, you've never been to a Latin International Championship before. How do you feel being here and having got all this way so far? Do you have any friends that you need to say thank you to?
Eu quero agradecer ao meu time Zero to Rio e não poderia ser melhor o meu primeiro IC, então já começar com o pé direito aí, talvez com o título.
Wanna thank my team and it could be better in my first Latin America International Championship.
That is incredible. It sounds like we've got some fantastic support. And Marco, you won OCIC 2020. How do you feel your skills have improved since then?
I think I improved a lot, so I'm looking forward to play this final and maybe get also another championship.
Oh, those are some fighting words between these two. Thank you so much for joining us on the main stage. We're going to now head back to the studio to see these two do their thing. Can we get one more round of applause for Marco and Thiago? Absolutely outrageous amount of noise.
Crowd is amazing, and I don't think they're going to stop until the very end, no matter what the result. Cheering on Thiago here, the heart of Brazil, a chance to keep the trophy here. It's all up to Marco, though. An opportunity to take that crown for himself, to take that two-time international championship title and put his name in history as only the second here in VGC to accomplish it.
Yeah, but this crowd is definitely going to be willing Thiago on, and this might be one of the closest scenarios we have had to traditional sports with the home field advantage that Thiago is experiencing right now. However, Marco is no stranger to being on the outside. He invaded Oceania in 2020, walking away with that international championship. So he might be in the underdog in the hearts of the fan base here in the crowd and in Sao Paulo, but as the more veteran of the trainers, you might think he is in a more advantageous position going into this match.
And if you of course know the way the crowd is cheering, which way they're predicting this will go, but looking at us, it's a little split amongst the casters on who we think is going to be taking that title down. 2 for Marco, 2 for Thiago here, and honestly, it really could be anybody at this point, both so exceptionally skilled.
Yeah, I love that it actually did break down to the 50-50 moment there, because that is how close it is between Thiago and Marco. You look at their teams and there are so many ways that Marco has access to stopping this offensive pressure Thiago has on his end. However, if Thiago decides to make adjustments that we didn't see on stream, maybe using different Pokemon or using them in different ways than he has shown so far, it might catch Marco off guard.
The thing is, with Thiago and his team in particular, I don't think there was ever hiding the strength that the team has had. Some people, they play so secretive. They're trying to hide strats. He has been all out offensive with this team for so long and has still been auditing his opponents along the way, which is incredible. At this point, though, this is the rematch of all rematches. Each of them taking a loss to each other in Swiss at one point. It's tied up. Who is going to be breaking it now in the biggest decider of all?
This is a best of 3 of best of 3, as it's the 3rd time they're facing off against each other this weekend in LAIC. It's so much fun because obviously they have the experience in this specific matchup. And if you are Thiago, you are on the come up. You have a chance, but if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Marco's proving he is one of the best trainers in the world.
Experience in the matchup, but when you're looking at the past, Marco Silva has been on these grand stages before and has claimed one of those titles for himself already back in Oceania International Championships in 2020. He has been chasing another top performance though, falling just a little bit short in top A at NAIC. This is now the opportunity to get another title on that list now, and that is where Thiago is the underdog in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thiago, if he comes away with this victory, would just, of course, be the underdog since Marco has more experience, but he would cement himself in Latin American VGC history as with one of the strongest accomplishments for the region. And there's a lot of times where other regions don't put enough respect onto the Latin American regions and representatives from our game. And Thiago's here to say that LATAM is proud and LATAM is just as great at Pokemon as the rest of the globe.
And that they have picks that can be making it all the way to the finals. Because Thiago, with this team, that seems so crazy, so quirky on paper. And it's gone through this entire field. So being able to see if it can do that just one more time is going to be key. Regieleki, it is back and it's on a tear. The damage output that it has, especially when it's up next to a Chi-Yu, is incredible at that Beads of Ruin, and you get that speed control with the Electro Web. Really been an amazing pick.
Chi-Yu essentially negates the transistor nerf that Regieleki received going into Scarlet and Violet by lowering the special defense of everyone else on the field. And Marco's gonna have to be scared of the Chi-Yu Tornadus combination, or excuse me, Chi-Yu and Regieleki into his Tornadus, because either you're gonna be weak to it or you Terra into a Steel type and then you're weak to Chi-Yu.
But it's time to get started with match number 1 here, the Grand Finals of Brazil, the Latin American International Championships. Who's going to be taking game 1 here and start making their way into history? The crowd, they're already going nuts. Regieleki already making an appearance on the field.
Indeedee already being on the field to start the game, activating its Psychic Seed and boosting its special defense by 1 stage means that there's no Psychic Surge bait in this matchup because it's already here. You already know on Marco's end, there's no reason to click priority moves because the Psychic Terrain is up. And I love this adjustment of Hisui and Arcanine teamed next to the Tornadus because her Shifu had a tougher matchup into Regieleki. So Arcanine with a Choice Band can actually match that massive damage output.
A double swap though on turn number 1. We do not like the lead that we're seeing, and it's going to be Amoonguss as well as the Iron Hands that are going to be hitting the field. It could be devastating potentially and protect on the other side coming out from the Indeedee. Now the Electro Web. This is attack that can be getting that speed control and can sometimes be dealing a significant amount of damage, but this double swap means most of these Pokemon will resist the hit so well.
Very smart by Marco since they both are resistant to electric attacks, as you were mentioning, and they don't really care about speed drops since Iron Hands and Amoonguss are 2 of the slowest Pokemon in the format. But the question is right now, what can the Iron Hands do next to Amoonguss? Can you keep Amoonguss safe to try to put things to sleep on Thiago's end?
I think the question was, what is the Regieleki going to be doing into those 2 Pokemon and not back? A double swap, this end coming out from Thiago, bringing the Tornadus next to that Water Ogre Pond. This is a way that you can start pressure a couple of the Pokemon, and Drain Punch into the Tornadus is just going to be good for a little bit of chip.
Matching double switches on this turn from turn 1 to turn 2, and now because of Amoonguss' 4, it doesn't affect Ogerpon as a grass type, so Thiago gets the advantage from his switches. He also realizes that I can switch Indeedee whenever I want, since the only special attacker on Marco's end is the Tornadus. I don't necessarily need this special defense boost.
And at this point, this Ogerpon, you get a setup here. This is a Pokemon that can sweep through the team. We've talked so much about the Regieleki. There's 5 other Pokemon over on Thiago's team, and Ogerpon Wellspring is definitely one that can be dealing some damage when necessary. Tornadus, that's the protect to be kicking things off, as Swords Dance will be a +2 attack going on forward.
You don't see your opponent get excited that you click Swords Dance, but Marco is really popping off, bringing Ogerpon down under half.
Being able to start dealing some damage into that Pokemon, not once, but twice, is pivotal. But the Ogerpon hanging on through the Pollen Puff, not enough to be dealing the KO into it, since Amoonguss not known for its offensive capabilities. You got that boost now, but you're so low on health. How are you going to utilize this?
And now that Ogerpon has been brought such low into the red, it is not a very safe terrestrialization target. You know it does not have a lot of HP remaining for this match. Any other Pollen Puff or any type of attack from Iron Hands would be able to KO it, and you have so much HP remaining on the Iron Hands and Amoonguss on this turn that even Marco isn't necessarily fully threatened by this +2 attack Ogerpon.
Switching Iron Hands out, Tornadus coming back onto the field, and Ivy Casual targeted into that slot. Not going to be taken down though, right to the lead, but the double connect on the Bleak Wind Storm will get the job done. Tornadus going down on the swap in. Amoonguss brought down real low.
Marco had to sacrifice his own Tornadus in this matchup, and that is gigantic for Tiago because now he will always have the speed advantage. Pollen Puff will be able to finish off Ogerpon, but this does allow Tiago to bring Regieleki back onto the field, having it next to Tornadus. There's no amount of combination of speed that Marco can have on his end that would match a Prankster Tornadus and the fastest Pokemon that the game has ever seen in Regieleki.
It'll be how you weather through the turns and the speed and just the power that these Pokemon can have going on. But if you can be mustering a way through, you can still be dealing some damage in return. As Arcanine joining onto the field to match the Regieleki coming out from Tiago.
Tiago needs both of his Pokemon to stay on the field here until Psychic Terrain expires, so Indeedee can swap back later and reset it up. Since Arcanine is so strong with that Choice Band, it can't lock into Extreme Speed right now because that would be negated. You can Extreme Speed the Tornadus if you want to, but that is such a risky play to make in Game 1 of an International Championship.
Amoonguss so low on health, it managed to get some with the Citrus Berry, and it'll be able to get even more thanks to Regenerator, swapping out and bringing Iron Hands in, potentially for when that ends. But now this is going to be the terrestrialization of the battle, a Dark type coming out for the Tornadus.
Yeah, that's going to change its typing around, meaning that it can actually be in the terrain that would have stopped an Extreme Speed if it went for it.
Also, if the Rock Slide coming out, less damage into that Pokemon, so it won't be a super effective hit anymore.
No flinch.
It can fire off a move in return with no flinch. Not enough, though.
That is massive that the Tornadus did not get flinched there because that's some pretty solid damage. You know, as long as Bleak Wind Storm connects, which is always an iffy scenario, it would be enough to knock out Arcanine. And if you want to preserve Arcanine for when the Psychic Terrain is gone, you can try to go for the Extreme Speed. Switching Amoonguss back in, it's going to eat a Bleak Wind Storm, which is a super effective attack, so Tiago doesn't really have too much thinking to do on this turn besides clicking buttons with his really fast Pokemon, which is the strategy, honestly, that has led him to the finals right now.
The Iron Hands on the other end of the field, though, the Assault Vest, we already saw that it didn't necessarily take the most damage going on in the last turn, and it can definitely start dealing some in return. Electro Web, that'll be enough to pick up the KO onto the Arcanine, and the speed drops on the Iron Hands aren't going to be too significant. It's already such a naturally slow Pokemon. Bleak Wind Storm now, single target, but that is a single miss. No damage done, and now into the Dark type. The Drain Punch will be a super effective hit, getting some of that HP back.
Tornadus was no longer weak to Wild Charge, but as a Dark type does become weak to Drain Punch, so smart of Marco to recognize I can recover some HP. Since Arcanine will be knocked out on this turn, I know that just my Iron Hands is essentially my only damage dealer remaining. Unfortunately for this fighting type Iron Hands and poison type Amoonguss, Indeedee does come back onto the field as a Psychic type that might be able to do a lot of damage.
Well, at this point, it would only be Psychic to start dealing stuff into it. And Indeedee, that's not the Pokemon you want to necessarily be relying on, but the Regieleki isn't doing too much into either of these at this point. We'll have to be down to whether Indeedee with a boost can be doing enough and not being KO'd too fast by the two Pokemon over on the other end, or even put to sleep.
And if Amoonguss redirects these attacks that would be going towards Iron Hands, that leaves Iron Hands free to try to knock out Regieleki.
Regieleki, though, going to protect it, double protect coming out here on this turn. A chance, an opportunity to scout out the game plan. As Spore coming on by, Amoonguss faster than the Iron Hands at this point in the battle, considering all those speed drops. end the hit. Just trying to do enough into this Regieleki. Now that Thiago has that information, has the game plan, how is he going to navigate this next turn?
Well, Amoonguss and Ndidi are kind of mirroring each other in utility. They both have access to redirection, but neither of them click it.
Thunderbolt, that could have been so much damage into anything else, but the Amoonguss doesn't care, but that's just enough to make sure the Psychic picks up this KO. Now it's just down to one final Pokemon from Marcos, and a Drain Punch will KO the Regieleki. We have a 1v1 standoff.
With two Pokemon left here, Iron Hands and Ndidi female, they're kind of evening out since Ndidi has a Psychic boost because of Psychic Terrain, boosting its damage. However, this Iron Hands has Assault Vest to help its special defense stat, and that does not expire after 5 turns.
We have saved Terrestrialization in the battle up until this point, though, and this is going to be taking away a weakness to the Ndidi, trying to make sure there's a little bit more longevity onto this Iron Hands with this Terrestrialization into the Water type and the Assault Vest. Now to see just how much Psychic is going to do into it. Such pitiful damage at this point, and the Drain Punch significantly more, considering the HP that you're going to be recovering with this turn over turn. This might be one that's in Marco's favor.
Look at how many turns this game has been compared to the rest of Thiago's matches this weekend. He is definitely in Marco's wheelhouse right now. As a Water type, no longer weak to Psychic, and Drain Punch can eventually whittle Ndidi down.
Eventually, it looks like it's just going to be one more here for Marco to be up 1 in this series and be putting Thiago on the back foot as the forfeit comes on through. Game number 1 going over to Marco Silva. Can he pull through to second game?
Marco says, amp you very much on that turn. Iron Hands cleans up the game, and you see the crowd is still in favor of Thiago. They believe in their Latin American brethren. He can pull off this comeback, forcing a game 3. But Marco had such a strong game plan with Iron Hands and Hisuian Arcanine instead of what was probably more common Tornado's teammates this entire weekend, Golden Go or Shifu. They were nowhere to be seen because that Terrestrialization from Iron Hands is going to be so crucial in this set.
We've talked so much about saving that Terrestrialization until the key moment, and those defensive moments that can mean everything. And this was so expertly done. Even when things like this Wellspring Ogre Pawn was just holding on, Marco still managing to navigate the situation and giving up the proper sacrifices when needed. And that Iron Hands, absolutely humongous in pulling through in this match. It's always been a force to be reckoned with here in VGC. We got to see earlier the TCG as well, and here it might just claim another championships if Marco can do this one more time.
Yeah, Iron Hands proving why it is the the number 1 in the usage in the entire field of VGC, because it hits Tornadus either it's a normal typing or it's Terrestrialized typing.
But now it's time for game number 2. Will Marco close things out here, or can Thiago bring it back with the help of Brazil, with the help of the crowd, to take us into the first top 3 here in our top 8? And it's going to be the same starts coming out from both players.
I was wondering if Thiago wanted to swap that Ndidi lead out for maybe a Chi-Yu, since the Regieleki Chi-Yu pairing has been so crucial for him through his strategies to get to the finals. But Ndidi will be on the field right now. It can try to redirect any attack away from his Regieleki, keeping it healthy.
Chi-Yu is hard when there's a Hisuian Arcanine on the other side. You can target so well into that and target so well into these 2 Pokemon here. And with the help of the Tailwind, we'll be able to move first. Flare Bit, huge attack. Ndidi just holding on. That's going to be some recoil now, but now Marco has the speed. He's got some power. Regieleki firing off will bring both of them down to just below half and get these speed drops.
Yeah, that Tornadus is very much in threat of being knocked out, as well as Arcanine chipping its own HP from Flare Blitz recoil and taking the Electro Web. So this is really, really tough for Marco. 2 low HP.
And at this point too, yes, there was the Tailwind on the opposite side from Marco last turn, but the Electro Web dropping the speed and the helping hand from the Ndidi could be a powerful double KO over on this turn, but the Tornadus wanting to get away from this fate, swapping out. Amoonguss will be able to take the hit so much better. Neither Pokemon wanting to stick around. The last and final Pokemon, so reliable in game number 1, Iron Hands.
And that double switch makes a lot of sense because the Electro Web speed drops essentially negated the Tailwind. They were no longer faster than Regieleki.
And now this helping hand Electro Web, even with the critical hit, just doing little bits of damage into Marco's end of the field. It seems like Marco has found a game plan going on in this. And now Tiago, where is it to respawn? This swap is where things started to get sticky in that game number 2 and game number 1.
And certainly neither of Marco's Terra Water Pokemon that are on the field, both Amoonguss and Iron Hands, have water as that terrestrialization type. Feel confident doing that while Regieleki's here. So once Marco can get rid of Regieleki, then they can terrestrialize.
In an attempt to get rid of the Amoonguss, or at least start dealing some damage, gone as Thunderbolt targeting into the Protect. That's the double up. Fantastic Protect coming out from Marco. Now his Iron Hands will be the only to act on the turn, and he'll start dealing some damage and finish off the KO in the Indeedee.
That's really huge because Indeedee's Psychic Terrain will expire soon, so that does give Hisuian Arcanine the priority it so desperately wants.
This point now, a peek at what's in the back. We went with the same 4 over on Tiago's end, and it's Ogerpon to join the field. It can survive the double up we've seen from Marco's end of the field, but still a precarious situation.
Yeah, remember in game 1 when he went for the Wild Charge and Pollen Puff into it, Ogerpon could terrestrialize to just go into the water typing, but you're going to have the special defense boost doesn't nearly help as much against Iron Hands and Hisuian Arcanine, so it might be Tiago saving that Terra for later.
If this could be a Swords Dance that's gotten off for free, could be huge, but Spiky Shield, maybe an attack into it to start dealing some damage into a hit from the Iron Hands if it targets into that slot. Look how little this Regieleki, though, is doing into the Amoonguss. It's almost doing nothing. Tiago's team, we have seen this built on these powerful attackers, and so far it hasn't been able to do that. And now, Spore into the Regieleki, slowing it down.
You played into Marco's trick. Game 1, he double targeted with Pollen Puff into Ogerpon, expecting Spiky Shield, plays it safe, and now spores this Regieleki, being guaranteed to be asleep on this turn.
And that is going to be huge because this is the mandatory turn. Regieleki cannot do anything. And Marco in the driver's seat for now, but an opportunity to try and find a way back in. Ogerpon with this Swords Dance is going to have to take these hits first, though. Wild Charge from the Iron Hands, bringing it down way low. And the Pollen Puff, the follow-up, survived it last time. It'll be able to do it again this time.
There was a word you could have Pollen Puffed your own Iron Hands to bring it back to full HP, but Marco decided, no, let's get rid of Ogerpon. It's down into the red. There's really going to be tough job for it to come back, and then when you know that Tiago has only 2 Pokemon remaining, if his Regieleki does not wake up in a very, very soon time, this could be disastrous.
Iron Hands doesn't need the health. You need to get that Ogerpon out of there. If you allow it to start setting up for free, it is going to be a Pokemon that can start dealing that pressure that the Regieleki has really lacked to do so far in this match. And now, a swap coming out. Iron Hands is leaving. Now what is coming in? It is going to be the Tornadus.
Yeah, that Tornadus is already low, so it's okay if Marco has it knocked out in this spot. It means Tiago's actually not going to get too much health recovery either from his attack. With this terrestrialization, you're no longer a grass type either, so you cannot stop the redirection of Rage Powder or being put to sleep from Spore.
That's whether Marco read into that. This turn around, though, is now Regieleki. First turn, wake up. Thunderbolt already so low. The Tornadus, that is going to go down. Finally, something coming out from this Regieleki. Let's see what this follow-up, how much this can do. Even at that +2, so insignificant into that Amoonguss.
And I don't even think it would be enough to help against this Pollen Puff, especially it really just heals Amoonguss since it's going to activate its Citrus Berry there. So the question is, does he Pollen Puff into the Ogerpon?
He does, but still.
The special defense boost.
The special defense boost, that little bit of health you got with that Horn Leech. Pollen Puff so just underwhelming, cannot pick up the KO. You do get, though, an opportunity to have a fake out on this turn. The Indeedee has been dealt with. You cannot stop this coming out or any priority from Marco from here on out.
Yes, the Iron Hands has fake out, but both of Tiago's Pokemon have access to either the Spiky Shield or Protect, so they can try to stay safe from the fake out on this turn. If Ogerpon, who starts this battle essentially in the red after its Swords Dance boost, can come back, get a +2 Horn Leech off onto the Iron Hands, that would be a lot of health recovered. But as long as Amoonguss is here, it's going to be a problem.
The Ogerpon not taking any risks, but at this point, You gotta try something, and not targeting into that Regieleki, not protecting it. The Iron Hands will hit into the spiky shield. We're just looking to try and get any impact that we can with this Regieleki. Start chipping away more and more to this Amoonguss. A little bit more damage. This is finally, though, that side Holland buff. The Iron Hands that was so difficult to deal with in game one. It'll be even more difficult now.
Iron Hands back up to full HP. Regieleki had the Thunderbolt paralysis chance on Amoonguss that could have been helpful for Tiago, but of course not a very likely scenario. So Regieleki at least does get to stay awake this turn, because the other option is Marco could have tried to put it back to sleep with a Spore, but can a combination Thunderbolt and Horn Leech even be enough to knock out the Amoonguss as it resists both of those attacks? And you're going to need to deal with the Amoonguss before you can break through the Iron Hands.
It's tough. Both of these Pokemon, there's so much to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. This is for Tiago. His tournament hopes are on the line right now. Rage Powder will redirect these attacks away. So if you don't knock out this Amoonguss right now, Iron Hands can knock out Ogerpon.
The Thunderbolt, though, even if that's not enough by itself, the Force double up will be as like Ivy Cudgel, and that little sliver of health the Amoonguss had will finally take it down. Marco, 2 Pokemon left. It's just whether Tiago can get through them, as he's going to be brought to a similar Pokemon count.
If Tiago could have crit Amoonguss, then the +2 Ivy Cudgel goes towards Iron Hands instead of a low health Amoonguss. So really, a really tough turn for Tiago, knowing that he was so close. If he had a little more favorable of a roll, that would have been such a strong Ivy Cudgel into this now full HP Iron Hands, who is perfectly fine hitting a Wild Charge towards your Tornadus, and Arcanine is free right now to go for a Extreme Speed or a Rock Slide, whatever it wants, since Indeedee is no longer here to stop priority.
Whatever the Arcanine locks into, it'll have to make the impact, as yes, you're going to be locked into it. You also don't look like you're long left for this world, and with these 2v2 stare down, this is going to be the final opportunity for Tiago to find an answer to try and take us into a Game 3 here in the Grand Finals. Can these 2 Pokemon have enough to get it done?
This is so intense because Regieleki and Tornadus can hardly damage Iron Hands.
The Thunderbolt into the Arcanine that was so much damage with the priority Extreme Speed, but now 1 Pokemon left for Marco. Bleakwind Storm, just a little bit of chip, and Iron Hands, yes, maybe it might be there by itself, but now evening up the Pokemon count, 1v1.
That Assault Vest could be an IC winning held item for Marco's Iron Hands right now, boosting up its special defense stat. Yes, Bleakwind Storm is now single target, so it'll do more damage, but it always has a chance to miss.
Always a chance to miss, maybe have to fish for a crit or 2, and at this point now, just dealing a little bit of damage in return. It's gonna be a slow one, but being able to get that Drain Punch, you can start chipping this down and not take a heavy Wild Charge recoil.
Exactly, you don't want to Wild Charge while Tornadus is at full HP, because you're gonna take even more recoil damage from it. So a couple of Drain Punches until you can secure the win and secure your championship.
The longer it goes on, the longer it could go disastrous. The Volt Switch will be dealing a little bit more damage and slowly chipping this Tornadus away more and more. Another Bleakwind Storm, number 3 to try and deal to Iron Hands. And look at this. It looks like both of the trainers know. Wild Charge goes off, takes the final KO. Marco Humanza Caladora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion. He's traveled to come to compete against the best, and he'll leave having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion for not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
So nice, he's done it twice, joining Ashton Cox as the only trainers in the Masters division to have 2 international championships, and congratulations to him. Great job by the crowd, being great and celebratory. Even though Tiago comes out in second, they have great sportsmanship for Marco, our champion.
He has talked about how much this moment means to him to get this title here on out. And he's done it. In not just winning this match, but in a spectacular 2-0 fashion. Tiago is someone that through the duration of the competition, we've seen take down some fantastic trainers. could not get through that final step as Marco, he seemed to know from the start how to get it done.
Every time you see Marco on stream, he controls the match. He forces his opponent to do what he wants. And Thiago had gotten to the finals by using his hyper offense and not letting his opponents deter his strategy. Here we are in the finals, and in both of these two games, Marco says, no, you will play at my pace, you will play with my Pokemon, let's slow this match down, and in a slower match, this obviously the tortoise beats the hare, Iron Hands beats the Tornadus.
And it really did seem that going on in this, that Thiago, the person who put others in the position of coming back from no return, these awkward pins, Marco was the one to do that in this match. You got to see, even with this Ogre Pawn, maybe a key to victory for Thiago was never to be safe, never in a position to try and take damage. And the Regieleki resisted so well by the Iron Hands.
I think that's essentially it, Sierra, is Regieleki has swept through the rest of the field, yet Iron Hands is perfectly comfortable sitting in front of it and its Tornadus teammate there in the end, knowing that they don't really have too much damage. And congratulations to Thiago for making it this far, but outside of his Ndidi female, there wasn't much super effective threats they had for Marco's Iron Hands.
So still, congratulations for making it this far in the competition. Second, against this field here at the Latin America International Championships, we have seen such high caliber matches this weekend as high caliber trainers from around the world have traveled far to come and compete, and that was fantastic. We'll have to see if the next one might be his, but for now, it'll be his story that he'll have to wait to try and accomplish and finish.
Absolutely, Thiago is a star in the making, but for now, let's head over to the stage with the star of the weekend, which is Marco. We're ready for our winner's interview. Let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Joe, and join me in congratulating your LAIC champion, Marco Silva! Marco, this is an incredible accomplishment to add onto your long list of accolades. Not only are you one of a handful of international champions, you're already an international champion, and now you've done it in another region. What does it mean to you to be in this position right now?
It means really a lot because the first time I won, I wasn't really sure that I was one of the top players that really deserve it. While this time, I really can say that I'm proud of my accomplishment, and I'm really proud that I won the LAC.
I don't think there are any doubters anymore, especially because your opponent was so tough. You guys battled against each other twice already in this tournament, and you guys were one apiece, and this was the one that decided that intense best of three. After all those matches, did you have any more insight to come into this finals with?
Yes, I think my preparation is what really made the game the way it was. I didn't really expect during my Swiss round Among Us to be the great, but after testing with my friends this particular matchup, we kind of figured out what type of spreads he was using, so we kind of tried to recreate his team. We played some best of three, and then we kind of realized, okay, so this might be the right plan, and that's also why I went for the same plan game 1 and game 2 as well.
That Among Us really did come in clutch for your game plan, and you could tell how much pressure it was putting down, that it was really difficult to get through, and you had so many mind games. Looking through some of those turns, you had options to go for Protect, also Spore. So how did you, in the moment, decide what to do with the Among Us?
So I tried to think more on the long run. So for example, in game 1, I didn't really expect him to go Regieleki in DD, but it really made sense because in the Swiss round, when I was leading Arcanine and Iron Hands, he could have just pinned my Arcanine slot with Elbingen and Thunderbolt. So it really makes sense to go for that plan. So at that point, I didn't really know what to do, so I just double switched my 2 Pokemon, since I was expecting him to either go for Follow Me or Protect with Ndidi, since like Upsaki would have been really risky, since just a Tailwind and Praebis would have killed the Regieleki, and Repoli would have lost on the spot. So I tried to play on the long run, and in game 2, I decided to go for Flail Blitz, since Ndidi was a really key piece in his team. Also because I wanted to basically stall out this Psychic terrain, and yeah, by just going for Flail Blitz, I was doing a bunch of damage, and then it was pretty easy to take out in the next couple of turns.
That 1v1 at the final moment of that game number 2 was so intense when you had to calculate how much damage you could even do with the wild charge from your Iron Hands. So talk me through those final moments. When did you know that you could lock it down?
Okay, so when I had almost full HP hands against Tornadoes, was kind of sure they almost had it. So at first I went for Drain Punch, which probably wasn't the best move. I think Wall Switch probably would have been better, since I know Wild Charge does around like 90%. So yeah, I just went for Drain Punch, and then realized that Blake Wind, not even with 2 crits, was going to do enough. So then I went for Wall Switch and then just Wild Charge.
Well, Marco, fantastic job in this finals to be able to claim the title. I think one thing on everybody's minds is you've done it twice, in Oceania and in Latin America. Can you do it again?
Who knows, we're going to see.
We're all looking forward to seeing if you can get that Infinity Gauntlet under your belt, but I wanted to give you one final moment to speak to the people that are here in the crowd supporting you, as well as the people at home.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody just like messaging me and cheering for me also here at the venue. And yeah, shout out to everybody supporting me.
Everybody give it up one more time for your LAIC champion, Marco Silva. Casters, back to you.
What an amazing job, an amazing accomplishment coming out from Marco Silva to not only just become the international champion, but a 2-time international champion here. And we've talked so much about this crowd, the cheering for Thiago, but the friends that you make along the way that have been cheering Marco on through the run this weekend cannot be understated.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, his family also plays at an elite level in VGC, so it's a real family affair for Marco whenever he or his family members perform well at these international events. And you see Marco happy, that makes me happy. Seeing a player like that, knowing just how stressful of a situation Masters finals of an international championship can be, and it's more relief than anything. Yes, I've came here and accomplished what I set out to be, out to do, I should say, which is win this championship. And it's just so cool seeing Marco being the first person to finally stop the onslaught of Thiago's Regieleki.
Well, congratulations to us as well for getting our predictions right on this.
That's true. We won the 50-50.
We did. And during this journey, I mean, with both traders, honestly, it really could have gone either way with the predictions. We might have been right, but still, there was such a good chance we could have been wrong, because looking at this bracket and the journeys they took to get here, not only in our top 8, but throughout the competition, these were 2 exceptionally skilled trainers. And Thiago, this team that he had, was 1 match away from getting the title for a team of 6 that I don't think anyone thought could get it done.
Yeah, and not a game 3 to be seen, honestly, throughout the entirety of Masters and top 8. And I hope that the big takeaway, obviously, Thiago, he's a star. He's a great player that we are going to expect a lot of great things in the future. The big takeaway from people is use creative Pokemon. Don't just forget about Regieleki just because you don't like it. Thiago has shown that creativity can come out on top.
But the brightest star of the weekend, of course, the champion Marco Silva. And of course, maybe not the most out there Pokemon, but these are strong Pokemon to get it done, showing that sometimes it is just old reliable to get you there. And looking at these 6 Iron Hands, what it's been able to do in the format, what it lends to all of these teams. It's not known as this damage dealer, but being able to take these attacks and making Thiago be out of these options was really key.
Yeah, the Iron Hands, it might not be a damage dealer, but it's a damage taker, all right? It is just an absolute tank of a unit that takes so much HP, recovers it back with Drain Punch. Amoonguss is there to Pollen Puff it as well, back up to full HP. It's the Assault Vest is the perfect thing, the perfect held item against Thiago's team, which was very much reliant on Chi-Yu, Beads of Ruin, to lower special defense on the field, and then Regieleki and Fluttermane to just use that to their ability. But since the Iron Hands is so well trained and holding that Assault Vest item, it really did neutralize Thiago's strategy.
Exactly, and Marco playing so well in the matches, even in that game 1 where it was that 1v1 where the Ndidi, also not known for the damage, even less so than Iron Hands, you would say, could be firing off super effective psychics into it, but of course saving that terrestrialization till those final moments, being able to make sure at any turn in the road that he was a step ahead and that Thiago can never catch up was really, really key, and I think that too was a whole story and whole thing for these matches.
Yeah, there's definitely, you know, you can go back and forth, watch the VOD and see different things that Thiago could have done in the matchup. Maybe don't bring in Didi or have it in a switching potential. There's a lot, obviously a million different factors that go into every decision in a VGC, but regardless, however it comes out, Marco had such a strong game plan, deciding that this team that for the most part is built around the Tornadus or Shifu core to just destroy the rest of the field. He didn't actually need that core to come out on champion. Like, he kind of abandoned the core strategy and it worked out. He came out on top.
Well, Hizui and Arcanine, that's won 4 championship titles in NA, now claiming an IC, and maybe it wasn't the Pokemon that we talked about the most in here, but also really a start in its own way. The amount of pressure that it offered from the get-go into Thiago's Pokemon. You could fire off a powerful Flare Blitz into the other side, as we got to see the Ndidi getting chunked real low in that second game, or just offering that Rock Slide pressure. It was something that Thiago had to respect, and forcing Thiago then into tough positions where Marco could capitalize with that Iron Hands hidden in the back.
Well, we did ask all the way at the beginning of Friday if Hisuian's Arcanine its bark was worse than its bite, and it turns out now 4 regionals and an IC in a row. This red hot fire Pokemon is here to stay.
100%, but of course, if you're here, make sure to follow the channel to see if Hizui and Arcanine can do it again next time. It has been such a great event so far, and you really want to make sure for competitions going on forward, you do not miss a single moment, because these battles have been amazing, and this is only the first international event of the season. But of course, we have some finalists, we have some champions to be crowning. Thank you so much from us too, but now it's time to head over to the stage and hand out our trophies.
Well, Championship Sunday has certainly lived up to its name again. We have had fantastic matches all day long, and the Pokemon video game definitely showed up here at the 2024 Pokemon Latin America International Championships.
We all share a love of Pokemon, so let's come together to celebrate our Pokemon VG finalists and champions. Please give a warm congratulations to your Pokemon VG Junior finalist, Leland Smith. And a round of applause and congratulations to your Pokemon video game junior champion, Fabian Musikant.
Next up, our video game senior finalist, Joshua Robinson. And give it up for our video game senior champion, Robbie Schlang.
And now, in our Masters division, our video game Masters finalist, Thiago Latanzi. And a big round of applause for the video game Masters champion, Marco Hemantha Caldura Silva. Let's give all of our VG finalists and champions another big round of applause.
Now, even though LAIC 2024 has concluded. There are a lot more Pokemon events happening all around the world. We'll have our next international event in London at the European International Championships, where we will also be broadcasting some Pokemon Unite action.
With regional events taking place worldwide, the next European regional will be coming to Poland on November 26th to 27th next weekend.
And the next North American regional is coming to San Antonio, Texas on December 15th to 17th. We'll be broadcasting all events on these same channels. So be sure to stay tuned in if you want to watch online and follow the channel for all the Go Live notifications.
Thank you to all of our staff, judges, and production crew that were able to bring the 2024 Latin America International Championships to life here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We were so glad to be able to showcase the Pokemon video game, the Pokemon trading card game, as well as Pokemon Go.
And thanks to all of you as well. The global Pokemon community is what makes being a part of these events truly special, so thank you.
This has been a great prelude to our Road to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii later on next year. Make sure you tune in and follow all the action all season long and watch your heroes compete on stream. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast this weekend. We will see you all soon, so ciao for now.